Hi everyone. Novel Crack brings you a new chapter of this novel. If you like it, give it a like, and if not, comment to know if you continue uploading it. This novel, together with the others on the channel, do not belong to me, they belong to their respective authors. Well, let's get started. Remember words. Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. The next day, the morning sun broke through the shady blockade, and the sun of 10 days slowly illuminated the earth. People who woke up from their sleep thought it was an ordinary morning again. However, before they rubbed their sleepy eyes, the loud news from countless people on the street shocked everyone. A big event, Mr. Vincent was attacked by a mysterious man last night, and was seriously injured and lying in a coma in the hospital, not knowing his life or death. What? How is this possible? It's sure to be true, asked several shopkeepers nearby, grabbing the guy who was delivering the news, and couldn't believe it. Told by the bosses, the guy couldn't help but was taken aback, and then said angrily, yes, a group of guys attacked Mr. Vincent at night last night. If it weren't for the guards, I found out in time and stunned the people in black. I'm afraid Vincent was killed by those guys, but he still lost too much blood and was in a coma. Bang. He punched the side door hard, and one of the grumpy guys directly yelled, I felt like attacking Mr. Vincent. Don't let me know which guy it is, or I must smash that guy into pieces. Yes, Mr. Vincent, but the great benefactor of our water capital attacking Mr. Vincent is against all of us, said several bosses nearby. These bosses are all storefronts related to ship repair work. It can be said that they are all benefited by the iceberg if they are able to do this now. The entire waters can be turned into such a prosperous way as it is now. Therefore, the prestige of the iceberg in the Water City is unmatched in the entire Water City. Therefore, it can be said that it is a good word in the Water City. In the Water City, the world government takes its face to do things. Just listen to the guy continuing to say, Mr. Vincent can't help but an accident. Even the one dock was destroyed in the battle yesterday, leaving only a big pit. Fortunately, there were no casualties in the middle of the night. What? Even the one dock was destroyed. Who did it? The bosses were shocked, and their faces showed deep surprise. The news was really too scared. Even the big dock was damaged. That's right. One of the bosses woke up and didn't ask the most important thing, and quickly said, some people have said who did it and knows the identity of the other party. Shaking his head, the young man said with a disappointed tone, no, Mr. Vincent has always been awake, and the foreman of Dock 1 has not spoken. Now many reporters and people are gathering there, waiting for the latest news. Well, let's go over and see what happened. After hearing this, after thinking about it, one person suggested. The other bosses on the side nodded, quickly possessed and agreed, closed the door of the shop, and walked towards the one dock. At a window, covered by curtains, Shinji secretly observed the whole street talking about countless things last night, and many people ran towards Dock one in groups. He opened his mouth and asked, let the entire water capital know what happened last night and fall into a dark and turbulent situation. This is the scene you want. Isn't this what your navy needs? Luffy asked behind him without answering, the whole Water City is in chaos, which is not more beneficial to your navy. Putting down the curtain raised in his hand, Shinji turned and looked at the peaceful Luffy, feeling very strange for their CP9 work. What are they thinking about? I made such a big noise, and I took action against Vincent, but did not kill his mind, Shinji said calmly after walking over. Looking up at Shinji, Luffy slightly explained, yesterday was just a foreshadowing. As a qualified hunter, the first thing to do is to panic the prey, so that the prey can release what the hunter wants. Tada. He tapped his fingers on the side table. Shinji did not answer, and no one knew what he was thinking with that pensive expression. There was a long silence. According to your plan, today Nicole Robin will be taken away to Judicial Island and finally sent to Advanced City University Prison. And Luffy nodded and replied, when we take Robin away tonight, we will definitely attract the chase of the Straw Hat Pirates, as well as Lin Tian. It will be time for your navy to act. No, the plan has changed. The navy will not proceed to advance the city. This is the result of joint discussions between the headquarters and the government. Shinzai slowly stood up from his chair and said with his back to Luffy. Luffy, who was still calm, suddenly changed his face after hearing the news, and the Navy did not take action. Should they CP9 deal with the Straw Hat Pirates alone? Regarding the remaining members of the Straw Hat Pirate group, they did not take it seriously, but among them, Lin Tian. As the Navy's strongest genius at the time, his combat power was extremely terrifying. It depends on how they were his opponents. But General Shinji has already stated that this is the result of joint discussions between the Navy headquarters and the world government, which indirectly proves that there is no need to change this plan. In Luffy's puzzled and surprised eyes, Shinji explained, Nicole Robin has enough chips in his hands, and the world government can't refuse that chip anyway. The condition it put forward is that the Navy will terminate this plan to deal with Lin Tian and the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates, and it will also be on the road to Advance City. He dragged his chin and stared at the table closely. I thought there was nothing CP9 this time, but the government finally made this decision. In this way, to a certain extent, the world government is ready to give up them, but if so, why does Nicole Robin want them to them? Is it? After thinking it through, Luffy's heavy face suddenly turned into joy. Friendship is fetters. Some things cannot be solved by personal will. In the war, the Revolutionary Army temporarily gathers. Everyone gathers here. After a night's rest, the injured Al had already had the rosy face that should have been there at this time, and the recovery from yesterday's injury was also good. For this morning, the news that shocked the entire city of water was expected last night. After all, the prestige of the iceberg here is too high. Al puzzled and said, what are the CP9 guys thinking about? Since they took the risk to deal with the iceberg, they all seriously injured them, but didn't want them to die. Regarding the strange thing that happened last night, Al had also heard from Disca that the masked man actually helped the iceberg block the bullet. With his chin on www.palma.com, Disca speculated they attacked the iceberg because they probably couldn't sit still and wanted something like that. Then, if they save the iceberg, it means that they didn't get that thing, so the iceberg can't die, otherwise their goal would be gone, Al said in a voice expressing his opinion. If they didn't have the secret of getting the blueprint within, Lin Tian said suddenly. How is it possible if they don't have the blueprint? Why did they attack the iceberg? Is it just a scare? The incomprehensible speech stopped abruptly at this moment, and Al's face was shocked. Instinctively, he glanced at Disco with the same shock. The colleagues saw the desired answer in both eyes. Yes, their purpose is that, to make Binberg panic and take the initiative to take out the blueprint. To be continued. Remember words? Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. Instructor Vincent woke up and came to say that the attacker was Nicole Robin last night. A team member ran out of the room and eagerly replied. However, all the people who were discussing in the bar at the moment heard the news, but they were only slightly shocked, and their faces immediately returned to calm, as if they were not surprised by the news. Just listen to Disca said. Sure enough, the reason why CP9 concealed his identity last night, but revealed Robin's appearance, was obviously looking for a scapegoat, the Straw Hat Pirates. That said, the teacher is now a wanted criminal in the entire Water City. Ellie on the side glanced at Lin Tian lightly and said with a smile. Snap. Patted his forehead, Lin Tian looked helpless and said, it seems that I, who was deliberately hidden, have to hide my identity now. I am afraid that I will be wanted by the whole city as soon as I show up now. Is this a naval plan? Aolto meditated with his chin, let the entire Straw Hat Pirates stand on the opposite side so that there is no place for them in the water capital. Do not. Shaking his head, Lin Tian propped his chin and meditated. It was obvious that things were done last night with CP9 in order to get the blueprint, and the Straw Hat Pirates was obviously a target of blame. But it would be weird if this were the case. Ali suddenly interrupted and said, "It will evolve into this. Nicole Robin can't guess it. If just as the teacher said, how could Nicole Robin calculate who she likes and partner? Unless she did it deliberately." Lin Tian raised his head and said every word. Chad has also expressed his opinion at this moment. But if this is the case, why does Nicole Robin want to do this, and what purpose does he have? And, did you find out? Al also suddenly said, "This time, it is obvious that the Navy and the world government deal with instructors specifically, but now there have been no naval actions, only CP9 activities." Listening to everyone's analysis, everyone's faces showed incomprehensible colors. The development of things felt beyond everyone's expectations. Everything was a mystery. If you really want to explain, just ask her directly. Lin Tian stood up and said with a serious face. Because, at this moment, Lin Tian finally sensed Robin's voice and disappeared overnight. At this time, in the destroyed dock no. Luffy, who had come to seek help from the iceberg as planned, was about to visit out of good intentions after hearing that the iceberg was attacked. But when he met Frankie, who was coming for revenge, Luffy had been very angry with this guy. If he hadn't taken the money, the next thing might not happen. The two would fight directly without saying a word. When the two were fighting fiercely, the dock foreman who appeared suddenly turned to Luffy without an explanation. When they heard that they had attacked the iceberg, Luffy and Nami were full of disbelief. They didn't fall asleep all night because of Usopp. How could they attack the iceberg? Moreover, they had no hatred with Vincent, and they were also helped by Vincent, making it even more unlikely to attack him, but Luffy's explanation did not convince the other party. "Give up, pirate!" Harry shouted repeatedly. "It won't take long for this news to spread throughout the city. You have nowhere to run. We will kill you all." Upon seeing this, the onlookers nearby all yelled at the same time that Vinberg is the benefactor of the entire water capital, and those who attack Mr. Vincent are enemies of the entire water capital. With a slippery footstep, there was a slap, Harry suddenly shot, and the rope, waved from his sleeve, was immediately tied to Luffy's arm, pulling the rope tightly, not wanting Luffy to escape. Just as the two sides struggled, Kaku waved several small knives in his hand, quickly shot towards Luffy's chest, made a sound, and put several small knives on the wooden board behind, buzzing. Luffy in midair was not taking advantage of it at this moment, and Harry seized the opportunity to force him, pulling Luffy towards them. Luffy quickly fell to the ground and squatted on the ground, tightly pulling the rope tied to his hand, stopping his body shape. Pulling the rope, Harry took the time to ask puzzledly, "Why, boy with a straw hat, is it true that you can only defend and not attack?" Luffy still hopes to explain clearly at this time, "But I have no reason to be right with you, we did not attack the iceberg." "Forget it," a word suddenly sounded from the side, and Italy dropped the two guns in his hands, holding two large saws, and said in a deep voice, "We already know that guns don't work for you." Before the words fell, Italy was already holding two saws, and he was heading towards Luffy, who was being pinned down. The strong tall stone on the side raised a small golden battleship gun in his hand, aimed at Luffy in the field, and said angrily, "The gun doesn't work for you, the battleship gun." As the trigger was clicked, explosive bombs flew out of the barrel with thick black smoke, and the powerful shells flew toward Luffy. Bang! The explosion directly hit the place where Luffy was standing. The big explosion sounded, and the earth was shaking. The surrounding wooden boards were shaken down. The black smoke from the explosion obscured the specific situation. Yay! On the side of the residents, they couldn't help but clench their fists and shouted, "It's a hit, this boy with a straw hat is finished." No, there was no hit. In the black smoke, Harry muttered as he looked at the broken rope in his hand, and at the same time quickly raised his head to move up. I saw that on the cargo that was hoisted high in the sky, Luffy had already bounced there, tightly grasping the rope on the side and looking down at the big crater that was hit, feeling very grateful. However, in the thick smoke, a vague figure leaped high and rushed towards Luffy. It was Luffy holding a machete. With a strong wave, the sturdy rope was directly divided into two. Luffy, who couldn't respond, followed the two wooden boxes and fell heavily to the ground. Luffy! Nami, who was caught, looked at the battle inside and shouted worriedly. Standing up from the ground, Luffy glanced at Nami, who was anxious next to her. Before she could do anything, there was a piercing sound behind her, and she immediately lowered herself. I only felt a gust of wind blowing over my head, and a large wooden saw happened to slip over my head. Before I could catch a breath, another attack came from my eyes. Luffy's arm dropped towards the ground, and with the help of the reaction force, he exploded back, avoiding the attack range of the opponent's saw. Pushing Luffy back to the corner, Dipley withdrew. Several small knives were fired from his back, taking advantage of Luffy's unresponsiveness, unable to avoid in time, and staring at the wall. Looking at the knife near his eyes, Luffy's face was very anxious. No, it's nailed. I can't move it now. At this moment, Tailstone had reloaded the shells and aimed at Luffy, who was staring at the wall. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger decisively. An orange light rose from the muzzle, and along with the excited gazes of the people on the side, the cannonball flew towards Luffy, who was staring at the wall and could not move. Facing the fired shells, Luffy immediately struggled fiercely, but the few knives were steering too tightly, and he couldn't get rid of them. At this moment, a scream sounded from high altitude, and a black after image flew out from nowhere, blocking the face of Luffy, who was about to be hit. Bang! A big explosion sounded. To be continued. Remember words? Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. Just when everyone thought that the pirate who wounded Mr. Vincent was going to be defeated by the boatman, the man who broke out suddenly appeared in front of Luffy. With a bang, the shell directly hit the two men, and amid the huge explosion, thick smoke rose. Okay, the pirate and his accomplices were resolved by the boatman. The onlookers around could not help clapping their hands in applause, with a smug smile on their faces. However, the standing boatman did not show a smile, but slowly climbed up to be vigilant. Since the other party dared to make a move at that time, it showed that the other party had the necessary assurance. There is nothing in this world. The guy who knew they couldn't be saved and went to die actually made them more vigilant, because the figure was covered with a black scarf. The smoke slowly dissipated, and the laughter spreading in the surrounding crowd suddenly stopped. Many people looked at everything in front of them with their eyes wide open, with surprise and shock on their faces. What's the matter? It's as powerful as a naval gun. How can that guy stop it? Who is he? I saw that in the place bombarded by naval guns, the entire huge wall collapsed, leaving only a ruin, but on that wall there was one intact. Behind Luffy, he was staring at the place on the wall, and in front of Luffy there was a man with a black kerchief on his face. He retracted his palm and stood there with his hands. Luffy behind, leaning on the wall, looked confused and asked, "Who are you? How could you save us at this time?" "I shouldn't know you." Without turning around, the man directly explained Luffy behind his back, "I was ordered by the instructor Lin Tian to help you escape." Lin Tian? Luffy showed excitement on his face and asked urgently, "Where is he now, and what is Lin Tian doing?" "Since I came here yesterday, some of the things that have happened have all been weighed on myself as the captain. Everything is so important. Irreversible things happen with one step carefully, just like Usopp's departure last night. Now Luffy needs someone to help him with some advice, but Lin Tian is the only one who can do this. He is his life and death brother since he was a child. Relax, the instructor already knows everything. He will take care of Nicole Robin's affairs. The first thing you need to do is not to live with him. Instructor Lin Tian wants me to tell you something." No matter when, you must firmly believe in your own art. Don't worry about so much, and go on according to your own art. Now when the crew is confused, only you can tell the direction. The man in black was Al, who had expected that Luffy and the others would be hunted down by the entire water capital, so Al was specially sent to rescue these people at a critical moment. With one hand lightly behind him, the 3 daggers had been pulled up from the wall. Luffy, who was stunned, fell to the ground before he could react. Before Luffy could speak, Al had already spoken. Go, take your partner out of here first. Some things can't be explained clearly in words. Looking at her head and staring at her boatman, Luffy gritted her teeth and ran towards the kidnapped Nami, stunned several residents, picked up Nami and leaped on the roof, and disappeared in front of everyone in a few flashes. Upon seeing this, the stand-in digital, Al was about to step towards the escaped Luffy to chase. Al's figure flashed and blocked in front of the digital bow. He lowered his voice and said hoarsely, Mr. Vincent is not even clear about himself, let alone you. The things in this are not as simple as you think. A rope, tied with a sharp knife, came towards Zhao who was talking. His body hurriedly fell back, and the sharp blade slid against the tip of his nose. I don't want to hear the lies of you people. Mr. Vincent has already determined and dared to say that the parties are not clear. Do you attackers know everything? Very shouted angrily. Mr. Vincent's arrest has already made very angry and unbearable. He finally had to catch the Straw Hat Boy. Now he was let go by his accomplices who suddenly appeared and shot directly with rage. Compared to what Mr. Vinberg said and the guy in front of him was talking nonsense, Barry thought he was not stupid enough to believe them. Go with. Al's finger raised, an empty blade flashed in front of his eyes, and the thick rope of the fingers cracked and fell to the ground. Success, you casters associate. Raising the golden cannon in his hand, Felston really aimed at Al and pulled the trigger. Under the strong propelling force of the gunpowder, the black shell rushed out of the barrel and shot towards Al, who was about to bend and stand up. Blowing him up, killing these nasty pirates, should have committed an attack on Mr. Vincent. The residents watching the battle on the side clenched their fists and shouted excitedly that the accomplices in this kind of attack had already been arrested and killed, so that the fierce pirates could see what happened in the City of Water. Hearing the insults on the side, Al's face, covered by the black scarf, showed a trace of contempt. These ordinary people don't know what they are sitting, and they only think about what happened through the news others told you. Shred. With a strong step towards the ground, the whole person rises high, and his right hand condenses the surrounding air to form a deceleration space. The rapidly fired shells are suspended in the air in a blink of an eye. He held a fist-sized cannonball with his right hand, gently strapped his wrist, and the wrist burst into air. The cannonball dropped its head and quickly rushed towards the uninhabited person in front. No, everyone, go back. Seeing the flying cannonball, Ollie knew how powerful it was, yelled to remind him, and hurried to the side at the same time. With a bang, the cannonball exploded suddenly, and the gunpowder inside burst out in an instant. A powerful wave of energy vented in the void, the ground trembled, and the thick earth was directly lifted and blown into the air. The dust on the ground was lifted by the shock wave, and along with the thick black smoke from the explosion, it rose on the flat ground where the 5 people had stood before. Shave! Luke's figure flashed and disappeared directly in front of everyone. The Navy's 6-style shave, through human exercise, allowed the speed to reach a terrible point, which was beyond the recognition of ordinary people's eyes, as it disappeared in front of everyone. Call. Luke, who burst into front of Al in an instant, swept his legs forcefully and swept towards Al's waist. However, Al, who is a natural demon fruit ability, cannot be hit by a simple physical attack. Seeing his thighs passing through his body, Luke couldn't help but stunned. His eyes swept into the other's eyes with a faint smile. His complexion changed drastically. He landed on the ground and immediately withdrew and retreated. A person with natural devil fruit ability, if there is no domineering, it is difficult to cause damage to this fruit ability person. Where did such a tricky guy come from? He thought quickly in his heart. The body instantly turned into air and rushed towards Luffy, who had retreated. Want to escape? It's not so easy to do. After transforming into air, Al's speed more than doubled, which was not comparable to Luffy's, and he was caught up in a blink of an eye, raising his transformed arm and smashing it towards him. Air punch. Above the arm, the endless air was absorbed, and the compressed air burst out. The powerful force pushed Al's arm, and even the air made a sonic boom at that speed. That terrifying speed gave Al's fist a terrifying impact, and he punched the exploded Luffy in the chest. Iron. Stopped. The seemingly thin chest was bulging high at this moment, full of explosive power, very strong, comparable to the hardness of an iron block. But with Al's punch, it was still not enough. His stopped body shape was knocked out without any obstacle. I felt a terrifying force, like a giant hammer of several tons hitting my chest. And blood surged, and even my breathing was paused at that moment. The warmth rose from my chest and rushed towards my mouth along the throat, but suppressed by its brute force. Stepping on the ground, his feet slid fast against the ground. The friction between the soles of the shoes and the ground squeaked, and a faint black smoke came out, and the ground was also marked with 2 scratches of more than 10 meters. Luffy stopped his backward stature and stared at Al, who was standing still in front of him. Ari, who was buried by a lot of flying mud, spit out the smoke in his mouth, waved to blow away the smoke from his mouth. From time to time, there were a few stones that slipped down Ari's body. Just seeing the scene before him, his disgusting face was filled with surprise, and he flew tens of meters with a punch. Is this power too strong? Muttered, it seems that it is the power of the devil fruit, which can be immune to physical attacks. It is not a normal devil fruit. It is indeed an extremely difficult to see and powerful natural devil fruit. If you want to hunt down the Straw Hat Boy, you have to pass me first, but now it seems that you are not my opponent. Al stood there and said calmly. He frowned slightly, but he was secretly moving his right hand behind his back. The punch was indeed powerful, but the powerful speed and the huge recoil when hitting the target were a huge burden on his right arm. At this moment, Frankie flew off the table while drinking tea, stood up and said, But I said you, the Straw Hat Boy, is the enemy of our Frankie family. You guys ran for no reason. Come out to casters, my prey. I don't care what you do. Raising the high, curled blue hair, Frankie thought he had made a very cool look, but he was just an exhibitionist in underwear. The 2 big arms are connected by a special iron-type palm, and the small spiral-like mouth in the palm is opened, absorbing the surrounding air at full speed. Upon seeing this, the nearby residents showed anxious expression on their faces and hurriedly shouted, Hurry up, he just used this trick to destroy the big crane. Harry was standing there, with a cigarette in his mouth, wondering, destroy the crane, is it a cannon? Hearing this, Frankie flashed disdain on his face and shouted proudly, I am not so bad as a cannonball. I am an air projectile and it shoots out faster than the wind. Air bomb? A hint of surprise flashed across Al's face, then he shook his head and revealed a faint smile on his face. He was an empty fruit ability and he used air bombs in front of him. To be continued. Remember words? Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. A violent wind was sucked into it by Frankie's 2 arms, and the thick arm grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. At such a fast speed, the air absorbed has reached a terrifying point, but it has been compressed in that arm-sized space. If it bursts out, that powerful force can be imagined. This kind of attack is exactly the same as the air bomb that Al himself used to gather the devil fruit ability. In principle, it is just the same as the power of Al's, condensed like explosive bombs, and this attack is actually a powerful air pressure. The wind is coming. Frankie showed complacency on his face and said slowly. As the last word fell, the gathering air stopped abruptly, and the next moment a strong wind pressure rushed out from between his hands. The strong wind column rushed forward. Wherever it passed, countless smoke and dust was set off. The ground was like a knife made by the wind, and a half-meter deep gully appeared on the ground. In the front, the big crane, the beam, made of steel tens of centimeters thick, was directly squeezed into a deep hole by the strong wind pressure, and finally it broke and split into two. The huge crane, coming from the sky, smashed down violently. Two-thirds of the ships were built on the ground, and it was impossible to escape the fate of being destroyed. The wind pressure was too great, and the walls that were already assembled and fixed were washed away. The entire wooden ship, tens of meters long, pushed by the strong wind, moved towards the back and left the dock. The wind pressure hit the ship's wall and dispersed in all directions, setting off a gust of wind, blowing in the entire dock. A puff of dust was blown up, and it was difficult to open your eyes under the turbid sand. Lying on the ground, Perry blocked his eyes. The smoke in his mouth was blown out. What's going on? It feels like being hit by a strong wind. And the crane whose beam had been blown off was finally unable to hold it under the continuous flow of the wind pressure. The steel crane, tens of meters high, slowly leaned and fell down. The crane is about to fall again. It's fast running, and it fell towards this point. The silhouette, crowded in the smoke, screamed and hurriedly ran out of the dock. However, as countless figures were escaping, a suction force rose from the collapsed crane and moved towards the scattered air around it. At this moment, it changed its direction and all converged towards the center. The raging hurricane slowly dissipated, and the world slowly fell into calm at this moment. The dust floating in the air gradually dissipated, finally revealing the scene in the dock. The only ship that has been preserved, plus the remaining two cranes, was finally destroyed under the pressure of the wind just now. One dock, which was still bustling and busy yesterday, was completely destroyed, and even one was slightly better. There are no buildings in the city which have been erased from the water capital. But everyone in the dock was no longer paying attention to this, and there was a deep shot in front of him, staring at everything in amazement. In the field, Al's palm was holding a head the size of a human, and he kept spinning the sphere, and he could clearly see the long-haired dragons converging in the sphere. In the horrified eyes of everyone, Al, holding the sphere, suddenly pressed towards the ground. At this moment, on the other side, in a corner of Water City, due to the attack on Iceberg, many residents of the Water City have already ran to Dock No. 1 to visit Mr. Iceberg, and at the same time, to get first-hand information about the attacker. Therefore, there are fewer pedestrians on the streets than usual, and even fewer shops have opened. In the busy waterway, you can only see a few bales in tows and trees. Lin Tian, who was walking on the street, was walking towards Robin's direction, but he was holding a light red stone necklace in his hand. The pale red stone necklaces, given to Robin, have many functions. Through the special marks made by themselves, they can be sensed in a certain range, but the distance is a little short, only about 1 kilometer. If it weren't for what Robin did last night, it was beyond Lin Tian's control. At the same time, in order to understand what Robin was thinking and why he did that, there were some things that I had already explained to her very clearly. Because Lin Tian understood that this time was a test for Robin and a lifelong choice. Some things were not so easy to intervene, otherwise she would not be able to walk out of the shadow for so many years. But now, it has changed. Even if he exists, Robin still chooses to join the Navy. From this point, we can prove the news that the Navy is too strong, and even he thinks he is not sure of winning. Suddenly, the light red stone began to shine with light red light. I opened my hand and glanced at the stone that was also getting hot. I hurriedly raised my head and looked around. In this large house with a radius of 1,000 meters, which Robin may exist in every room. Holding the stone in his hand tightly, Lin Tian discerned the direction, got up and flew over the upper roof, and ran in the direction pointed by the stone. When I came to the last guide point, it was a small road cut off by the river, but driving a small stone bridge on it, landing on the bridge head. As he quickly scanned the surrounding houses, Lin Tian could determine that Nicole Robin must be in these houses. Without hesitation, Lin Tian exhaled and shouted, "Nicole Robin, come out for me. I know you are hiding here. Come out quickly. What is going on?" The loud sound reverberated in the empty house, and it didn't completely dissipate until dozens of seconds later. However, Robin still didn't come out during this short period of time, and he still hid in the surrounding houses. Without moving, Lin Tian kept his eyes closed and kept standing there, waiting quietly. 1 minute passed, Robin still did not come out. 2 minutes passed, 3 minutes passed. His eyes suddenly opened, and a quiet light flashed. Lin Tian looked up at the surrounding windows and whispered, "Do you think you can avoid me by hiding here?" Seeing the color tyrant. Lin Tian. The sudden cry of surprise directly interrupted Lin Tian's thinking. He couldn't help but turn around and saw Chopper and Sanji standing behind him. Seeing that it was Lin Tian, Kaiova ran over with joy. "Lin Tian, why are you here? Are you with Robin?" Together, Lin Tian suddenly couldn't understand, and his face was confused. What happened? When was he with Robin? Sanji, who trot over, explained in a timely manner. Chopper smelled Robin's smell. We followed the smell and found here, and we met. Lin Tian immediately understood. It turned out that the two of them found this place following the smell. Seeing that they were also there, they thought they were with Robin. "No. I am also looking for Robin, and finally found here," shook his head. His tone was full of depression and helplessness. Sensing that something was wrong, Sanji stopped putting the cigarette in his mouth and asked, "What?" "Lin Tian, is it that Miss Robin is not here or something happened?" "Neither. Robin must be here, but she has been hiding. I have waited for a few minutes and still no one is seen." He shook his head and looked up at the closed windows around him. Lin Tian knew that at this moment, she must be in a certain room, looking at them through some corner that is not easy to find. www.com. Hearing that, Sanji and Chopper couldn't help being stunned. The development of things seemed to be beyond their expectations, and even worse than the final result they thought. Even Lin Tian didn't see it. How could this happen? Who? The mission twitched his nose, carefully feeling the smell of Robin in the air, and said, "Yes, the smell of Robin comes from here. This smell is the strongest." Kaiova has already said so it seems that Lin Tian is right. Robin is really hiding here, and slowly spit out a puff of smoke. Could it be that Miss Robin was kidnapped and held here by someone, or something else? "Robin, it's really you showed up." Staring at the familiar figure in front of him, Chopper shouted in surprise. To be continued. Remember words? Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. The arrival of the once-a-year big storm brought this noisy city into silence. The shadows of people slowly disappeared, and the sound of the wind became louder and louder. The violent sea breeze swept across the entire city of water, and the maze-like alleys of the towns. The winds whizzed through it. Wow. The river channel blown by the sea breeze at this moment also set off breaking waves, the microwave rippling seawater continuously beating on the bluestone bricks on the shore, making music that belongs to the sea. The clothes on her body rang loudly under the dancing of the wind. Following the air of the navy, the sound of wind coming from all around was loud in her ears. The alley that seemed to be howling the wind seemed so peaceful to everyone on both sides of the river. The two sides looked at each other quietly, but there was a strange atmosphere spreading. Sanji first shouted, "Where have you been? We have been looking for you for a long time. Everyone is worried about you. Come back to the hotel with us. Many things have happened recently." Before Robin could answer, the calm Lin Tian said, "Robin, what are you hiding? Have you figured everything out? What happened yesterday? What's the matter?" Kaiova raised his head and looked at Lin Tian, who was expressionless, then looked at Sanji again and found that the other party was equally confused. Unlike Sanji, Lin Tian knows Robin very well. The feelings between the two have reached a point where they can understand the tacit understanding of each other without using words. Seeing the indifference and calm in his eyes, he almost guessed the development of the matter, and it seemed that his worst outcome was about to happen. Yes, Lin Tian. Let's separate here today. From now on, we are nothing but strangers. The delicate jade hand gently brushed the hair on his forehead, his eyes lowered slightly. In the seemingly plain tone, the look in his eyes could not conceal the mood in his heart. When he made this decision, his heart was not as plain as it seemed. The body couldn't help but tremble. A strange tremor passed from the heel to the brain all the way along the body, and he took a deep breath and calmed down his mood. A faint smile appeared on Sanji's face and said, "Robin, are you kidding us? How could it be? You are our partner." The voice dropped little by little, and Sanji saw the firmness in Robin's eyes. As Lin Tian said, she had decided everything. Everyone was a familiar partner, and some things could be clearly understood without saying more. Raising his head slightly, facing the three people in front of him, especially the figure standing in front, Robin exhaled deeply, restraining his trembling heart. "I have already said that I am very clear. I am a dark woman. Since the age of 8, I have betrayed various groups and used them to get my survival. For the most important thing in my art, I can use everything and you can give up everything." Chopper did not speak to persuade, but just stood quietly and watched Robin's expression silently. From above he saw the struggle. Robin. Hearing this, Sanji couldn't help recalling in his mind what was going on when he encountered the words Shinji said on the unnamed island. "No, I don't believe that we are partners who have experienced life and death. How could this happen?" Sanji waved his hand and disagreed with his face. "It's like I heard the people on the island say that you attacked the iceberg. How can it be?" "No, I did it. It was me who attacked the iceberg last night," Robin replied calmly. The sudden insertion of words made Sanji stun for a moment, and then was deeply shocked, only to write the word unbelievable on his face. "Shinji? What did the guy Shinji say to you, or did he tell you something?" Staring at Robin's eyes, Lin Tian asked directly. Only Shinji can make Robin change, and the entire Shuji can do this. However, with CP9 having his own presence, and without this qualification, Shinji must have found her and told something. "Isn't it, Miss Robin, or the General threatened you something?" Yamaji also reacted suddenly and asked anxiously, wishing Robin could admit this in his heart. Secretly, in an ordinary room, Shinji was standing in it, through the slightly open curtain, through the small gap, observing everything below. Standing on the side, Brother Ming, watching the scene underneath him, showed a special smile on his face. "Why, Shinji, you can rest assured, let this woman go down. You must know that there is your beloved person below, so don't be afraid of her." Suddenly ran away with Lin Tian. "This is not something you need to worry about, Brother Doflamingo, because the following are her beloved people and partners, so she will not run away unless he wants these people to marry her, just like your Brother Ming said. Feelings are sometimes the most effective weapon in the world." Frowning slightly, Shinji still stared at everything that happened below, but turned his back and whispered back. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and the irony was inaudible, but for Brother Ming, he was proud of it. The irony was somewhat inappropriate, and praise was more applicable. However, today I opened my eyes. I didn't expect that the young and juvenile general, who has always been known for his laziness, would actually use this method to deal with his best brother back then with emotion. His face changed slightly, and Shinji replied in a flat tone, "There are no brothers, I am the Navy, and the opponent is a Navy traitor. We just stand in different positions, and that is the enemy." After the scene turned around, he returned to the bottom. Upon hearing Lin Tian's question, Robin's body trembled slightly, calmly moving the ends of his hair that had been blown away by the wind behind his ears. His face still revealed indifference. "There are not so many reasons. This is just a routine thing for me. From the age of 8 to now, I can't count how many organizations have betrayed." "Really? Lin Tian asked. I don't believe it, Nicole Robin. Don't you remember what happened in the rainbow-colored smoke that day? Is that also fake? Hearing that, Robin's body couldn't help but tremble, and a flush of crimson quickly climbed on his indifferent face, and his calm breathing became disordered at this time. What happened that day, as if at this moment, clearly appeared in front of him. Thinking of the shameful scene that day, Robin couldn't control his state of mind and jumped strangely. A smile appeared on Lin Tian's face when he noticed the physical changes of the other party. Needless to say, he knew everything in his heart. Robin, do you think you can hide from your heart? I don't know what you have experienced in the past 2 days. On the surface, you have been using calm to cover up the truest feelings in your heart, but sometimes the feelings are even more out of your control. After a pause, Lin Tian continued, Robin, you think you can solve everything by yourself. Human ambition is endless. You can't solve everything with pen. You are just a scapegoat in this matter. Many things are not clear to you. With each sentence cast in the air, the expression on Robin's face changed rapidly, and the expression of struggle appeared on his face. For Lin Tian, Robin naturally trusted 100%. But how could Lin Tian resist the naval forces, Shinji said? Even if Lin Tian could escape, what would Luffy and the others do? How could they survive in the hands of 2 admirals and several lieutenants? The lives of partners and beloved ones are all under my control, but on the other side is the trust of my partners and what I have been missing for so many years, that is, friendship. These are all weighing on me. The sound of the wind still whizzed by, the breaking waves still slapped on the shore. Nothing seemed to have changed, but Robin had made his final determination. Kyoba helped me tell Luffy and the others that he betrayed you from today. As for Lin Tian, I'm sorry, everything was originally for my purpose. The oncoming sea breeze was blowing on his face. After speaking, Nicole Robin was not talking to the 2, but turned and walked behind him, leaving only that figure slowly disappearing into the dark corridor. Robin! Sanji yelled and rushed directly to the bridge. Call out. The figure flashed, and Lin Tian's figure flew out. The things and all the reasons that Robin was carrying on his body were like a mirror in his heart, and he knew clearly. In order to protect his partners and his own safety, Robin made a deal with the Navy. One of them was Robin, the devil who had been carrying the notoriety of destroying the world since he was a child in exchange for the life of the most important person in the devil's heart. It sounds irony. When he came to Robin's side in an instant, Lin Tian held the back of Robin's departure, stopped his progress, and softly persuaded him. Robin, you don't know many things. Although the Navy is strong, I am not without backhand power. Trust me, I will solve the whole thing completely. Those things are not something you should resist. However, waiting for Lin Tian to be silent indeed, Robin stood there quietly, without saying a word. No one knew what the expression on her face was before his back. It was just this sudden silence that made Lin Tian feel a little weird, as if something bad was about to happen. This was the sixth sense, produced by years of life and death fighting, and he had saved his life several times. See him here domineering. With a thought about it, www.calm, before Lin Tian could sense the unpleasant breath in time, Robin, who was holding it under his hand, slowly turned around. This sudden movement caused Lin Tian to pause. He raised his head to look down, and saw Robin, lowered his head and slowly turned around, put his hands on his back, and lowered his head in silence. At this moment, without waiting for him to speak, Robin lowered his head and suddenly raised his head, but his eyes revealed a shocking indifference. His mind trembled, and Lin Tian's eyes were filled with incredible doubts. This feeling was like meeting each other between enemies, the endless indifference and hatred. Just as Lin Tian was about to speak, Robin started his hand, and his right hand behind his back suddenly raised, and a white light flashed across the dim corridor. Tough. To be continued. Remember words? Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. Tough. Although he took the lead, Sanji ran to the bridge, and a slightly dazzling light shot in front of his eyes, and his eyes were slightly fascinated by instinct. But the scene that happened next made Sanji shocked. He didn't make a steady step, and almost fell to the ground. Of course, these are not the most important. The most important thing is that Robin suddenly took a shot and took out a sharp dagger to pierce Lin Tian's chest deeply. Sanji was stunned. Staggering and reluctantly standing still, his eyes fixed on the sharp dagger piercing his chest little by little, and for a moment in shock, he forgot what he should do. At this moment, my mind was blank and fuzzy, and I didn't know what I should do to face this situation. Chopper, who also came behind him, did not perform better than Sanji, or even worse, standing there, his mind was equally blank. In Lin Tian's horrified gaze, Robin held a sharp dagger in his right hand, with indifferent eyes and a faint frightening smile on his face. He thrust into his chest without hesitation, and the sound of sharp tools rubbing against flesh and blood instantly sounded. Among all of them, the most shocking, my colleagues, are also the most puzzled. The most puzzled is Lin Tian. His beloved woman, who also loved her own woman, pierced her chest with a dagger at this moment. If usually, how could this kind of attack work on Robin? But that is only if, as one of the people he trusts most, Robin can say that he knows most of his secrets. Lin Tian can say that she has no reservations about the trust in her. Now she is the woman she trusts the most, but she shot herself at her and didn't hesitate to insert a dagger into her chest. Indifferent eyes, weird smile, everything is clearly engraved in Lin Tian's eyes, because these are all expressions from the heart, without the slightest pretense. Lin Tian! Lin Tian! On the small bridge, Sanji and Kaiyoba yelled at the same time, and hurriedly ran towards the two, their eyes still retaining the strong shock and confusion. Who is Lin Tian? Lin Tian is her beloved man. Why would Robin make a sudden move and hit the chest directly? This is an action that can only be done with a heart to kill. Could it be true that everything she said is true? She just kept using us, seeking my protection and help, and when we lost the purpose of using us, she began to betray us and even kill. Sanji, who was running, couldn't help but raise this in his mind. Thoughts. Sanji would rather this be false, but now, this is the only possible explanation for everything. Otherwise, why would Robin kill Lin Tian? In an ordinary room, on the side, hidden in it, the faces of Shinji and Ming, who silently watched everything below, were also full of shock, unable to return for a long time. It's not that the two of them have insufficient concentration, but the scene before them is too shocking and surprising. As long as people who are familiar with it, it is impossible to think that things will turn out like this. Even Brother Ming, who had been holding the mentality of watching the theater before, was the same in his heart, retracting his gaze, his face slowly turning serious. Rarely said in a deep voice, that woman actually shot Lin Tian. She didn't love Lin Tian. How could this happen? Are these also steps in your Navy plan, Shinji? No, it's not. Shook his head, and to express that what he said was correct, Shinji even said no. Staring at the two below, Shinji's eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone was also full of puzzlement. For the sake of her companions and loved ones, Nicole Robin can give up her life and give up those two things. In her mind, they are probably the most important thing for Robin. Don't say this is not our Navy plan. Even if it is, I am afraid that the other party will not do it. What is happening now is so weird. Hearing Shinji saying no, Mingji had already secretly ruled out the Navy-led suspicion, because Shinji's shock was not lower than his own before, indicating that he did not know what had happened just now, and had no prediction. Shinji, who was explaining, suddenly turned around, looked at the thinking Brother Ming, and asked, Doflamingo, did you do this thing? Could it be that you were controlling Nicole Robin in secret? Attack Lin Tian at this time. If I could do it, Lin Tian would be dead now, and the dagger will not penetrate the chest but the throat. Brother Ming, who was awakened from his thoughts, glanced at Shinji, who asked, looking through the window to Lin Tian, who was deeply pierced by a dagger. After listening, Shinji didn't say anything. He turned around and looked down. He had already believed what Ming had said in his heart. If it were his secret opponent, how could he not find out at all? The sharp dagger directly broke through the barrier of the skin and the tip of a few centimeters deep into the chest, piercing the weak internal organs of the human body. Where the dagger passed, there were 2 pieces of flesh and blood, and the solid muscles did not do any effective blocking. Scarlet blood spewed out through the broken blood vessels. In a blink of an eye, the white clothes on the chest were soaked, the bright red blood stains, like a beautiful blood rose blooming on the chest. Cough, cough, cough. The foreign body invaded his chest, consciously churning extremely, and the air in the chest cavity flowed back, and every time he coughed violently, he would sprinkle bright red flowers on the ground. Why? Without excessive words, Lin Tian had countless emotional eyes staring at Robin, and then said 3 words, why? Why did she do this? Why did she do it to herself? Why her eyes were full of indifference? Why did she abandon the feelings between the two? Why should she vary everything lightly? Why? Why? Why are countless people reverberating in Lin Tian's heart? Why countless people have filled this heart? I couldn't help but let out a puzzled cry. Why did everything become like this? Nicole Robin, why did you do this? Compared to the constant pain in the chest, what is it? The real pain in the heart, the feeling of heartache, makes people unable to survive, and it is more terrible than death. Tough. The sharp dagger pierced the ribs of the chest and was blocked by bones. The sharp dagger was already difficult to pierce. Robin pulled out and inserted the dagger. There is no why, the reason I have said before. You are just an organization that I use again. Now you are a problem even alive, and there is no need to continue to stay. Starting today, we will never meet. Raising the dagger in his hand, the aim was indeed Lin Tian's mouth. This time, Robin wanted to control Lin Tian with one move. Seeing this, Lin Tian's heart was completely dead at the moment, and the other party already had a desire to kill. Is there any need for explanation and self-deception? Haha. I didn't expect Lin Tian to escape so many life and death crises, but to die today on the woman I trust the most. Is this the biggest irony? Everything for so many years is actually a big lie. I betrayed the Navy back then, and now I am going to die by the betrayers. Facing Robin's dagger, Lin Tian no longer had the heart to evade. His slanted body slowly stood up, his chest exposed directly in front of Robin, his mouth let out a wanton laugh. It was so sad and heartache. What's the use of laughter, Lin Tian? You can't escape today, just die. The dagger held high, thrust into the chest forcefully, the naval genius, who has renowned the entire Great Root, the generation of powerful men who acted for the entire headquarters, will die in the hands of the woman he trusts most. The sky and the earth seemed to have stopped turning at a moment, and time stood still for a moment, and the rest of the people on the scene couldn't help holding their breath. Click and click. Pieces of ice spread from the arm, and the endless cold air permeated through the gaps between the windows, condensed into a half-meter-long ice sphere, light blue ice, bursting with repeated chills. Shinji, who was watching the show, still couldn't look down on his best friend, so he died sadly here and was about to make a move. But Brother Ming, who had been waiting for this scene, would not be as Shinji wished. At the moment he acted, Brother Ming also acted secretly. Several transparent silk threads, invisible to the naked eye, emerged from nowhere. The sharp silk threads were split into 2, even if the ice was hard. Ah, Lin Tian! The flying Sanji leaped high and kicked towards Robin, who was inserting the dagger. To be continued. Remember words? Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. Chang bang. The dagger, covered with Lin Tian's blood, with a bang, fell to the ground. She kicked Robin's wrist with a kick, even if she did something to Lin Tian. But in Sanji's heart, she was still her former partner, she was still merciful, just kicking the dagger in her hand. The figure missed it. The indifferent eyes were so dazzling it was completely indifference from the heart, and Sanji couldn't help being surprised. Being kicked with a dagger did not stop Robin's movements. He looked towards the ground and stretched out his arms from the ground, flexibly picked up the dagger that fell on the ground, and shot it at Lin Tian's head. Step on. Chopper, who rushed from behind, flew out. The sturdy antlers flew the dagger accurately, lightly picked it, and fell into the river on the side. On the one hand, Lin Tian, who also came from the previous betrayal of the most trusted person, did not make a move. He just stared at Robin in front of him, full of doubts as to why. The previous sharp turn had already caused Lin Tian to lose the most basic thinking ability. The heartache at that moment was really heartbreaking, and facing death was not so terrible. But after reacting to it, Lin Tian still couldn't believe that Robin would do this. After knowing her for so many years, the relationship between the two can be said to have come from life and death. Robin, who gave his life to save himself, now kills himself. This change is too big. The indifferent look in his eyes and his indifferent attack made Lin Tian have to believe it again. Squeak. The soles of the feet squeaked against the ground, stopping the retreat. Sanji couldn't believe it and shouted, "Robin, what are you doing? You actually stabbed Lin Tian with a dagger in his heart. Kill him. Why do you want to do this? What is all this in the end? Robin, do you have something unspeakable? Can you tell us that Usopp has left? Do you want to leave too?" Chopper said with sad tears that fell on the ground with the wind, crying. In just a short day, how everything turned out to be like this. Usopp left them because of the Merly incident and was no longer a partner. And today, Robin made an amazing move, wanting to betray them, even stabbing the unsuspecting Lin Tian, and wanting to kill him. How did things turn out to be like this? The pirate group that had left at this moment, but faced the departure of two partners, and Lin Tian was injured. The whole pirate group seemed to be scattered. Robin snorted coldly and replied indifferently, "Don't you understand? I joined you only because you are still useful to me. Now you have no use value. Betraying you is bound to happen from the beginning of. However, if you pester me like this, it will cause a lot of difficulties for my purpose. I can't leave you guys behind." As the voice fell, Robin put his arms on his chest in the sight of Sanji and Chopper, looking to slowly disappear. 30 rounds of flowers bloom, the indifferent voice rang in the air. Several arms emerged from various places. The curved arms were tightly fixed at the joints of several people. At the same time, 2 arms emerged from the shoulders, crossed and tightly grasped the necks of several people. "Robin!" Sanji yelled unwillingly, still unable to believe what happened now. Silence. Lin Tian, who was silent on the side, lowered his head and sighed deeply, showing the helplessness in his heart, raising his head and staring at the opponent's indifferent eyes. The imprisoned right hand was gripped tightly, a faint silver-white light lit up from the 3 of them, and the imprisoned arm disappeared instantly. Sanji, who had regained his freedom, was about to speak, but Lin Tian reached out his hand to stop him. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, but Sanji still stopped his actions. Touching the blood on the side of his mouth, Lin Tian's slightly curved body gradually stood up. "Nicole Robin, in that case, then we will pass the time today. From now on, I will use this Straw Hat Pirate Group's deputy captain. Identity officially announced that you are no longer one of us." "Lin Tian! Lin Tian!" 2 exclamations sounded from the side. Sanji and Chopper obviously didn't expect that Lin Tian was surprised when they said this. Sanji suddenly shouted with excitement, "Lin Tian! How could this be done? I disagree with this order. I believe Robin will really take action against us. She must have something unspeakable." Chopper wanted to look calmer, but also persuaded him, "Lin Tian. Or let's ask first, maybe these are all Robin pretending. Behavior can be pretended, words can be pretended, but can the smile of indifference and joy from the heart be pretended?" He raised his head and looked at Robin in front of him. I saw that when Lin Tian gave the expulsion order, Robin's face showed a happy smile instead. His eyes flashed slightly, but disappeared for a moment. This. The two of them were instantly speechless. Although they couldn't want to admit, they were all facts that happened in front of them, but the evolution of things like this was unacceptable to everyone. Suddenly, just as the three of them were arguing, Robin turned and walked towards the back, his slender figure slowly disappearing into the dark corridor. Let's go. From now on, we will have no intersection, and we will only be strangers in the future. After listening to the sound of wind in the air, Lin Tian was silent for a few seconds, sighed deeply, and walked towards the back blankly. Sanji and Chopper glanced at the corridor for the last time and slowly moved up to Lin Tian and walked toward the back depressed, past Xiao and walked to the other end. In the room, Qingzai frowned deeply as he watched what was happening in front of him. The development of the matter completely exceeded their expectations. No, it's just imagination. Not only that, things have changed like this. Nicole, Robin and Straw Hat have fallen out, which means that they are no longer partners. The most basic point of the whole plan is broken here, and the subsequent plan is even more difficult to achieve. www.mtelna.com. At this time, if you inform the Marshal of the Warring States period, all the forces have almost reached the designated positions, but the plan has changed. Such a large plan and power mobilization cannot be solved in a day or two. Doflamingo suddenly said. It seems that General Shinji didn't think what he said in his heart. He wanted to save Lin Tian at that moment. Is he going to report to the Warring States period and overtake this with his personal feelings? The plan is not suitable. Whatever you do for me, tell the Marshal of the Warring States period to keep me away from this plan, and I can make time for a good night's sleep. Turning around and walking towards the gate, Qingzai didn't even glance at Brother Ming. His tone was full of indifference. Hello, Lin Tian, who was leaving, raised his head and glanced upwards slightly. A trace of thinking flashed in his eyes, and he turned his head and continued to walk forward. To be continued. Remember words? Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. Time passed like this, as Luffy and others who fled, Lin Tian and others who declared Robin's betrayal. The orange sunset slowly set. In the evening sunlight, shining obliquely on the roof, Luffy and others who avoided the chase of many residents gathered here, as well as Chopper. When Nami complained to Soren, Luffy asked in surprise, Chopper, you are so amazing, you can find it here. Follow the smell, coming from the wind. He raised his head slightly and said. Chopper continued to lower his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Noticing that something was wrong with Chopper, Nami couldn't help but stop her voice, and then turned to ask, Chopper, what's the matter, what's the matter? Where is the Sanji? Why didn't you see other people? You two are not together. You, tilde. Chopper, who bowed his head and worried, suddenly sobbed. His blue nose twitched, and a sorrowful breath radiated from his body. He raised his head, tears streaming down his face. Luffy, Nami, Soren, Robin also left us. Now he is not one of us. Lin Tian has driven Robin out of our pirate ship as the deputy captain. What? The three exclaimed at the same time. Next, Chopper explained in detail what happened before, how Robin betrayed them, how to stab Lin Tian with a dagger, and finally how to leave without hesitation. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and the three of them looked blank. How could something like that happen? Robin actually did that. How could this be possible? Luffy clenched his fists and yelled in disbelief. This is true. Robin actually did that kind of thing, stabbed Lin Tian. Betrayed us, how could that happen, what happened? And Chopper was sobbing and nodded gently. What about Lin Tian? Nami asked eagerly. I'm afraid the most heartbreaking thing is Lin Tian. How is his injury when stabbed in the chest by a dagger? Shaking his head, Chopper said, I don't know, it's just that bloodstained shirt on his chest. I want to help him deal with a wound. He doesn't need it. He just said something to come back, and then disappeared in the alley. I don't know where he went. Hearing this, Nami couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and she was able to act normally, which meant that Lin Tian had nothing to do, and with its resilience, there would be no danger. However, the injury, caused by Robin's betrayal, was not a simple chest injury. Putting his hands around his chest, Soren said in a deep voice, for this matter, in fact, perhaps the saddest one of us is Lin Tian. Compared with a physical injury, the mental injury is several times deeper. Nami couldn't help but nodded secretly in her heart. Lin Tian's feelings for Robin and Nami, who was also the person next to her pillow, were also in her heart. Nami also knows more about the two people's affairs than Luffy and the others. The two have experienced life and death relationships, but now such a thing has happened. The woman she trusted and loved betrayed her, and Nami could feel the pain, just like if Lin Tian did it to herself. The pain in her heart would not be imagined. Bang! Luffy's fist slammed down on the roof, and a big pit suddenly appeared on the roof. He raised his head and clenched his fist, making it difficult to calm his messy heart. Resisting the impulse in his heart, gritted his teeth and said, I still don't believe how Robin would attack Lin Tian and even plan to kill. In the rainbow-colored clouds, in order to save Lin Tian. Robin knew that there was seawater below. As a demon fruit-capable person, he couldn't enter it, but he jumped in without hesitation, without thinking about his own life. Clatter! Soren suddenly pulled out a text on the river channel around his waist and placed it among the crowd, attracting the eyes of the other three. He glanced around and said, no matter what, for the woman who was previously an enemy suddenly joined us, even if we have been with us for so long, there is still Lin Tian's guarantee, but there is nothing abnormal in betraying us. Since she can betray the Baroque Job Club after we defeated Crocodile, she can also use us to kick her into the black, and after achieving her goal, she finally abandons us. No, I don't believe that Robin can give his life for Lin Tian. How is it possible? Nami said firmly, and completely agreed with Luffy's point of view, not believing that Robin would do that kind of thing. Both of them love Lin Tian. And they are also secretly like sisters. Many women can only talk to each other in private, even Lin Tian doesn't know. It is precisely because she knows Robin that Nami will not believe that she will do that kind of thing. Whether it is for everyone or for Lin Tian's feelings, it is truly from the heart, not fake. But as soon as the conversation turned, Soren retorted in a deep voice, will Lin Tian make a mistake? The one among us who knows Robin most is not me, nor you, but Lin Tian. Since Lin Tian said that sentence now, it proves that even Lin Tian, who is most familiar to us and closest to Robin at that moment, has to admit that Robin betrayed us in his heart. As soon as these words came out, Luffy and Nami, who didn't believe them, also fell silent for an instant. What Soren said was not wrong, but more reasonable than them. Lin Tian, who was most qualified to speak, admitted it, and what's more, they didn't know anything about why they didn't believe it. Withdrawing his hand and Deo's words, resisting it, knocking on his shoulders, closing his eyes and saying, of course, we are not there after all, and we don't know what happened. These are just our speculations. No one knows what happened. It is impossible to distinguish either side. This is the angle we should have. If it is true, it will be contrary to what we firmly believe, it will cause a big mistake. Soren's words made everyone fall into contemplation. As he said, no one can be sure at the last moment when the truth is revealed, otherwise it will cause irreparable mistakes. Especially for a few of them, now the entire pirate group is leaving, missing, and injured. If their only judgment guys can't make a correct judgment, then the entire pirate group is almost finished. Turning her eyes to Luffy, Nami asked, Luffy, what should we do next? At this kind of moment, you can only pay attention to Luffy as the captain. The entire pirate group is like a riddle ship at this time. If you want to sail through the next sea area and reach the land safely, you must watch. How did the captain command? Soren and Chopper's eyes are also at this moment focusing on Luffy. Everything depends on the captain. If the captain is confused, they don't know what to do. After thinking for a while, Luffy held the straw hat on his head and made up his mind. Grab Robin and ask what is going on, but since Lin Tian said it, she is not our partner. Chopper asked in a puzzled way, in this case, how are we going to find Robin? Now no one knows where he is going. Katcha hung up the knife in his hand, expressionless. Yes, there is a place. With everyone's puzzled eyes, Soren explained slowly, I won't meet with you after today, so what bad things will happen tonight? Just an attempted assassination of the iceberg will cause this kind of riots, and more serious. There is only one, killing the iceberg. However, this seems to be deliberately telling us that maybe it is a trap that specifically allows us to carry a black pot, or maybe. No, why do you think so much? Find Robin, everything will be known. Holding on to his hat, Luffy slowly stood up on his knees. Sparing his forehead, Soren was full of sadness. That's right, she is the woman the government has been trying to catch for 20 years, and thinking alone is not very useful. If you want to know the truth, you can only follow Luffy's method, Nami said. Well, if this is the case, I have to work hard, Chopper said. Looking at the setting sun, the darkness slowly enveloped the earth. Luffy shouted, then let's go to the Galila company. At this moment, in a tall lighthouse, Lin Tian, who had disappeared, was sitting on the top of the lighthouse, blowing the violent wind, and his hair was blowing against the sea breeze. The chest, pierced by the dagger, spewing blood, covered the clothes on the chest, and the white clothes seemed to have bloomed a bright red blood flower. The sun was about to set, time slowly passed, and the blood-flowing wounds had healed and scarred with Lin Tian's powerful resilience. It's just that the pain in my chest that has been passing through my mind is not so easy to dissipate, and the pale complexion, caused by excessive blood loss, shows no signs of improvement. Compared with chest pain, the pain in the heart is truly unbearable. The pain of being betrayed by the most trusted person can only be experienced by myself, the feeling that cannot be described in words. Once a year the storm comes, making the entire city of water reverberate with a sound of violent wind at dusk. The quiet streets, the casters blown by the violent wind. A terrifying storm is brewing on the sea, not far away, towards the bustling water. All swept over. The sea breeze blows on his face, blowing away his inner impulse and incomprehension. Facing the sea breeze, Lin Tian, who is calm in his heart, has enough time to think about the whole thing. The fact is not discovered at the time, but it is true. Hidden things. Stay here www.calm. Lin Tian has already got what he needs. It doesn't make much sense to stay here. Everything will be solved tonight. What is hidden behind the whole thing, the plan of the Navy and the purpose of the CP organization, will be revealed tonight when the storm is about to hit. In the few buildings in the city of water with lights still on, there are busy naval worlds and CP political workers everywhere, and they will leave here. Everything is ready. Walking briskly in the crowded corridor, King's Eye went straight to the meeting room, and each of the naval forces at their designated locations was ready for a video call at this moment, just waiting for King's Eye to go. In a dark room, next to the bed next to the window, a figure leaned against the edge of the bed, with his hands on his knees, his head very deep in it, and in this silent room there was a cry of sorrow. To be continued. Remember words? Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. The dark night is about to be filled with storms in the city of water, and everything will start on this storm tonight. In the bar, everyone has worn black tights. Now is not the time when they can reveal their identity. They are people living in the dark. It is better to live in the dark all the time. Sitting on the bar, Lin Tian had already changed into comfortable clothes. As for the wound on his chest, he did not explain to them. Fiska said, Instructor, we are all ready, everything is ready. and lightly nodded. Lin Tian put down the wine glass in his hand. According to the plan, everyone will go to the Galila company. As for the freedom of action, according to the reality, there is one thing: the iceberg can't die. As the captain, Discanal replied in a deep voice, "Understand. In this case, let's go." Standing up from the chair, he threw the wine glass in his hand into the fire on the side, leaving everyone out of the bar. The splashing wine instantly ignited the wooden chairs and wooden tables on the side. In a blink of an eye, the entire bar was already ignited, and the burning fire filled the entire bar. The dynamite packs, stacked in the corner, were ignited along the gunpowder line, and a squeaking sound rang along the fuse. In the bright flame, an explosion sounded loudly. The bar, in the flames, in the depths of the explosion, was blown out, and the wood chips burning with flames rose to the sky, and several houses beside them collapsed to the ground under the aftermath of the explosion. The big explosion raised a bright fire, illuminating the entire street, and there were also Lin Tian and others walking on the street. The flames from the explosion came quickly and disappeared quickly. The streets returned to darkness, and the broken bar could only continue to burn. And today coincides with the arrival of the annual storm. Almost all the personnel of the Water City ran to a fixed place to take refuge. There are no people in the street. Otherwise, such a big movement would cause much casualties and panic. The Navy is temporarily in command. At this moment, in the conference room, one huge screen is connected to the phone worm. The screen shows that the lowest rank is only the Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters, and even the Admiral is among them. Commands and conversations through these phone worms connect the various naval ministries in different positions so as to operate all departments in time. After all, this battlefield is not in one place. Click. As the screens darkened, the entire naval meeting finally came to an end. Turned around and looked at CP and Robin, who had been listening in the office. The main reason for CP is that this plan is also an important plan. At this last moment, they can already know. As for Nicole Robin, in order to warn him at last, let her die of other thoughts. Acting in accordance with a plan, it is best to make Lin Tian and the others truly despair of them, so that there will be nothing about the Navy next. If Lin Tian and the others insist on helping, the Navy will appear next, and I hope not to take that step. CP9, you acted according to your plan, and the Navy has reached the designated position. Qingzai issued his final goal. Turning his head from the window, looking at the upcoming storm that day, he whispered, "Where will this storm evolve? I hope it won't be like that." On the other side, Galila Company headquarters, where Vinberg lives, the entire villa has been surrounded by all company boatmen inside and out. Even the corridor is guarded one step at a time, and even the stairs are full of people. Not to mention, there are densely packed figures outside the villa. In front of the gate, a number of ship foremen sit on chairs. It can be said that the entire villa can't even fly with an ant, which is not an exaggeration. On a large tree not far from the villa, Luffy, Soren, Nami, and Chopper are standing on the trunk of the tree, using the dense foliage to cover the body, and the observer secretly observes the entire villa. Looking at the people around the villa through the binoculars, Nami couldn't help but breathe in air conditioning and shouted in surprise, "This is too many people, but there are hundreds outside, and I don't know how many inside." Pulling away the leaves, faintly looking at the moving figure, even Soren's face couldn't help showing a heavy color. The guards are too strict. This level of guarding can only sneak in through a strong attack. There are hundreds of people on the periphery of such a large villa, which is more exaggerated than what I encountered on the Whiskey Peak, where there are only 100 bounty hunters. And the boatmen here are not comparable to those bounty hunters. If they want to sneak in quietly, there is no possibility. After receiving the binoculars and looking at the scene, Chopper was surprised, and there were too many people. He turned around and said, "So, we just need to stay here quietly and wait for the situation to change." Of course, he handed the telescope to Chopper, and Nami made it on the trunk. The ship repairers here are very strong, and even the pirates are not opponents. We must be careful and wait for things to change. Luffy, standing on the side, said with a rare voice, "Yes, if you rush in, you will have to suffer." She was shocked. When she heard this, Nami was almost frightened and fell under the tree. "This kind of thing can be said from your mouth. The only person who should remember this is you." Leaning against the sturdy tree roots, Soren reminded in a deep voice, "Robin, don't be careless about the long night. If we missed it here today, then we will have to admit that Robin betrayed without knowing it, and we are counting on it." Robin was found. "Well, we must catch Robin," pressing his knees tightly, Luffy said firmly. On a tall building, not far from the villa, Robin, who was completely covered in a cloak, and another guy who was covered in generous clothing and an animal mask on his head stood there. "Alu alu." The phone worm was turned on, and a hoarse female voice came over. "How about it, are you ready?" A generous man's voice came from behind the mask. "Okay. Then I will disturb them, and the four of you will start to act after the signal." To understanding. When the voice fell, Robin retracted his gaze from the back of the portrait, staring at the villa below that he had entered last night. Bang, boom. An explosion sounded from the side of the villa, and thick smoke, mixed with a firelight, suddenly rising on the grass beside the villa. The boatmen standing at the explosion site were unlucky and were hit by the explosion, flew out, and fell to the ground. The loud explosion immediately alarmed the boatmen around the entire villa, and many people crowded over to help the several boatmen who were injured. "Quickly, send these people to the medical room for treatment. Those pirates are about to do it. Everyone is ready. Don't let those guys take the opportunity to sneak into the villa and protect Mr. Iceberg. Well, protect Mr. Vingberg." Several injured brothers were sent away, and the rest of the boat workers suddenly became vigilant, prepared their weapons, and stared at the dark houses and alleys around them. Since the manual hand is used, it must be hidden around. The previous explosion was deliberately used to attract their attention so as to take the opportunity to sneak into the villa. A boatman immediately thought of this and reminded him loudly, "Everyone, don't mess up, stand in their respective positions, don't let those pirates take the opportunity to sneak into the villa." Ah. IUBU. Screams, mixed with gunfire, sounded from the back of the villa. Before everyone could react in time, they heard loud shouts coming over. "Quickly, the pirates behind the villa have invaded, and my brother caught the pirate and let him escape." Hearing that there was only one boatman in the front row, he immediately stopped supporting backwards. There was only one pirate, how could it be the opponent of those boatmen? However, after waiting for more than a minute, not only did the sound behind him not decrease, it tended to become stronger and stronger. Gunshots, angry shouts, and screams still resounded across the sky. The sound from the back of the villa finally made the boatman in front of him unable to sit still, and Falston, who had an explosive temper, got up and ran towards the back. Illuminated by the lights in the lawn behind the bright villa, countless boatmen rushed towards the lieutenant general with various weapons in their hands. In the crowd, silhouettes flew upside down. Among them, it was the guy who broke into the villa single-handedly, covered in his clothes, and also wearing an animal mask on his face to attack Mr. Vincent. Holding an iron thorn whip in his hand, blocking the split saw, he raised his right foot and kicked it. The figure, which was bigger than ordinary people, was directly kicked out, and the boatman who rushed up with a number of hits and flies opened a channel. Turning over and avoiding the attacks of several boatmen, the iron thorn whip in his hand flew forward flexibly, blocking the boatman's footsteps, and the flesh on his chest opened, screamed, and fell to the ground and passed out into a coma. "Get out of the way, let us come, how can he avoid our attack?" While in the air, several boatmen with guns rushed up and aimed at Khalifa, who was floating in midair. IUBU. Glancing at the muzzle, with orange-red flames under his eyes, Khalifa stepped hard towards the void, and the powerful force in the air was kicked and exploded with his counter-effect. The descending figure suddenly pulled up, stepping repeatedly as if flying in the air, crossing the crowded crowd and directly landed on the surrounding open space. www.pelnavu.com. The boatman who rushed to see a figure falling in front of her eyes. For a moment after they reacted, they immediately raised the weapon in their hands and slew towards Khalifa. Why, some people are so stupid. I advise you to take action. You can't beat me, Khalifa persuaded at the last minute, thinking about the feelings of the same place for so many years. But for these boatmen it was of no use, and they didn't change their minds at all. Holding a big wooden axe, they leaped and smashed towards Khalifa's head. With a slid step to the side, Khalifa dodged the opponent's attack sideways, palmed his right hand, and slapped the opponent's chest. The huge figure was knocked out and hit the wall hard. No, there are two guys here who want to take the opportunity to get into the villa. Stop them quickly. To be continued. Remember words. Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. The calm villa, under the intrusion of several mysterious people, immediately panicked, and the chaotic sound resounded across the sky. Hoo. At the edge of the villa, on another tall building, more than a dozen figures in black costumes stood there, quietly watching everything happen below. A CP9 member has already caused the entire perimeter guard boatman to be in a stalemate, and the damage is slowly expanding. Every second, one boatman falls. Being in a high-rise building and seeing the domineering color increasing electromagnetic waves, the entire villa had completely disappeared in my own eyes. Silent Lin Tian said, now CP9 has broken into the villa and the guards inside are almost finished, and we have begun to act. Yes. Don't let everyone reply. What? There was a sudden shout. Before everyone could react to what was happening, I felt the tall building under my feet trembling, and a muffled noise came from the gap in the middle. What's going on? I wanted to bounce it directly, but now I am stuck in the middle. Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Tian immediately realized that it was Luffy who was in trouble. This kid didn't know what he was thinking, and he flew to the small gap between the building. Secretly shook his head and smiled, squinting at the people who looked down from the gap and said, well, you go first, I will wait in the past, remember to be careful, and the Navy is staring at the side. And, although I was puzzled, since the instructor had already said this, it means that he would take action to solve the guy below. Shoo. Everyone behind them got up and jumped, turning into a black streamer and leaping down the tall building, hiding into the darkness below. Seeing them disappear, Lin Tian put his gaze down, and through the small gap, he clearly saw that Luffy was stuck in the gap and his face was squeezed into a pie. There was a bitter smile on his face. He squatted halfway on the ground. An arc shot out from his right hand, but those arcs did not stay along the building. In the dark, bursts of invisible electric fields emanate from the hands, filling the gaps between the tall buildings, and the flashing electric lights in the hands are getting brighter and brighter. Open. A deep grin came from his mouth. The arc in his hand squeaked, and the light blue electric light shone down the gap. Luffy below raised his head and looked at this scene with a puzzled face. Suddenly, two tall buildings measuring tens of meters tremble slightly. As time goes by, in a blink of an eye, the frequency of tremor increases several times. Tightly caught in the middle of the house, Luffy was also inevitably affected. It was in accordance with a shaking frequency, and his whole body was shaking involuntarily. Ah. Fa. What happened? Why does this building tremble? Luffy said in a puzzled voice. In the trembling sound, the tall building slowly moved backwards towards the side. Who can imagine how terrifying it is that a huge tall building measuring tens of meters can move strangely under an invisible force? As the tall building moved, the gap began to increase slowly. Luffy glanced over the walls on both sides, and Luffy was surprised. What's going on? The building not only trembled, but also started to move. What happened? The widening of the gap gave Luffy enough space to move his body. Forget it, I don't want to have that much. I should hurry to the villa and find Robin to say. Grabbing the flagpole above, using the strong elastic force of the rubber, he flew towards the villa. Of course, this was in Lin Tian's horrified and helpless eyes. A bitter smile flashed across Lin Tian's face as Luffy flew away. The arc of his right hand disappeared, and he slowly stood up while leaning on his knee. That guy is so impatient, he doesn't need to think about anything, he is doing things by instinct. Shoo. The words fell, and Lin Tian turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared into the tall building at the same time. Tick. Tick tick. A drop of blood dripped down the blood hole on his body. The exhaustion and pain from his body finally couldn't bear it, and Barry fell to the ground. However, what I thought was that the purpose of lurking for 5 years could finally be realized today. I got the design drawings of the ancient weapon Pluto, but I didn't expect it to be fake. Lying on the ground, Barry said weakly, "How about it, make a fool of yourself, these drawings are fake." Originally, Mr. Vincent said he wanted me to take the drawings. I didn't expect that it was really not your opponent. The guy with the bull's head mask narrowed his eyes and walked towards Barry with his drawing. "Big talker, do you think there is nothing we can do with this?" "No matter what, only the people involved in this matter all can live for justice." Bang! Loud noises rang from the wall behind him. Several fist-sized rubbles flew towards the man. The rubble was broken with a mobile phone, and the man turned around quickly. I saw Luffy stuck in the wall, struggling with his mission, and complained, "Hey, it's clamped. Damn, it's clamped. Why is it always like this?" Squinting and looking backward, Barry's eyes were full of surprise. "Straw Hat Boy, what's going on? This is the 3rd floor." "Hey, it's you." When he heard his own voice, Luffy looked down and asked inexplicably, "What's wrong with you?" "It's okay, the blood is not only lying on the ground, it's scary." Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, actually broke into here at this time. "It seems that you are ready to bear the blame." Mask? Mask! You guys took Robin and handed Robin to me. Hey? Why don't you talk? Before he finished speaking, the man wearing the skull mask shot directly, kicking his feet into the void, and a crisscrossing vacuum chopping wave slashed towards Luffy. Seeing the attack came, Luffy's mission struggled. At the moment when Chopper Wave was about to hit, he finally struggled out and escaped the attack that cut the wall in half. Luffy, who had escaped the attack, turned around and saw the wall that had been cut in half. He was extremely surprised, kicked the wall away with one foot. Straw Hat Boy, be careful, Barry, lying on the ground, reminded loudly. I don't know when another masked man has come behind Luffy and kicked Luffy on the ground. One foot slammed on Luffy's neck, took out several specific fixing tools from the wide-mouthed clothing and stared Luffy on the ground, including his neck. Another man with a skeleton mask beside him also took out several of the same tools and nailed Barry to the ground in the same way. Imprisoning these two guys, the skeleton man said, "Let's go, the drawing is not here, let's go find the real drawing of the iceberg." Ignoring Luffy and Barry, who were imprisoned on the ground and barked, the two turned and walked outside the door to the iceberg room. The wall clock on the wall ticked, showing that the sound was flowing little by little. In the room, the iceberg lying on the ground and the CP9 gathered in the room both fell into strange silence. At this time, the man with the bull head mask suddenly said, "Shadow, at this time, you should also be here. It is meaningless to hide in hiding." The words fell, and they had already sneaked into the villa, and Disca and the others, who were observing the situation secretly, were not hiding either. Several dark shadows emerged from the windows. To be continued. Remember words? Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. In this room of tens of square meters, more than a dozen figures gathered in it. At this moment, under the confrontation between the two sides, Vingberg looked at everything silently, and he had already expected this, no matter who the two parties were. One is from the mysterious organization CP9 of the world government, and the other has no relevant information, but one thing can be confirmed. These people are also for their own ancient weapons drawings. Since both sides have the same purpose, in any case, the drawings are only the same, and both sides must be on opposite sides. Facing either side, I am not an opponent, but now I don't need to do it myself. The two sides will fight for what they have in their hands, and lose out. CP9, the most mysterious espionage agency under the world government, appeared at this time. For the government's ulterior motives, it used pirates as the framed person, secretly overriding control and alarming the entire Water City, and assassinating the Water City along Iceberg. Al straightly spoke, and pointed out the identity of the other party. He has always been disdainful of these guys who think they are righteous but do countless evil things secretly. Sure enough, just like Al's upset, the bullhead masked male on the opposite side said, "Everything we do is for justice and maintain world peace." That kind of thing must be a bomb that endangers the world in private hands. Especially if it's handed over to you, it doesn't make much sense to continue to hide your identity. The most mysterious department of the Revolutionary Army Shadow. The other party could know their identity. Al and others weren't shocked, although Shadow had always been premised on secrecy except for the people in this department. Even in the Revolutionary Army, there are no more than 10 departments. Knowing that there are shadows, let alone knowing the shadows specifically, only the leader of the Dragon and the deputy leader, and also the shadow controller, Lin Tian. But in a tight organization, you always have to contact and deal with the outside world. It is a shadow of spy nature. The most dealing organization is the CP, the secret spy agency directly under the world government. As the highest standard CP9 that ordinary people have never heard of, it is normal to know their identity in just one day. Revolutionary Army. Below the iceberg, listening to the conversation between the two parties, was extremely surprised. What happened last night? He was always wondering who the man in black was who suddenly broke out to rescue him. After guessing countless organizations, he never thought of the most mysterious and terrifying world. The only revolutionary army that can threaten the world government. However, after another thought, one side is the world government, and the other side is the revolutionary army. This is logical, and the two forces are the enemies of life and death. How could one party let it go? With the drawings of the ancient weapon Pluto, whether it is the Revolutionary Army or the world government, it has that kind of background. It turns from a paper drawing to a real one and then realizes mass reduction. An ancient weapon capable of destroying the world was acquired by one party, and for the other party was a disaster. Even if it was just a rumor, I would not bet on that trivial possibility. Aura. Being exposed by the other party, it was unnecessary to cover his face while wearing a headgear, and he reached out his hand to remove the headgear, and Al's face appeared. Looking up at the other party, Al's mouth curled up slightly, saying meaningfully, "Why, we have all exposed. Don't you dare to show your true faces, you self-proclaimed justice government agents. Or, I'm afraid that after showing my true face, I don't know how to face my boss. After all, it is disgraceful to calculate the loss." What? Hearing this, Lindbergh's face was shocked, and the plain words had already explained everything Al had to express. It was precisely because he heard the implication that Lindbergh was so shocked that he couldn't believe it. He looked up at the figures who attacked him wearing various animal masks. "So, you are actually Gilu." A white pigeon did not know where it flew from, and the sound of flapping its wings appeared very loud in the silent room. Amidst the horrified eyes of the iceberg, the white pigeon flew down on the shoulder of the man with a bull's head mask. Taking off the animal mask on his head, Luffy calmly said, "I have disappointed you, Mr. Lindbergh. We are the agents of the world government who have been lurking around. Luck, Khalifa, cat you." Seeing the attack on the three faces of his own, even if he was prepared, Lindbergh was still in shock at this moment. After 5 years with him, the few people he trusted the most were the agents of the world government lurking beside him. "If you obediently hand over what the government needs, things won't happen now." Took off his hood and glanced at the iceberg. Katyu's face was flat. Using the palm of her hand to straighten her somewhat biased glasses, Carly said, "I didn't want to work on the whole city that has good memories, but your persistence has made the above lose patience, and things have become where they are today." Bang bang bang. The applause used to express the good things, but it sounded at this moment, it was so ironic, to Luffy and others who betrayed their boss and still said so righteously. Al, who was slapped, said with a smile on his face in admiration, "It's a touching betrayal. A subordinate who has been lurking for 5 years and thought he can be trusted, but came here for the sake of it from the beginning. Isn't it surprised, Mr. Ice?" After some tension and shock, Vincent's heart has slowly recovered. Leaning on the hospital bed behind him, the whole person's spirit and appearance changed in an instant. He shook his head and said in a sad, bitter laugh, "Unexpectedly, my 5-year subordinates are actually the spy agents hidden by the government, and I still trust you so much." Yes, lurking is common for us. With his hands in the pockets between his legs, Luffy has always had that expressionless face. Similarly, betrayal is also common for us, but as soon as the conversation turned, Luffy turned his gaze to Frontal. Unexpectedly, the Revolutionary Army also knew about this matter. After we came here, we sent the most mysterious shadow, came here, and ran for the same purpose. Capitulo took the conversation and continued, "Such important secrets are clear. It seems that someone in the Revolutionary Army has already lurked to a very high position in the world government." Shadow? Hearing the names of these people in black from Luffy's mouth several times, Vinberg looked at Al and the others, full of curiosity and perplexity. Organizations comparable to or even surpassing CP9, even I have never heard of how deep the shadows are hidden, and what is shocking is that the Revolutionary Army has such power. Armed his arms around his chest, Al curiously asked, "Oh, so it seems that you CP9 are still very familiar with our shadow." Shadow. The most powerful and mysterious organization of the Revolutionary Army, gathered the most powerful and potential people of the entire Revolutionary Army to form this organization. Powerful and mysterious are synonymous with shadows. To what extent the entire Revolutionary Army is outside the leader dragon, and only its creator knows the detailed information of its organization. Even the members of the organization do not know which members they have. Even members of the Revolutionary Army know that the entire name of Shadow does not exceed 10. In terms of mystery, Shadow far exceeds CP9. With the most powerful group of people gathered in the entire Revolutionary Army, it goes without saying that the extreme terror and the high-end combat strength of the Revolutionary Army are basically among them. In many years of contacts and investigations by the world government, only little information has been investigated. Every member of Shadow is the elite of the elite, and the number of them is not very large, only 42. Divided into 7 teams, each team has 6 people, including a captain and 5 ordinary players. It also corresponds to the replacement of 7 code names. The code name is not only a pronoun, but also an assessment of the combat power of each team. The first team, as the name suggests, ranks first among the 7 teams, and so on. The higher the team, the higher the combat power. It can be said that the entire Shadow is a representative of the Revolutionary Army's high-end combat power, and its strength is extremely terrifying. In the explanations, the most mysterious shadow of the Revolutionary Army slowly lifted a little veil, but years of investigations by the world government have only detected these news, which shows that the shadow is mysterious. Listening to Luffy's words, Al's face was extremely calm, without the slightest extra expression all over his face, just standing there quietly, with his arms folded. As for the other members who are still hiding under the mask behind him, they can't even see their faces, let alone their facial expressions. In fact, Luffy was right, but these were only the most superficial points, and they didn't know the horror of the shadows. Don't look at the shadows, each team has only 6 people, but their combat power is terrifying. If you want to become an ordinary shadow player, you must have the high-ranking combat power of your department. If you want to be the captain of each squad, you must have the strength of the Navy headquarters to rival the Lieutenant General of the headquarters, not seeking victory, but at the very least, you must remain undefeated. This is still the weakest team, with a Lieutenant General and 5 members of the lowest colonel level. As for the front team, it goes without saying. In particular, the 3 teams in the top 3 have equally terrifying combat power. Al's 4th team's combat power is not much worse than that of the 3rd team, but the 4th team has been lurking here and has no combat achievements. The 1st and 2nd squad has undergone an essential change in combat power, especially the 1st squad, which is the existence of terror in the shadows. The 2nd team captain, Piska, was the strongest in the team except for the captain. The 2nd team was completely wiped out by the 4 Emperors for a mission www.com. The loss was that the Revolutionary Army was injured and Piska formed the 2nd team. Thoughts came out of his mind. Al's eyes swept towards CP9 and said, "Our 2 goals, presumably needless to say, are clear in my heart. They are all for the blueprint of the ancient weapon Pluto in the hands of Vincent. It seems that you are preparing to asterisk the blueprints in Iceberg's hands," Luffy said in a flat tone. "Our revolutionary army was originally born to overthrow the decadent rule of the world government. This kind of thing falls into your government, is the most harmful, and continues to maintain the decadent rule." After a pause, Al's hand slowly turned into air, without concealing his murderous aura in his words. "The only order we received was to kill any organization that robbed the drawings, and the drawings must not be obtained by the world government. To be continued. Remember words?" Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. In the room, Shadow's first contact with CP9 began with Shadow's declaration of killing intent. If you say that, then the order we CP9 received can be the same as yours, the Revolutionary Army. Luffy took both hands from his pockets. Streams of air slowly gathered in the hands, and the gray air bombs gradually formed in the hands. Aldeo, CP9, although you are the strongest spy agency in the world, your combat power is not our opponent, let alone your CP9. Now only 4 people are here. Don't talk about getting the blueprints. It's a problem for you to survive, but you can't do that with CP9. Perhaps this voice sounds a bit arrogant, but Al and the others have arrogant capital. You must know that the Shadows are the combat power of the Revolutionary Army, and each team is extremely powerful. The opponent of the Revolutionary Army is the world government. CP9 puts it nicely, it's just a small organization that doesn't rank high among the many organizations of the world government. Turning his gaze to Nicole Robin, Al's eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Nicole Robin, when we receive the order, I will take you back intact, so let's just follow us. Don't think about resisting, you are not our opponent." Hearing that, Nicole Robin's eyes flashed a little bit of puzzlement. This command didn't seem to be arresting herself, but rather like protecting herself. The eyes of Luffy and others also flashed in puzzlement. Luffy suddenly said, "Could it be that your Revolutionary Army really thinks it can take us down? It's your squad." His eyes flashed. Al paused his actions, seeing and hearing the domineering and calmly turning on, sensing the surroundings. Without order, the teammates on the side immediately became vigilant, and the tacit combat between teammates played vividly and delicately. Call out. A sound of breaking through the air came from behind, and the large French window was instantly pierced by a red beam of light, and it came straight towards Al. The sharp beam of light directly penetrated Al's head and penetrated into the ground. The scattered air, exuding the void, gathered together to reveal Al's figure, turning his back and looking at Doflamingo, who stood tall in the distance through the curtains that fluttered under the sea breeze. With murderous eyes, Alka remembered the battle last night clearly. Tonight will be the continuation of the battle last night. As soon as his figure flashed, Al directly walked out of the window. Mingji has already taken action. Although he is not in the villa, the other party's previous attack purpose is already very obvious. His opponent is him. Flying over, Al commanded, "I'll deal with Doflamingo. The 4 CP9s will be left to you to deal with. Solve these 4 guys as soon as possible, and remember that our final goal is not them." Her gaze disappeared from Al, and Ellie stared at the CP9 and others in front of him, then drew the long sword behind him and gave an order. "Kill." As the voice sounded, Ellie's figure burst out, and just at this moment, the flat ground actually moved strangely, and the shaking ground made the many shadows that rushed out almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, they were all elite revolutionary forces. After a brief period of panic, they immediately maintained their shape and barely stood on the ground. However, in just this short second, Ali's gaze swept away. Luffy had already seized the opportunity to grab the injured and immobile iceberg. The four of them appeared by the wall and walked into the gate that did not know when they appeared on the wall. Seeing this, Ellie's eyes changed, her feet pressed hard, and the spewing force vented along the soles of the feet on the ground. The hard concrete floor showed a series of cracks like spider webs, and the soles of the feet stepped deeply into the concrete ground. Stepped on and burst a big hole. With this reaction force, Ali turned into a streamer and rushed out, but Luffy and others had hijacked the iceberg into the door and slowly closed the door. A trace of eagerness flashed in his eyes. Without thinking, holding the sword in his right hand, he immediately split two slashes, invisible slashing and cross-cutting, on the wall. The hard wall collapsed instantly. However, behind the collapsed wall, there were no people like Luffy, including the corridor. Only the boatmen in the corridor were seriously injured. This is really the duck that got flew by the opponent. Ali stomped her feet hard and shouted angrily, "It looks like CP9 is underestimated. The opponent is already prepared for our appearance." Among the shadow players, coming from behind, one of the men stepped forward and asked, "What should I do now, Ellie? Will you continue to chase?" After thinking about it, Ellie still held up her palm and said, "No. Implementing the second plan, it doesn't make much sense to chase down now, and they may not be able to get the real blueprint from the ice. This is where the shadow rests at ease. The iceberg is not easy. If they can get the blueprint from him so easily, their Shadow 14 will not be lurking here for a few years, and there will be no gain. There is also the most important point: even if they get the drawings, they can't do without this city." Ta. A panic and anxious footstep sounded from the top of the stairs, and two figures appeared in the shadow's eyes, shouting and rushing towards them. It was Luffy and Barry. "You bastards, mysterious organization guys, don't want to hurt Mr. Vincent, otherwise I can't get around you. You will face the entire city of water." On the side, Luffy also shouted, "Uncle Vingberg is released, and our partner Robin is released to me. I want you all to beat up Luffy, Straw Hat Boy." The dark shadow behind his mouth was puzzled. What is going on with these two guys? What are they talking about? Taking a deep glance at the rushing Luffy, Ellie turned and left. "Leave them alone. The Navy should also act. Rush over as soon as possible and support the second team. The Navy is our real opponent this time." Following in Ellie's footsteps, the remaining few Shadow Team members followed the windows that came in before leaving the villa and disappeared into the vast night amidst the shouts of many boatmen below. On the lawn outside the villa, the front entrance of the villa that was supposed to be caused by Luffy's daredevil, but when they entered, they were indeed met by hundreds of boatmen with weapons and angry faces. IUBU. On the lawn, the three of Soren were chased by hundreds of excited boatmen. A gunshot sounded from behind, and the orange bullet turned into a yellow light at the end of the night and shot at the three of Soren running forward. Avoiding the bullet shot from behind, running, Nami cursed, "Where did the idiot captain run? There is no one at this time. What is that guy doing now?" For some reason, it was the bullet shot from the back or the boatman who was chasing. At this moment, Chopper agreed very much with Nami's point of view. He looked back from behind and looked forward. He suddenly said strangely, "Hey, who are those people in black?" "What?" Nami asked in doubt, turned her head and looked in front of her. "I saw several people in black flying out of the room where the iceberg of the villa was located on the lawn in front of them, several jumping rooms, crossing the lawn, flying out of the fence, and disappearing into the dark night." Soren said, "No, it seems that those guys are the ones who attacked the iceberg. Now they come out of the room, it seems that something happened to the iceberg." Suddenly, Chopper looked up and exclaimed, "Luffy? That's Luffy, he's in the iceberg room." Hearing this, Nami and Soren's expressions changed drastically in an instant, and they cursed, "Idiot, why did that guy get inside? Now we really can't cleanse after jumping into the Yellow River." On the other side, the 4-2-pair players led by Disca originally had 5 players, but I can think of where CP9 is, just in case. I am afraid that something will happen, just like that night. Suddenly burst out Flamingo and his caterers sent Ali over to increase their strength. Their purpose is only one responsibility, to stop the 2 lieutenants lurking nearby, 5 naval warships, and thousands of elite Navy soldiers. With the powerful intelligence capabilities of the Revolutionary Army, these naval soldiers who sneaked into the waters around the capital of water have already investigated the specific circumstances. CP9 shots will surely lead them out. How could the Navy miss these? Not to mention them, even if the instructors are here, the Navy will definitely move to stop them tonight. In this way, but with a current espionage agency CP power existing in the City of Water, they are not enough. After all, they are good at spying on intelligence and infiltrating. If they really fight, how could they be opponents of elite naval soldiers, let alone the Revolutionary Army, the enemy of the world government? Preventing the Navy's peripheral support forces is their primary task, and if given the opportunity, they can be given to eliminate those navies. After all, fighting now is just an appetizer. The true elite Navy forces have not yet come out. They also rely on their Shadow Second Team, 5 people, to solve thousands of elite Navy headquarters and 2 lieutenant generals. Reality. In the City of Water under the cover of night, every street is silent, without any light, except for the whistling wind. On the street, Disca and the others ran swiftly with black tights. This night is even more like a fish in the water. Ordinary people may not be able to find it even if they pass in front of them. Suddenly, a dark shadow emerged from the alley on the side of the street and attacked the Disco, leaving the team. The secretly hidden sneak attack did make Disca stunned for a while, but he immediately reacted, leaning back, avoiding the opponent's sharp nails glowing under the moonlight. Finger grab! 2 fingers, closed together www.palma.com, and quickly pierced the heart of the black shadow. The fingers, with bullet impact, broke through the defense of clothing and skin without any hindrance. But Disca did not smile on her face, but was deeply shocked, because when her casters touched the other person's skin, there was no warmth, or even the softness of the skin. Some are just as hard as a rock. 2 fingers pierce the skin, and the touch from the fingertips is cold, not warm, even inside the body. There is only one reason to explain this situation, and that is that it is not the living person who is attacking yourself, but the dead person. Only the dead will be cold and muscles numb. After thinking about this, the face will be filled with shock. When I look up, I can see that pale and gray are all colors on those faces. There is no rosy or vitality on the face. Even the rosy lips are pale and the eyes are tightly closed. Together. To be continued. Remember words? Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. The sudden attack made Disca stunned, but it was discovered that the attacker was a dead person, which deeply shocked Disca. The dead would even sneak attacks secretly. Could it be that he was dreaming? This kind of thing is completely a fantasy. But then there was a scene that was no longer shocking to describe. Shocked. This is the best description. Even a guy like Disca who has experienced countless life and death crises was shocked. The assailant, who had been judged to be a dead person, suddenly opened his eyes with a faint smile on his face, but the numb cheeks and smile made people tremble from the soles of their feet. He opened his eyes were white, and he stared closely at Disca below, his pale face covered by a twisted smile. Is this a ghost? Disca couldn't help but raise this strange thought. But these thoughts, just as they came up, have been strangled by Disca. As a strong man, his mind is far stronger than ordinary people. After a short period of shock, his heart has returned to normal. Said aloud, although I don't know whether you are a ghost, or if you are secretly overtaken, but in front of me, blocking my footsteps, even if it is a ghost. When the voice fell, Diska's right hand had reached behind the quilt, tightly holding one of the two swords on his back, quickly pulling it out and waving it towards his eyes. A powerful slashing blow came from the sharp sword tip, slashed on the distorted smile, the horrible corpse, and the cross light shined from the corpse. The dead body that flew over his head burst into several pieces immediately and fell to the ground. The cold dead flesh did not leave a trace of blood. The few players following behind him hurriedly reacted from the sudden appearance of a daze. This series of actions and thoughts only happened in a short moment. The body that fell on the ground with no blood left once again stunned the team members who had reacted. As agents, they have often dealt with corpses, whether it was the person they killed or someone else. In an instant, I recognized that it was a dead corpse. It was because they understood that they were shocked. They were often active in the New World. They thought they had seen a lot of unthinkable things, but compared with this dead corpse sneak attack, they obviously fell into the next. Multiply. Reaching out and pressing down on the four people behind, this is a warning signal. Perceiving the captain's actions, the four people gathered behind, in accordance with a tacit understanding cultivated over the years, stand in positions that are easy to rescue and resist the opponent's sneak attack. He raised his head and swept toward the front. The dark houses, with only outlines, were visible in the eyes, and the street lights on the street were not turned on because of the once-a-year storm. There was nothing when I glanced around, and the sights that turned on were domineering. Although I couldn't determine the specific location of the opponent, he sensed an evil aura which came from the front left. Moving his gaze to the front left, Diska said loudly, "Presumably this should be an undiscovered demon fruit ability which can be controlled even by the dead. You are the one who attacked the bar. Click before the push, use the death. It is also you who declared to deal with our instructors." After experiencing the previous shock, Diska had already understood the identity of this guy, combined with the weird things that Al had previously proposed to him, and the instructor planned to conduct the last-minute advice tonight. The loud words rang in the empty alley. After more than 10 seconds, the voice slowly fell into silence again. Time passed every second, and in a blink of an eye, more than a minute has passed, but so far, no one has left. Could it be that the other party is still not ready to show up and continue to hide in the dark? Seeing that the other party was still not showing, Diska's face changed in the dark, and she muttered, "Step on." At this moment, a faint sound of footsteps sounded in the sound of the wind, and the sound of footsteps covered by the sound of the wind, although extremely small. But at the moment when it sounded, Diska had already noticed it, turned his gaze, and looked forward. The sound of footsteps sounded not from the front left, but from the front of the street. As the distance got closer, the sound of footsteps became louder and louder, and the Shadow 2 team members behind had also noticed the coming of the opponent's footsteps, and their eyes could not help being attracted by the sound of footsteps in the darkness before them. Frowning slightly, Diska's hands on the back of his hands were lifted calmly, palms opened and squeezed suddenly, and he noticed the captain's movements. The four players behind them quickly turned their gazes away from the front and looked around vigilantly to prevent the sound of the opponent's footsteps from being attracted, but they secretly attacked while their eyes were attracted. The footsteps grew louder and louder until the figure appeared from the darkness at last, and the footsteps also stopped. It was a black coat all over. There was a black scar on the firm cheeks and the brows and feet. Not only did it not disfigure it, but it added a cruel feeling to the hard cheeks. And these are not the most eye-catching places. On his forehead there is a half-moon-shaped protrusion, and the half-moon-shaped imprint under the moonlight emits a faint white light like the moon, which is very strange. A trace of puzzlement flashed across his face, and Diska said blankly, "In addition to the world government and our revolutionary army, there is also a group of third-party strengths. I am afraid it is you." This was the news that Lin Tian informed everyone just before the start of the plan tonight, and it was also after Robin had done something with himself that he truly confirmed that it was not Doflamingo who had released the death message, but someone else. Yes, it seems that your revolutionary army is not so easy to be guided. It has already been discovered that I am not on the Navy side, the man said calmly. He seemed to have a determined face, but his middle-aged uncle's age was like a young man in his 20s, and his youthful words revealed a rare aging. It seems that this is also a person with a story. He also has a lot of hatred with the instructor, Discus speculated in his heart. Secretly shook his head and expelled the extra thoughts from his mind. When we knew that the Navy had a plan to target us, we secretly hid it next to us and used the ability of Doflamingo's line to make a shot, disrupting our thinking and aiming. Transfer to the Navy. You are hiding in the dark, waiting for this last opportunity to take action. You who want to solve us and bring death information to the instructors, I am afraid that you have a lot of hatred with our instructors. Instructor? Hearing these Revolutionary Army's address to Lin Tian, the man couldn't help but stunned. Then he woke up with a very surprised expression on his face. Surprised, unexpectedly, the famous naval genius Lin Tian is actually the instructor of the most mysterious shadow department of the Revolutionary Army. Based on the time calculation, it seems that when he was in the Navy, Lin Tian was already a revolutionary soldier. This news will really shock the entire Great Root. The genius of the Navy's face was actually an undercover revolutionary army, and the face of the world government and Navy will probably be lost in an instant. You didn't expect too much. The long sword in his right hand flipped over with a sigh, and Disca's tone revealed a touch of murderousness. However, you have no chance to know the rest. Ah! The sharp blade of the sword swept across the air, and a powerful force poured on the blade, sending out a powerful slash from the air, killing the man standing on the street, not far away. Shred! Facing the oncoming cutting machine, the man's face changed slightly in the darkness, and even he was shocked by the power contained therein, and his step slightly stumped towards the ground. Suddenly, on the street, huge slabs of bluestone flew up from the ground, swarming to form shields to block the street between the two. But even the steel can easily cut off the slash. How can it be blocked by a few pieces of ground bluestone? Before touching the road slash, it was easily cut off by a leaked sword light, and it turned into a bang. Countless fragments fell on the ground. Seeing that the bluestone slab did not actually block the attack, the man's eyes tightened, and then the mud covered under the bluestone slowly rose from the ground, turning into two big mud toms standing on the street. The two mud toms slowly closed, covering the powerful slash. Bang! An explosion sounded from the closed mud tom, and the invisible shockwave and explosive energy instantly ruptured the mud tom, and countless mud mixed with stones flew in all directions. The collision of mud and slashing as the two sides cancelled each other out and disappeared on the street, leaving only a huge deep hole and the mixture of mud and stone falling all over the ground, showing the previous collision. Seeing that the opponent blocked his slash so easily and didn't even move his footsteps, Disca slowly began to formally recognize the man in front of him. With his hand, it was enough to show his combat power. Very powerful devil fruit ability can control matter. It seems that the ability to control the dead and the living before is this kind of ability, right? The man did not answer, and the corners of his mouth in the darkness did not smile. It seemed that Disca's inference was obviously wrong, and he did not estimate the opponent. He raised his gaze, glanced at the 5 people in front of him and the nearby buildings, and asked, "Why, since I know my existence, why didn't he see Lin Tian? Doesn't he want to meet me? It's not that you don't want to, but you are not qualified for our instructors to do it." In Disca's plain tone he expressed his deep respect for Lin Tian. "I will solve you." "You?" the man asked with a smile. "Forget it, you're just an instructor in his hands. Although swordsmanship is pretty good, it's not enough to deal with me. Let's find your instructor." The long sword in his hand turned quickly, and the moonlight reflected from the bright sword body completely illuminated the man's cheeks on the opposite side. Bang! In the face of Disca's attack, the man did not do it himself, but patted it. Loud clapping applause rang through the alley. Under the light of the beautiful white moon, several figures flashed out in front of the man, blocking him. At the same time, in the surrounding alleys and on the roofs of tall buildings, one figure after another appeared, surrounding the second team of shadows including Diska. People. To be continued. Remember words? Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. In the dark night, under the moonlight, a group of people emerged from the houses behind them. The entire street, whether it is in the alleys, on the side, or the surrounding buildings, are full of figures. The 5 second team players, including Diska, are now tightly surrounded by the opponent, no matter on the roof or around. Perceiving this scene, the faces of the 4 shadow players behind them changed drastically, and they looked around in panic. They instinctively stretched their right hands behind their backs and drew out their back double swords. Everything happened only for a moment. As a member of the Shadow 2 team, the storms and scenes experienced were much greater than this, and there were not a few. The reason for panic was that none of them found out how they came here. To be clear, the 4 of them have been observing the surrounding environment and whether there are any sneak attacks or secretly ambushing people. But now, with so many figures appearing around, they didn't move at all. Even if they were ordinary members of the second team, their combat power was not a simple ordinary member level. For example, armed casters, domineering and sea herd casters, domineering are common to everyone. When they were alert before, the 4 of them had already turned on the domineering casters and watched each other's movements. It is precisely because of this that they are shocked, seeing and hearing the domineering opening. There is no such figure coming, not even a trace of something wrong. Only one reason can be explained, that is, these people's combat power is far surpassing them. Will this situation happen and prevent them from detecting? His eyes quickly swept towards the surrounding figures. Of course, Diska understood the reason for the panic of the players behind, and his heart was also full of puzzles and doubts. Their second team can be said to be the most elite team in the Revolutionary Army, apart from the first team that overwhelmed them. Not to mention the Revolutionary Army, it means that the entire world is looking for an equally elite team that surpasses them. Pointing to both sides, with his hands behind his back, he gave the command of a tentative attack to the team behind, nodded slightly, and the 4 members of the second team turned their eyes to each other. Shoo, hoo, slam. Flashed and rushed out in all directions, and attacked the standing figures towards the positions they had planned. He already understood the other party's purpose. This is Lin Tian's purpose for organizing these elites into a team. Each team has a strong tacit understanding as long as a look, or even an action, can understand the other's meaning. This kind of team of 6 people cooperated with tacit understanding, and the combat power that can be exploded by uniting can be doubled. It is not a fantasy to resist twice the number of the same combat power. However, the formation of such an elite team does not know how much manpower and material resources it will consume, and there is still time, and even the entire Revolutionary Army is tilting huge resources and funds. There are also elites, selected by the entire Revolutionary Army each year as fresh blood to supplement them, and it took several years. Among them, I don't know how many people died, and the experience of the entire team's destruction has happened. In the end, only 7 elite squads remained, and the only ones who could play in this way were the world government besides the Revolutionary Army. As for the 4 emperors, under the change of Lin Tian, whether it is the Revolutionary Army or the entire world government, the change in strength between them is no longer so simple and can be surpassed. Land foot. With a low shout, his right foot suddenly kicked towards the void, the light blue vacuum chopping wave, quickly slashing towards the 2 standing figures in the alley. The narrow alley, surrounded by strong walls, amid the loud noise of the rumbling home, 2 deep impressions appeared on the wall, but the alley was in the middle. The 2 silhouettes that withstood most of the attack power of Langio were instantly knocked out and fell to the ground, knocking out 2 large pits, arousing large pieces of rubble. How is it possible it can be solved so easily? It won't be so weak. Stopped the attack, and watched the two people who were knocked down by his own move. In a low voice, the Shadow Team couldn't believe it. As soon as the voice of doubt fell, two figures fell into the deep pit, and they slapped their hands towards the ground, tumbling and rushing towards the Shadow Team members. His eyes condensed slightly, his hands clenched into fists, and his arms were domineering, covering his fists. I know you guys, it's not that simple. Let me try your strength. Bang! With a strong footstep, the hard bluestone ground shattered in pieces, and the Shadow Team quickly rushed out, facing the two figures that attacked, with two fists toward their respective targets, and quickly hit them. Bang bang! The four punches collided, but there was a sound of metal collision, which was completely different from the physical collision in normal fighting. Perceiving the metal-like hardness of the fist, a trace of puzzlement flashed in the eyes of the shadow players, and they were immediately pressed down. No matter what kind of opponent you face in any battle, distraction is a taboo in the battle, and sometimes the outcome is often decided in an instant. Phew. The fist was blocked, and the two figures slapped their fists tacitly and slapped them towards the chest of the shadow players in front of them. When the fists struck, the Shadow Team quickly changed their moves, fisted into palms, quickly grasped the opponent's wrists, stepped forward and approached the opponent's body, and a cold feeling came from his skin. The body leaned slightly, just stuck in the opponent's fists. Both hands released the opponent's wrists, the dark palms clenched the fists again, and hit the opponent's chest with full force. Bang bang! There was another metal sound, and the same metal-like hardness came from the fist, but this time it did not block the power of the shadow players. A few clicks sounded from his chest, and under the tremendous power of his fist, the opponent's chest sank directly, but there was a colder temperature. Is that so? As if trying to understand something, the Shadow Team member showed an unbelievable color on his face, got up and jumped, avoiding the opponent's attack. Shave! The figure flickered, rushing into the opponent's skill, and the right-hand blade suddenly cut off the neck behind him. Under the action of speed and strength, the broad palm showed the sharpness of a blade and cut off the opponent's neck. Sure enough, everything was as expected by the shadow player. The opponent's neck was chopped off, like a ball, rolling down the ground and disappearing into the darkness, but no blood was left. This is not a living person, it is also a dead person, or a dead person who has not known how long he has been dead. The blood in the body is coagulated in the blood vessels, and through special handling, these dead bodies are not decayed and are controlled by the other party. Call. The air-breaking sound coming from the ear interrupted the Shadow Team member's thinking. The right hand became an eagle claw, and he accurately grasped the other one and waved his wrist. The strength of his right hand suddenly increased. In the sound of the click, he pulled down the opponent's arm, but there was still no blood flowing out. This was also a dead body, and his footsteps slid slightly to the side, using the same method to remove the opponent's other arm. After being pulled off with two arms, the dead body did not fall down, still moving its feet and attacking the shadow players unremittingly. Withdrawing back, pulling away from the dead body, the arm has been removed. The dead body has been difficult to attack, just a decoration. I still need to ask for a certificate. I opened the clothes, covering my arms, held the two dead man's arms with both hands, and looked at it in the moonlight. There was a deep shock on his face, and at the same time there was some enlightenment. I saw that the arm under the moonlight reflected a faint metallic light. It turned out that the surface of these dead bodies was covered by a layer of iron. No wonder that when the fist collided before, it felt so hard. It turned out to be hit on the metal. With these discoveries, the Shadow Team members quickly turned their heads toward Captain Diska, who was facing the moon mark with a beautiful white light on his forehead, and shouted, "Captain, these guys are the same dead bodies as before, but these dead bodies are covered with a layer of iron clothes. Both defense and attack are improved a lot." "Captain, so do we too. Same as above, the same situation here. The guys who broke out are dead bodies, not living people." Hearing that, Diska's face flashed with enlightenment. It is no wonder that so many figures of the other party came to them. Calm, tilde. They did not notice, even if the domineering color of seeing and hearing was turned on. It turned out that these were all dead corpses, and only the figures of the corpses were left, and there was no sound anymore, so how could he find out the same domineering look? Looking forward and letting the man go, Diska's face showed a heavy color. Until now, the strange power displayed by the other party has shocked Diska. Controlling the object, and controlling how long the dead body was attacked, what kind of devil fruit ability this guy is, there is no trace of such devil fruit ability in the devil fruit illustration book. Staring at the opponent, Diska commanded with his bat on his back, Tika, smash the head of the corpse in front of you. Hearing the sudden order from the captain, Tika showed a trace of puzzlement on his face, but he still followed the captain's order. The figure flashed, and his fist struck the head of the corpse. To be continued. Remember words? Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. At this moment, on the house in the Villa district, where the iceberg is located, a large group of people gathered in the house after Ellie and the others left. I know that even if I apologize, you can't forgive us. We, who are immersed in shipbuilding with you, are suddenly unbelievable for being an enemy. Do you want me to step on the face of an iceberg to show you? Very, said Luffy. Clenched his fist, lowered his head and trembling, Harry waved and shouted, "Stop talking, Luffy. I already know that the guy wearing the bull's head mask has the same voice as you before, you beast, you dare to play with me." Knotted flying rope. An angry Harry rushed out, his hands stretched out towards the 4 guys in front of him. 2 ropes, tied with flying knives, waved along the waving hands. Like a flexible snake, the sharp blade flew in the air, sending out there were bursts of sound. Shave. Luffy's figure flickered, flexibly dodged the flying rope. Harry's horrified eyes had not fully risen. Luffy had already rushed in front of him. The fingers were quickly inserted toward the chest, and a clear blood hole had appeared in the chest, and a scream was emitted from the mouth and fell towards the ground. Kneeling on the ground, Harry finally asked in a puzzled way, "Why do you want to attack Mr. Vinberg? Is it just a world government order?" Slightly squinted his eyes, Luffy said, "Don't try to hold on. We have understood the 6 types of extreme skills beyond the human body. After long-term training, we have martial arts that are as powerful as weapons. The strength of my fingers is comparable to steel and can burst. Comparable to the impact of bullets." Looking at Perry, who was barely maintaining his body and standing slowly, after thinking about it, Luffy sighed slightly and grabbed Perry's neck. Full of killing intent, "Forget it, since you already know these secrets and can't survive in the world, let me solve you." Just when the big open hand was about to press towards Harry's head, Luffy, who couldn't stand on the side, roared and kicked towards Luffy with his legs stretched out. Snapped. The palm of the falling hand lifted slightly and quickly grabbed Luffy's foot. Seeing that his attack was blocked by the opponent, Luffy jumped up high. With the help of the rubber elasticity of his right foot, he leaped towards Luffy, raised his arm high, and his right hand flew out quickly. The fist hit, like a rain of bullets, hit Luffy below. Iron block. With a secret thought in his heart, Luffy bends his knees slightly and stands on the ground as a horse. Luffy's powerful fist hit Luffy, but it is difficult to cause a die-in injury. The opponent did not even move his body shape. Withdrawing and waving his arms, Luffy drew back and fell on the ground with a look of shock on his face. "What's the matter? There is nothing to do, just like hitting Lin Tian." Shave. Luffy's figure flickered and his movement speed surpassed the limit of the naked eye, creating an illusion like disappearing. In fact, Luffy, who was moving at high speed, had already come behind Luffy, stretched out his steel-hard fingers, and stapled at the back of Luffy's head with all his strength, obviously wanting to kill him with a single blow. At this moment, Luffy suddenly turned his head without even thinking about his fist. He slammed towards the back. The powerful fist hit Luffy's face with his horrified eyes. In an instant, blood was flowing, and Luffy was directly knocked out, hit the ground hard, smashed through the room, and fell into the floor below. What? Several exclamations sounded from the mouths of everyone present, whether it was the rest of the people who belonged to P9 or the iceberg and Barry lying on the ground. After being caught in front of this scene, Luffy suddenly punched him, punching the rumored Captain P9, and fell into the floor below. How is it possible that your reaction speed keeps up with the speed of shaving while locking and attacking, even in how old that you is? At this moment, the face is also filled with deep shock. The Navy 6 poses, but the P9 has a unique feature. If you want to join the P9, you must learn all the Navy 6 poses. They are proud of the 6 poses for a certain qualification. Capital. Withdrawing his fist and looking at the big hole he had knocked out below, Luffy calmly said, I have seen this kind of attack 5 years ago, and I have also been beaten many times. I am often beaten by Lin Tian. Although the speed is still not as fast as Lin Tian. But I have summarized a set of methods to deal with this kind of attack. That is the sound and instinct. No matter how fast you are, you will always have a sound. At the moment you notice it, rely on instinct to throw a fist. Now I want to beat you all, clenching his fist, Luffy said domineeringly at the moment. Taking back the previous shock, it is still very clear to the captain that you and others that just such a punch will not cause much harm to the captain. Stepping forward, that you said with a hint of disdain in his tone, although you have seen 6 forms from the rebel Admiral Lin Tian. Do you think you can really keep up with our real speed? That youth's footsteps continued to rise, and the speed instantly increased to an extreme speed, as if it had disappeared, and only the sound of wind rang in the air. Not good. Seeing this, the iceberg lying on the ground said without a second, the Straw Hat Boy, distinguished by the sound of the wind, but now that you is doing it on the edge, if he hits his fist by instinct, will be avoided by the other party. This is where that you has confidence. After all, Luffy can only detect the shave, but it does not mean that Luffy can keep up with him. However, even if he heard Vinberg's kind reminder from the side, Luffy's face did not change, calm and yet, as if ignoring the other party. Suddenly, Luffy shot, suddenly stretched out his palm, grabbed to the side, moving that youth's figure at high speed. The next moment he appeared in his hand tightly. You are far behind Lin Tian. In his horrified and unafraid gaze, Luffy grasped that youth's collar tightly and suddenly pressed it towards the ground. There was a bang, which sounded from under Luffy's feet, and just how powerful the furious Luffy was, it could be clearly seen in the loud noise, the house that was smashed out of a big hole again. The iceberg that hadn't been worried by Luffy before had been shocked by Luffy's violent counterattack again. It opened the most and couldn't close for a long time. If it is a coincidence that the previous hit on Luffy is a coincidence, then this time the shot to siege the high-speed movement of Batu is the real strength of Luffy. Just now, Batu, who was still looking forced, was held tightly by the opponent the next moment, like a hammer hitting the house, punching a big hole and ending up with a sane, forced Luffy. Vincent couldn't help but think of a sentence, I told you to pretend to be forced to be struck by lightning. Pulling out the cart in the ceiling forcefully, Batu, whose head was bleeding under the impact of the gravel, was about to throw it toward the lawn below with a loud shout. Landfoot. Seizing the opportunity, he stepped towards Luffy, who was in front of him, and suddenly kicked the light blue vacuum shockwave. The shockwave overlapped on the soles of the feet, as if the feet were emitting light blue light, kicking towards Luffy's abdomen. Perceiving a sense of crisis in his abdomen, Luffy hurriedly released Batu in his hands and hit on his side, responding quickly, but the distance between the two parties was too close. The abdomen was still slightly scratched by Lam's feet, but it was enough to cut the Lam's feet of a building. Even if it was slightly scratched, there was still a few centimeters long wound on the abdomen. For Luffy, it was just a small injury that was not worth worrying about. His fist slammed forward and released Batu, but the opponent was already prepared. It is difficult to hit the opponent by surprise, but you quickly drew away Luffy's fists and pulled away from Luffy at the same time. At this moment, the house under everyone's feet suddenly trembled, and a cold light rose from the room below the house, and the solid ceiling was directly cut open. From the cut crack, two figures were clearly seen flashing in the room below, but after fighting for more than 10 strokes, one of the figures was seized by the opponent, kicked on his chest, and flew out along the crack. Looking up, Luffy was taken aback by the face of the flying figure, and then immediately reacted and shouted, "Hey, Soren, why are you here? Come here." With a wave of his arm in the air, he grabbed Soren, who was about to fly upside down, and pulled it in front of him. However, Soren knew exactly what Luffy's accuracy and way of doing things were. Even if he was ready, he was dragged by Luffy to the house. Holding the word Hideo and the third generation of ghosts, Soren suddenly jumped from the ground and said angrily, "Idiot, if you guy dares to do this next time, I must stamp you." "Well, I see." Luffy didn't reply sincerely, with a happy smile on his face, raising his hand to think about it. "However, I have found the Robin." "Is it?" His face changed slightly, and Soren followed the direction of Luffy's finger and looked forward. Chapter 416. Looking forward, Nicole Robin had removed the mask on his face and stood opposite, with the injured iceberg lying under his feet. The position of the opponent was clearly known. After a pause, a trace of disappointment flashed in Soren's eyes, and he said solemnly, "It seems that everything is just as Chopper said. Robin has made a choice, so it seems that starting today." "No, I don't believe it." Before Soren had finished speaking, Luffy had already stopped, facing Robin, who had been silent in front of him and didn't speak. Luffy still has hope in his heart. "Robin, I don't believe it. You will tell us that you betrayed us, and if you don't believe that you took action against Lin Tian." "There must be something unspeakable behind this happening, isn't it, Robin?" While pursing his lips, Robin's heart is full of struggle and heartache, but facts are facts, fantasy is fantasy. Everything has been back since yesterday. What can he do to save something like that? His eyes were filled with determination, and his eyes were full of indifference when he raised his head. He calmly said, "Everything was very clear yesterday. Didn't Lin Tian and the others tell you? I am not one of you now, and I stand on the side of justice." Hearing what Robin said in person, the excited Luffy was there suddenly. His mind was blank, and he had lost the most basic thinking ability. "Robin, you really did those things?" The words came from that dumb mouth. No matter what Chopper was saying, without hearing and seeing it in person, Luffy always had a glimmer of hope in his heart. But at this moment, these words came out of Robin's mouth, and there was no need for self-deceiving explanations. The illusion was broken in an instant, and only the very contrasting reality was revealed. Shaking his swords tightly, Soren stopped in a deep voice, "Stop talking, everything is already reality, and the Robin in front of him is no longer the Robin he knew before. She is no longer one of us. This is her choice. It is also our choice." Lin Tian expelled the other party as the deputy captain. Listening to Soren's relentless words, Robin's teeth clenched tightly, not knowing whether he was unwilling, or he saw his partner's eyes turn from expectation to gray, or from today onwards, he was going to the endless dark prison. "Never see you again." The iceberg that fell to the ground, the eyes stand between the two sides, the three of them were full of expressions in their eyes, and they took a deep breath and said, "Wait a minute." Boom! A gun sounded, and at the same time there was a low growl screaming. Lindbergh put his arm around his other arm that was hit by a bullet, lying on the ground, enduring the pain of transmission, and his forehead was gradually filled with cold sweat. In various cases, Robin calmly retracted the spear with a faint green smoke from the muzzle in his hand. "You still stay honestly, now you have no position to speak, if you don't want to die." Looking up, Robin's begging gaze, Vincent sighed secretly in his heart, closed his mouth, still didn't say much, and looked at things quietly. The eye contact between the two was followed by Soren, who was watching Robin's actions secretly. He caught his eyes and noticed the eye contact between the two. A trace of puzzlement flashed in his eyes, and he didn't say much. Under the dilapidated house, there was a loud noise again, and a group of dark shadows flew out and fell heavily to the ground, rolling down at the feet of Luffy and Soren. Seeing the figure flying out of the foot, the faces of Luffy and Soren changed drastically at the same time. They were seriously injured, and clear blood appeared on the fur, tightly hugging Nami's figure in their arms. No, I forgot about it, that guy who doesn't know what's still up there. Soren thought of regret, quickly retracted his swords and checked Chopper's injuries. Suddenly, a figure with his right hand flew out from below. 5 sharp cold lights, glowing with white light, flew towards Chopper and Nami lying on the ground. On the side, Luffy screamed, and Fee rushed forward. Stop, you bastard, I want you to beat him up, rubber. Rubber gun. Who wouldn't say big words? The power of the 6 types is beyond your imagination. The figure raised his head, shocked Luffy. I saw a cat's face appear in front of his eyes, a large body about 3 meters, close to 4 meters, a strong body, a flexible tail swaying behind his back, and a bloodthirsty red light in his eyes. Wow, why did you become like this? What is this falling on the ground? Luffy exclaimed, puzzled. Behind him, Chopper regained consciousness a little, watching this scene, and hurriedly reminded Luffy he is an animal demon-capable person, or a carnivorous animal. Both speed and strength will be much improved. It's a pity that Chopper reminded it was too late at this moment. Liu Kai's figure was another Navy-style 6-shave, but this time the speed was more than a few layers higher than before. Flashing in front of Luffy with horrified eyes, he quickly slammed his fist, hit Luffy's throat, knocked Luffy out, and fell heavily to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Luffy clutched his throat and coughed, and the great Liu Kai said, "Do you think that can beat me? I am a cat fruit-capable person who can transform into a leopard man. Natural, animal, and superhuman. Among all kinds of peculiar abilities, the animal has the ability to purely increase the body, and the power will be strengthened regardless of the break. In terms of attack, the animal is the strongest." Finding that Namio, who was in a coma, woke up, Robin's face remained unchanged and suddenly turned and walked towards the edge of the back room. "I'll leave first, and you can solve the problem yourself. I will wait for you on the train." Turning back to look at Robin and leaving his back, Liu Kai calmly said, "You go first, you don't need to do anything for the next thing, we will solve it, and I know some things in my heart. I don't need you to say it, and I will go." 2. Die in his head, Robin jumped straight out of the room and disappeared into the eyes of everyone in puzzlement. The dumb riddle between the two parties, only members of P9 and Robin knew in their hearts that one of the transactions between the two parties was that they could not attack Straw Hat Luffy. Turning around to look at the several pirates in front, Liu Kai gently stretched out his hand to touch the blood on his mouth. "It seems that you are not as weak as you imagined. Under the guidance of the Navy trader Lin Tian, one can keep up with the speed of shaving. The other has already touched the presence of shaved. However, for those of us who have endured ordinary people from an early age and can't stand the training and thus learned the 6 forms, you are just a baby who has just learned to walk." Luffy stood up, raised his fist and attacked Liu Kai, shouting, "Shut up, are you forcing Robin to give us Robin Ring?" He stretched out his hand at will, blocked Luffy's fist and grasped it tightly, slowly exerting force on his hand, abruptly squeezing Luffy's fist. Calmly said, "She just made a correct choice in time, and did not persecute her. The dark and the path of justice, she chose our side, the principle of darkness, and embarked on justice. Don't listen to you so much nonsense, I know it is our partner." The angry shouts could not express Luffy's mood at this moment. Leaping high, his right fist quickly hit, forming a fist shadow and attacking Liu Kai. In the face of the attack, Luffy did not defend, but pulled Luffy's arm forcefully, causing him to lose his direction in midair, and his figure flashed to his side. He stretched out his palm and grabbed it towards Luffy. Under the moonlight, the sharp and big fingers reflected white light and grasped Luffy's head accurately. "Fly me outside the island." After 2 steps back, Luffy quickly turned around beautifully, bulging his arms high and bursting out strong power, threw Luffy into the sky, disappearing into the dark moonlight, not knowing where it fell. Soren shouted worriedly, "Luffy!" The colleague ran towards Luffy and rushed towards the front. He immediately pulled out the Hideyoi character and 3 generations of ghosts from his waist with both hands, and slashed towards the back of the opponent. Iron. Perceiving the attack from behind, Luffy squinted and swept towards Soren and turned back and swept his leg, blocking Soren's slash. But on his left leg, Soren cut out a series of slight wounds, and the blood only shed a little bit, and the wound was quickly closed due to the increased recovery force of the animal devil fruit. He raised his eyes and looked at Soren. "Courage is okay, but your strength is too weak. Some things can't be done by courage alone. You can also fly for me." When the voice fell, Luffy's left foot suddenly increased, and he kicked Soren, disappearing into the black night like Luffy, not knowing where he fell. Sweeping her eyes, Nami, who had just woke up from a coma, and Chopper, who was lying on the ground with serious injuries and worse than ordinary people, whispered softly, "Take care of this. Some things are better hidden in the dark. As for these 2 people, it's up to them to survive. Remember, words?" Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. Looking forward, Nicole Robin had removed the mask on his face and stood opposite, with the injured iceberg lying under his feet. The position of the opponent was clearly known. After a pause, a trace of disappointment flashed in Soren's eyes, and he said solemnly, "It seems that everything is just as Chopper said. Robin has made a choice, so it seems that starting today." "No. I don't believe it." Before Soren had finished speaking, Luffy had already stopped, facing Robin, who had been silent in front of him and didn't speak. Luffy still has hope in his heart. "Robin, I don't believe it. You will tell us that you betrayed us, and if you don't believe that you took action against Lin Tian." "There must be something unspeakable behind this happening, isn't it, Robin?" While pursing his lips, Robin's heart is full of struggle and heartache, but facts are facts, fantasy is fantasy. Everything has been back since yesterday. What can he do to save something like that? His eyes were filled with determination, and his eyes were full of indifference when he raised his head. He calmly said, "Everything was very clear yesterday. Didn't Lin Tian and the others tell you? I am not one of you now, and I stand on the side of justice." Hearing what Robin said in person, the excited Luffy was there suddenly. His mind was blank, and he had lost the most basic thinking ability. "Robin, you really did those things." The words came from that dumb mouth. No matter what Chopper was saying, without hearing and seeing it in person, Luffy always had a glimmer of hope in his heart. But at this moment, these words came out of Robin's mouth, and there was no need for self-deceiving explanations. The illusion was broken in an instant, and only the very contrasting reality was revealed. Shaking his swords tightly, Soren stopped in a deep voice, "Stop talking, everything is already reality, and the Robin in front of him is no longer the Robin he knew before. She is no longer one of us. This is her choice. It is also our choice." Lin Tian expelled the other party as the deputy captain. Listening to Soren's relentless words, Robin's teeth clenched tightly, not knowing whether he was unwilling, or he saw his partner's eyes turn from expectation to gray, or from today onwards, he was going to the endless dark prison. "Never see you again." The iceberg that fell to the ground, the eyes scanned between the 2 sides, the 3 of them were full of expressions in their eyes, and they took a deep breath and said, "Wait a minute." Boom! A gun sounded, and at the same time there was a low growl screaming. Lindbergh put his arm around his other arm that was hit by a bullet, lying on the ground, enduring the pain of transmission, and his forehead was gradually filled with cold sweat. In various cases, Robin calmly retracted the spear, with a faint green smoke from the muzzle in his hand. "You still stay honestly, now you have no position to speak, if you don't want to die." Looking up, Robin's begging gaze, pinched inside secretly in his heart, closed his mouth, still did not say anything, quietly watched the development of the gaze. The eye contact between the two was followed by Soren, who was watching Robin's actions secretly. He caught his eyes and noticed the eye contact between the two. A trace of puzzlement flashed in his eyes, and he didn't say much. There was a loud noise again, from the dilapidated roof underfoot, and a group of dark shadows flew out and fell heavily to the ground, rolling down at the feet of Luffy and Soren. Seeing the figure flying out of the foot, the faces of Luffy and Soren changed drastically at the same time. They were seriously injured, and clear blood appeared on the fur, tightly hugging Nami's figure in their arms. No, I almost forgot, that guy who doesn't know what is still up there. Soren thought of regret, and quickly retracted his swords and checked Chopper's injuries. Suddenly, a figure with his right hand flew out from below. 5 sharp cold lights, glowing with white light, flew towards Chopper and Nami lying on the ground. On the side, Luffy screamed, and Fee rushed forward. Stop, you bastard, I want you to beat him up, rubber. Rubber gun. Who wouldn't say big words? The power of the 6 types is beyond your imagination. The figure raised his head, shocked Luffy. I saw a cat's face appear in front of his eyes, a large body about 3 meters, close to 4 meters, a strong body, a flexible tail swaying behind his back, and a bloodthirsty red light in his eyes. Wow, how did you become like this? What the asterisk is this? Luffy exclaimed, puzzled. Behind him, Chopper regained consciousness a little, watching this scene, and hurriedly reminded Luffy he is an animal demon-capable person, or a carnivorous animal. Both speed and strength will be much improved. It's a pity that Chopper reminded it was too late at this moment. Liu Kai's figure was another Navy-style 6-shave, but this time the speed was more than a few layers higher than before. Flashing in front of Luffy with horrified eyes, he quickly slammed his fist, hit Luffy's throat, knocked Luffy out, and fell heavily to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Luffy clutched his throat and coughed, and the great Liu Kai said, "Do you think that can beat me? I am a cat fruit capable person who can transform into a leopard man. Natural, animal, and superhuman. Among all kinds of peculiar abilities, the animal has the ability to purely increase the body, and the power will be strengthened regardless of the break. In terms of attack, the animal is the strongest." It was discovered that Namio, who was in a coma, woke up. Robin's face remained unchanged and suddenly turned and walked towards the edge of the roof behind. "I'll leave first, and you can solve the problem yourself. I will wait for you on the train." Turning back to look at Robin and leaving his back, Liu Kai calmly said, "You go first, you don't need to do anything for the next thing, we will solve it, and I know some things in my heart. I don't need you to say it, and will do too." Nodding his head, Robin jumped straight off the roof and disappeared into the eyes of everyone's puzzlement. The mystery between the two parties, only CP9 members and Robin knew, in their hearts, the content of the transaction between the two parties, one of which was that they could not attack the Straw Hat Luffy gang. Turning around to look at the several pirates in front, Liu Kai gently stretched out his hand to touch the blood on his mouth. "It seems that you are not as weak as you imagined. Under the guidance of the Navy trader Lin Tian, one can keep up with the speed of shaving. The other has already touched the presence of shaved. However, for those of us who have endured ordinary people from an early age and can't stand the training and thus learned the 6 forms, you are just a baby who has just learned to walk." Luffy stood up, raised his fist and attacked Liu Kai, shouting in his mouth, "Shut up, are you forcing Robin to return Robin to us?" He stretched out his hand at will, blocked Luffy's fist and grasped it tightly, slowly exerting force on his hand, abruptly squeezing Luffy's fist. Calmly said, "She just made a correct choice in time, and did not persecute her. The dark and the path of justice, she chose our side, far away from the darkness, and embarked on justice. Don't listen to you so much nonsense, I know it is our partner." The angry shouts could not express Luffy's mood at this moment. Leaping high, his right fist quickly hit, forming a fist shadow and attacking Liu Kai. In the face of the attack, Luffy did not defend, but pulled Luffy's arm forcefully, causing him to lose his direction in midair, and his figure flashed to his side. He stretched out his palm and grabbed it towards Luffy. Under the moonlight, the sharpened big fingers reflected white light and grasped Luffy's head accurately. "Fly me outside the island." After 2 steps back, Luffy quickly turned around beautifully, bulging his arms high and bursting out strong power, threw Luffy into the sky, disappearing into the dark moonlight, not knowing where it fell. Soren shouted worriedly, "Luffy!" The colleague ran towards Luffy and rushed towards the front. He immediately pulled out the Hadaoi character and 3 generations of ghosts from his waist with both hands, and slashed towards the back of the opponent. Iron. Perceiving an attack from behind www.com, Luffy squinted towards Soren, then turned around and swept his leg to block Soren's slash. But on his left leg, Soren had cut out a series of minor wounds, and only a little bit of blood flowed out, and the wounds were quickly closed due to the increased recovery force of the animal devil fruit. He raised his eyes and looked at Soren. "Courage is okay, but your strength is too weak. Some things can't be done by courage alone. You can also fly for me." When the voice fell, Luffy's left foot suddenly increased, and he kicked Soren, disappearing into the black night like Luffy, not knowing where he fell. Sweeping her eyes, Nami, who had just woke up from a coma, and Chopper, who was lying on the ground with serious injuries and worse than ordinary people, whispered softly, "Take care of this. Some things are better hidden in the dark. As for these 2 people, it's up to them to survive." Phone reading. Bang. Diska's figure abruptly retreated, waved his aching arm, looked at the dead body in front of him, and frowned slightly. www.com. It seems that this dead corpse is different from those. I didn't expect the body to be so hard. Even when I punched it down, it was only slightly sunken, and my fist still felt tingling from a hard object. These corpses were different from the surrounding corpses, and the hardness of their bodies was not comparable. If Diska punched it down, he would feel pain. Stopped his footsteps, looked forward to the 4 dead bodies standing in front of the man, and they could be placed in front of the opposite side by Fang Fang, which was also great for dead bodies. Different from other corpses, only a layer of molten iron was poured on the skin, and the inside of the 4 corpses in front of them were also watered. The exterior was not watered with molten iron, but a special alloy which was much harder than iron. A large amount of alloy poured into the body not only caused the 4 dead bodies to increase their weight sharply, but also strengthened their stability. It is not so easy to knock them down. Boom! When the 4 corpses moved, they stepped on the ground. The fragments of the hard bluestone slabs under their feet were directly crushed into powder by a huge force. It is conceivable how heavy these corpses have. As the blade turned, Diska rushed forward, and the sharp tip of the sword brought a wave of cold light, flashing across the street, with a cold light blade, and with a penetrating cold, it was still closed. I can feel the sharpness, and my hair can't help but tremble. Before the blade arrived, the air trembled and shattered the enemy's fighting consciousness. If the enemy was a swordsman, I would not even have the courage to lift the sword. However, the things facing them are no longer humans, they can only be said to be corpses with nothing, and the cold breath that permeates people is like a decoration at the moment. They have lost their sense of insensitivity and consciousness. They are already manufactured objects, all controlled by the man in front of them, attacking and defending, including any actions. Under the cover of darkness, Diska did not notice that the man who was more than 10 meters apart at this moment had his brows towering slightly, dripping sweat on his forehead. Several attacked corpses stopped their advance, accelerated and retreated behind. The man also knew that Diska's trick was not easy, and he overpowered them to retreat and wanted to avoid the attack. But just these few corpses of great mass, how could it be comparable to the speed of Diska? The figure flew out and advanced to the front as soon as he stepped on it. Picture cut. Several cold light flashed across several corpses, and the next moment, 2 identical Diska figures appeared strangely in front of the 4 corpses, even holding the sword in the same posture. He took a beautiful sword flower in his right hand, placed his backhand behind him, and stared at the man who was only a few meters away from him. His vague face appeared in front of him very clearly. A burst of ground sounded from behind, and the 4 corpses, shattered into 4 pieces together, flew around, fell to the ground, and the fractured incision, illuminated by moonlight, emitted a metallic light. As the corpse exploded under the slashing and cutting, the afterimage of the disco behind it under high-speed motion was also washed away under the impact of the broken corpse and fell to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing that his control of the corpse was resolved by Disca, the man was not angry, but left and clapped his hands to praise him. For strength, it's a leader-level figure in the shadow of the Revolutionary Army. This swordsmanship is the strongest I have ever seen. He swings 8 swords in an instant. The direction of each sword is different. The speed is fast, even in the air. Save the afterimage. Facing the compliments from the other party, Disca did not change much, saying, "Don't say so much, if you just use this trick, then you don't have the slightest chance to escape from my hands." Even though he said so, but Disca would not relax his vigilance towards the other party. The 4 overridden corpses were solved by himself with 1 move, but the other party was not surprised or panicked. If it is not pretending to be suspicious, there is only one possibility. The opponent has a whole cart in his hand that gives him enough confidence to solve himself, so he doesn't care about small losses. There was no answer, but the man said to himself, "Compared to living people, dead bodies have many advantages. They can be remodeled at will, there is no pain, they completely obey orders, and the overriding is simple and effortless." But death is also the biggest weakness. Once any strong person dies, there will be a corpse. There is nothing what can be superb, and there is no development potential. Hearing this, Disca frowned slightly, and he had probably guessed what the man in front of him wanted to say. Therefore, the dead body is the best use as cannon fodder. For elites like you can only use shoo. The voice was still falling, and Disca clearly felt several voices rushed over from behind, and instantly broke into the battlefield behind. They resolved more than a dozen dead corpses in the surrounding area. The 4 shadow players behind him suddenly had time to breathe a sigh of relief. These corpses didn't have the armor, poured with molten iron on the outside, causing a little trouble. After understanding the nature of these corpses, they can be solved with a single sword, and in just tens of seconds, all men's mouths have been solved. But as soon as they let go, the next moment they were behind the captain, they felt several voices coming towards them at an extremely fast speed. A dark shadow rushed from the corner and rushed directly to one of the shadow players. Shave! Without thinking about it, the sudden attack made the shadow team members stunned. Their feet moved quickly, hiding aside, but the opponent's direction changed quickly, and a powerful cheating swept across the air with a whistling sound. The sense of crisis, coming from the top of the head couldn't get down and lower down, just to avoid the opponent's attack, and the sound of the wind was brought up by the sweeping leg. Sweeping on the top of the head, like a sharp knife cut, the black tight-fitting headgear was cut open, and the right hand suddenly supported it, using it as a pillar. The right foot was rotating and kicking into the opponent's chest. There was a muffled sound, and the invisible shock wave dissipated like a hurricane. With a strong kick, there was no change in the situation, and the opponent was kicked out. Both feet suddenly stepped on the ground, and the hard ground was directly stepped out of 2 deep gullies, sliding back more than 10 meters before stopping the backward figure. The body shook strongly, the curved back stood up, and the shadow players kicked their legs strongly, as if they did not cause harm to the opponent. Ta-ta-ta. Lifting his head, the bloodthirsty red glow flashed through his eyes, and the man who broke out suddenly stepped on his feet and fell with each step like an explosion, thinking from under the soles of his feet, and a big hole appeared on the ground. The speed has increased rapidly. www.pelnavel.com. The shave level has been mentioned in an instant, and the figure flashed several times, and it has appeared in front of the shadow players. A punch without fancy, but with a powerful force. Even the air under the punch, an explosion sounded, and invisible punches wrapped around the fist. With such a powerful force, the complexion of the shadow players changed drastically, and the thought of being prepared to hit with a punch immediately disappeared in his mind. His hands hurriedly crossed his chest to form a defensive posture. This punch was irresistible and could only defend himself. However, when that punch came and hit his arm, he still underestimated the punch. The power of war vented out like a flood, like a sledgehammer hammered in the chest. I am afraid that it would feel like being hit by a meteorite. Boom! Boom! The inverted figure directly hit several buildings, and large holes appeared in the solid walls, and the shadow team was deeply buried in the ruins and smoke on the ground. The battle behind him was seen in full view by Diska, and his team members were knocked into the air with a punch. Even if he was shocked in his heart, he almost entered the rank of Lieutenant Admiral, unable to resist even the opponent's punch. The figure that came out was too strong. The most important thing is that there are more than one combat power of this level, but there are 4. Who is this man? He can gather 4 men with such combat power? No. Perhaps it is more appropriate to describe it as control. Turning back to look at the man with a good chest in front of him, Diska couldn't help thinking in his heart what identity and ability he has, and why it is difficult to find his whereabouts, even in the Revolutionary Army intelligence database. But one thing is clear, he can daring to draw chestnuts from the fire between the Navy headquarters and the Revolutionary Army. This man must not be underestimated, whether he is courageous or the power he controls. To be continued. Remember words. Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. Countless rebel flew up with an alarm, hitting the hard wall, and pits appeared one after another. In the thick smoke, the shadow team members walked out of it. The mask on their face had been scraped by the gravel, and it didn't make much sense to wear it. Then he lowered his face mask, and the clear blood stains appeared at the corners of his mouth, stretched out his palm to wipe the blood stains, and the shadow team members looked at the figure that suddenly broke out. The burly body, the dark gray cloak behind him, was wrapped forward with a thick finger chain, and his rough face gave people a sense of speechless domineering, but now they were only in their hands. Before seeing the face of the attacker from close range, the shadow team members already knew the identity of the opponent, but because of this, they couldn't help but feel sympathy. Slowly said, the Broken Mountain Fist Tifa, the big pirate with hundreds of millions of rewards in the New World, a pair of meat fists, have made a breakthrough in the New World of the powerful. A powerful fist, even Deshin, can collapse with a single punch, so it is called the Broken Mountain Fist, but it has disappeared in the last 2 years. There are rumors that you were killed by someone. I didn't expect. Shaking his head, the shadow team members were full of sympathy and sadness, now in a situation 10 times more uncomfortable than death. The strong have the dignity that belongs to the strong. Most of the strong will do their best to fight, even if they know that they will pay for their lives. Failure will naturally pay the price, perhaps death or serious injury. But if you are overtaken by the enemy, become an involuntary puppet, and be trampled on your dignity by others at will, this kind of fate is more uncomfortable for the strong than death. It is precisely in that position that the shadow players can't help but feel sympathy. If they stand in the same position, they would rather hope to die. Stretching his hands behind his back, slowly pulling out the long sword behind him, and shaking it gently, the trembling hum of the sword body resounded clearly in the air. Let me end it all, no matter what position you are in, the dignity of the strong cannot be trampled on, and help you to escape from it. After speaking, the shadow team removed the scabbard from behind, and the long sword was retracted into the scabbard again and clamped around his waist. He glanced at Tifa in front of him, and slowly closed his eyes. Hearing the words of the shadow players, I don't know if it caused the same feeling. The figure in front of him trembled slightly, but it only lasted for a few seconds before it stopped. Stepping forward, the force of terror vented on the ground. Pieces of bluestone slabs shattered on the ground. The footsteps were centered, and the ground within a few meters sank downward. It flew out without warning. The distance of more than 10 meters was reached in a blink of an eye. When he came to the shadow players, Tifa's ordinary fist was raised high, and he shouted in a low mouth, "Smashed Mountain Fist!" At this moment, the shadow players who closed their eyes tightly increased their aura a little bit. Their spirits reached their peak in an instant, and their invisible aura was vented between heaven and earth. At that moment, the eyes opened, and the sword-inspired gaze swept forward, and the whole body was concentrated on the sword. Without hesitation, the shadow player swung the sword abruptly. Pause and cut. Ah! The dazzling cold light shone on the street, and couldn't help attracting everyone's attention. The players who belonged to the shadow suddenly showed shock and confusion on their faces. What happened over there? That guy can actually let that guy use his strongest move with one shot, a move that gives up his life or death, and his whole body is concentrated on this sword. Even Diska was puzzled in his heart, and thought to himself, "This kid, what kind of medicine did you take today?" This is the trick. As soon as you make a move, it's a completely desperate style of play. Is it any stimulation? As for the man on the opposite side, his face changed slightly, slowly revealing a heavy color. It's just that an ordinary team member has such a combat power. How powerful is the Shadow Department, and how powerful is the Revolutionary Army hidden? However, it is not so easy to defeat the cannon fodder I have tried so hard to get. On the battlefield, where everyone's eyes converge, the Shadow team members have already swung a bright sword, and the bright sword light seems to be slashing away the shady sword, covering the world. Arm color domineering, covering the right fist. The pitch black fist is in sharp contrast with the bright light, but the surrounding fist strength. In the slightly trembling air and the void through which the fist passed, tiny black traces flashed past, and even the space could not bear the powerful force. Two powerful attacks, like meteorites falling from the sky, slammed into each other hard. Bright eyes, invisible attacks. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The world stopped turning at that moment. The light suddenly disappeared, and the dazzling light flashed across the street in an instant. Bang! Boom! There were two alarms in succession, and then the earth trembled, and huge dark cracks appeared on the ground. The surrounding houses swayed with the wind and shook violently in the ground, like wicker skewed by the wind. The cracks, like spider webs, climbed up the hard walls. Countless crushed stones fell from the walls, and the falling smoke instantly covered the entire street. This was just the beginning. In the next moment, a more powerful force vented on the ground. The street where the whole street was located suddenly dropped more than tens of centimeters. The trembling tall building finally collapsed under the last straw. The tens of meters tall building collapsed, and the movement was terrifying. Even the villa a few kilometers away can feel the alarm, the villa burning in the fire, the iceberg and Nami who escaped from the dead, and Chopper, the ambulance staff being recruited for wound treatment. Countless smoke and dust cover the whole street, the busy street in the daytime. Countless tall buildings flooding both sides. The dazzling array of shops have all been destroyed. Only a piece of ruin was left, and it still stood there, perhaps as a lake to describe it. The collapsed ground has been quickly filled with seawater in the surrounding river. These rivers are all connected to the sea, and the sea surface blown by the storm, breaking waves of more than 10 meters high at extremely high speeds. Before the smoke has cleared, it has become a lake. The collapsed building, with high roofs surpassing the height of sea level, is like a lonely island in the sea on which several figures stand. Surviving from the impact just now, even the strong people have suffered some scratches, but at this moment, they can't help looking at the center in the sea. Holding the long sword tightly, deep under the water, using it as a support force, he barely kept standing, but he was about to fall down at any time. His chest was hit by the opponent's fist abruptly, and a big pit was sunken. Probably all the ribs on his chest were broken. Opposite, the gravel fist Tifa had a huge wound on his chest, from the top of the head to the feet. The arm covered by the domineering arm color had been slashed and cut, otherwise it would be the body. In spite of this, Tifa has also reached the final juncture. With only a short breath, he is still alive and will die at any time. But before death, as a powerful person who was overridden and used as a tool, he could regain his consciousness or die in battle. For Tifa, it was already a great honor. At the last moment of his life, Tifa showed a smile on his face, looked down at the shadow players who seemed to fall at any time, and said gratefully, "Thank you, let me die at the last minute." In this chaotic era of great pirates, countless terrorists and all kinds of forces, for their own purposes, do not compromise their means. Every moment, the great route is staged scenes of the weak and the strong, www.telna.com, even the strong. One day, you will die on the road of exploration. No one can know what you are facing next, but you have to step down. With the promotion of the times, there are no strong ones who are not strong. Every explorer is a victim of the opening of a new era. The calm voice sounded in the void, and Lin Tian's figure slowly appeared beside the seriously injured and dying shadow player, and he hugged the opponent's figure that was about to fall. Lin Tian. Seeing the last enemy appear on the stage, the man clenched his fists, forcibly suppressing the anger that filled his heart. Turning around to look at the angry gaze coming from behind, Lin Tian said with an intriguing expression on his face, slowly, "The Moon Clan, there are still people alive, to be continued." Phone reading. Lin Tian's arrival caused the entire battlefield to fall into silence. From the sudden trough, everyone couldn't help stopping their movements. Instructor, Minister. Different names sounded from Shadow's mouth. Diska used to be an instructor under Lin Tian. Just like Al, his usual name is Instructor. Dian responded. Lin Tian looked forward to the fallen high building. The standing man had a faint white moonlight half-moon mark on his forehead, so eye-catching. However, when seeing the mark on the man's forehead, as if thinking of something, Lin Tian showed a different expression on his face. Needless to say, everything was already in the expression. Seeing that influential mark, Lin Tian finally understood everything at this moment, and understood why the other party would attack him, and why he would hate him so much when he saw him. After a few seconds of silence, Lin Tian sighed in surprise, and said in surprise, unexpectedly, "I really didn't think that the New World Moon Clan still exists in this world." "Are you surprised?" "I didn't expect that the glorious family back then, there are still people alive, let you down, Lin Tian," the man shouted angrily. Listening to the conversation between the two sides, Diska's eyes showed incomprehension. For the intersection of the instructor and the man, I would not feel confused. If the two had no hatred, how could this man count as an instructor? It's just that the Moon Clan, in the conversation between the two, why hasn't anyone heard it in the New World, such a distinctive mark, how can it be impossible to see it? The man who was still calm before, saw Lin Tian appear, as if he had changed himself, with such a big mood swing. What kind of deep hatred is there between the two? Really surprised, Lin Tian said without disguising his head, and straightforwardly admitted, "I always thought that in the past, I could not see the Moon Clan. I didn't expect to see one today." There was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. "I didn't expect it. God let me survive that devastating disaster. Even God can't see what you did, and you want to retreat from the gate of *** for revenge. Hey." Lin Tian sighed deeply. Looking back on what happened that day, it was as if he was right in front of him, like a nightmare in his heart. Looking up at the man, Lin Tian pursed his lips and said, "There were many reasons behind the incident that day. There are some things in it that you don't know, and it's not what you think. If you really want to know the truth, I can." "Enough." The man swayed forward and angrily stopped Lin Tian's next words. "Do you think I would still believe those words? You deceived my father and everyone. In the end, you left, but let us take us as victims. The anger in my heart has reached a kind of dim peak, especially when I heard Lin Tian rightly saying those lies, as if he had forgotten what he did back then. Father, Lin Tian seemed to have thought of something when he heard the words, and his eyes showed thoughtfulness. It was just that the matter had been separated for several years, and it was difficult to remember some specific people and things. Call. With a sudden swing of his right hand, in the sea below, half of the tall buildings, destroyed in the previous impact, rose from the water, fell from the sky, and fell towards Lin Tian, who was standing on the water. The man suddenly made a move, so that the rest of the shadow players couldn't help but froze, and Diska, who had the first reaction, was about to cut down the building. Lin Tian, who was in the center of the depths, suddenly spoke and stopped Diska's movements. Diska, wait a minute, you should leave first, and then settle this kid. After rushing to the seaside port, the Navy has now started to board. The shore is up. But Diska said instinctively, but immediately thought, if even the instructors didn't solve it, then what use are they here? He hurriedly changed his words. Yes, instructor, when I arrange this messy rat, I will go to the port and stop the Navy headquarters soldiers. Looking at the badly injured comatose boy in his hand, Lin Tian calmed down, and the shadow team slowly flew in front of Diska and was caught by him carefully. Turning his head towards Lin Tian, Diska took the seriously injured Shadow Squad member and the other 3 Shadow Squad members, flashed across the sea, and rushed towards the Navy. Seeing Diska and the others leave, Lin Tian turned his eyes, but looked at the man in front of him, and did not set his eyes on the tall building that had been smashed down, as if the behemoth tens of meters did not exist. Squeak. A light blue light rang out from the body, and the invisible electric current turned into electrons and filled the void, forming a huge invisible force field. The tall building, shrouded in his head, falling from a high altitude, was blocked by an invisible force field a few meters away from Lin Tian, and instantly offset the terrifying impact, blocking half of the tall building. Seeing this scene, the man's face changed slightly. Obviously, he did not expect Lin Tian to be so relaxed. Without even moving his footsteps, he blocked the high building that fell from the sky. You must know that even if it is only half of it, this tall building is about 20 meters long and weighs hundreds or thousands of tons. How strong is the impact if it falls from a high altitude? It is hard to estimate even a man who uses this trick. It is no problem to destroy a street. With such a power, with the strength of a man, it is impossible to stop nothing. Suddenly, Lin Tian lifted up with one hand and turned into a shining thunder and lightning, like a forked tree branch, flooded the sky and spread in the void. The flickering electric light spreads over the high-rise buildings floating in the head, and the bright light envelops the high-rise buildings, and the squeaking sound rang, rising on this small island, shrouded in darkness, bringing a brief light. Thunder and lightning, that's Lin Tian, looking at the electric light in the distance. Such a large discharge, Lin Tian must have been dragged by someone and caught in the battle. Chopper, we have to work hard. Lin Tian secretly helped. We blocked a lot of trouble. On the dark streets, many figures were holding torches and running along the road, shouting the name of the Straw Hat Boy, looking for the figure of Luffy. In the silhouette, standing Nami and Chopper stopped, looked at the electric lights on the other side, their eyes full of worry. And Kyoba firmly died in his head. After Vinberg told them, they already knew everything. Robin was afraid and helpless, and Lin Tian, who was a revolutionary army, www.mtelna.com, everyone. Being deceived, Robin traded their lives for their survival. Now they are the only 2 who know the truth. They must tell Luffy everything to rescue Robin. Luffy, Soren, you 2 guys are here now. Countless lightning flashes, and those tens of meters of high-rise buildings are reduced to ashes and dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye under the thunder and lightning. Withdrawing his palm, Lin Tian looked calmly at the horrified man, and said, I know that I have survived that day. I am afraid that I have my own answer in my heart, and it is impossible to calm down and listen to my explanation. But sometimes, the truth is often beyond what you expected. Since you won't calm down and listen to my explanation, then I will let you calm down. Lin Tian knew in his heart that he who had escaped from that incident was burdened with terrifying hatred and hatred for himself. With that kind of hatred, he couldn't calm down and listen to his own explanation, or he might believe that he explained. Some things, the deep hatred buried in his heart for several years, have become the driving force for survival. There was no answer. Just as Lin Tian had expected, the man showed a disdainful smile on his face, obviously not taking what Lin Tian said to his heart. Slowly swinging his right hand, 3 black shadows flew out from the surface of the water and from the ruins of the collapsed house. It was the other 3 powerful men, controlled by men, but they buried them in the previous battle. Don't you think that you can cover up that massacre only with your own words? From that year to now, I have been hiding it, even if I knew that the enemy was outside, but I didn't get enough power for revenge. I have tolerated till today. The 3 figures leaped high and headed towards Lin Tian. To be continued. In the water capital, covered by darkness, at this moment of the storm, several places were turned into battlefields. In addition to the confrontation between Lin Tian and the man, there was another place where battle broke out. Super Whip. Doflamingo dodged the air cannon sideways and shot a sharp line killer with his right hand, rushing towards him. The lower body turned into an attacking L, flying in the air, chasing after Brother Ming. The compressed air in the lower body provided a powerful boost for the flight. Everywhere he passed, a white line appeared on the horizon. The body turned to the right, and the string of thread passed through the strong wind, and it was clearly blown onto the face, as if being cut by an invisible knife. Lifting his eyes to look at Brother Doflamingo above, the compressed air from L's lower body suddenly erupted, and a column of air soared into the sky, and L was invisible in it, rushing to avoid Brother Ming. However, the speed of the air column was too fast, breaking through the speed of sound in an instant. Before Ming took a step, the air column had already hit the chest of Ming, who couldn't avoid it. Brother Ming, who was knocked into the air, was flying in midair. He didn't expect to stop his retreat for the first time. Instead, he waved countless silk threads with his hands shrouded in midair. After doing all these things, Ming-Ji quickly withdrew and retreated below. He didn't think that this kind of silk thread could deter Al, who is a natural air fruit. Sure enough, just as Ming-Ji expected, Al's figure appeared where he was standing, and a fist suddenly shot out. Perceiving the sound of fists from above, Brother Ming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The power of the opponent's fist was too great, not the kind of power that every time he was hit, an explosion would come from the opponent's fist. Even if I take it head-on, the impact will not feel good. Seeing that his attack was avoided by the opponent, Al was not discouraged. He turned back and avoided the thread killer shot by Brother Ming. His figure flashed and appeared on a tall building not far away. Brother Ming stepped on the line pillars laid out in the air, and it also landed on a tall building, and the two faced each other across a tall building tens of meters away. Looking at the wound in his abdomen, Al showed a different smile on his face. It's not forgiving that it's the deepest hidden Brother Doflamingo in Kyohei, the famous clown in the underground world, and his combat power is so strong. The bounty is really too low. As the shadow of the most mysterious department for the instructor, the enemy that the whole world knows, there are a lot of related intelligence revolution army. It can be said that from the moment when Brother Ming left the holy place of Mary Jioya to now, Doflamingo has more or less a brief introduction. Touching the blood on his mouth, Brother Ming stretched out his tongue and licked the blood on his fingertips with a brutal smile on his face, and smiled. I haven't tasted the taste of my blood for so many years. But being here for 2 days shocked me. The shadow of the mysterious department of the Revolutionary Army rumored that it actually exists, and with such a powerful combat power, only a captain level can fight me. After a pause, Ming's face slowly became heavy. I didn't expect the already powerful Revolutionary Army to hide such a powerful force. I am afraid it is beyond the expectations of the major forces in the entire world, but... As soon as the conversation turned, Brother Ming showed a different smile on his face. However, the Revolutionary Army suddenly has such a powerful force, not only the world government, even the other major forces will be unable to sit still, and then some of the great roots will play. Al couldn't help but snorted, and a trace of disdain flashed across his face. The hidden power of the Revolutionary Army was not what they could imagine. The presence of two small teams in their shadows was enough to shock the world. No matter what those forces do, apart from the world government and the four emperors, the Revolutionary Army can now ignore any forces. Without explaining too much, if you say too much about something, you won't be surprised to reveal something that shouldn't be leaked. Suddenly, at this moment, a figure appeared from behind, and the palm of his hand waved out a pillar of pitch-black thread and struck Al's back with his head. The attack from behind shocked Al, and there was an explosion under his footsteps, and the resulting shockwave instantly increased Al's speed, just avoiding the frontal attack of the other 5 silk threads. Taking advantage of the opportunity to retreat, Al looked behind him, wanting to know who the guy who broke into his area behind him was and sneaked into him. He actually had the same attack method as Brother Ming. Then he saw the sneak attack figure behind him, but Al was shocked again. His face was replaced with surprise and incomprehension. How could it be Ming Brother behind him, who was the guy who was talking to him before? Opposite, Ming-Ji, who saw this scene, had a smug smile on his face. Before talking to Al, it was one aspect to explore some things in the other's language. The most important thing is to reduce the other's vigilance through conversation. Use your shadow writing line to create yourself, and take the opportunity to attack behind you. No, that's Ming-Ji's shadow writing line. At the beginning of the experience, Al suddenly recalled the moves he had learned before. His right hand hurriedly spun, and an air blast gathered in his hand in a blink of an eye, and threw Ming-Ji in a surprise attack towards the rear. Bang! The compressed air bomb was not completely closed to the Ming Brother, who was formed with silk thread behind him, and a bright light sounded, and the air bomb suddenly exploded. Under the shock wave, the fake Ming Brother was directly washed away and turned into a ball of silk thread. Seeing his own shadow writing line sneak attack from behind failed, Ming sighed in his heart. That opportunity didn't hurt this kid and missed a good opportunity. In the next battle, this trick will not be able to cause the previous kind of surprise attack, and it will be difficult to play a real role. Only real strength can solve this guy. The Devil Fruit ability awakens. With a low drink in his heart, Ming-Ji lightly stepped on his feet, and the 10-layered high-rise building instantly turned into white silk threads and stood on the ground. Awakening. Upon seeing this, Al immediately became vigilant, and Ming-Ji, under the condition of fruit awakening, would have a rapid increase in combat power. The two parties in the previous battle were hard to separate. Now that Brother Ming's strength improved, he fell into a disadvantage in an instant, and he couldn't help thinking in secret, if this is the case, then I can't keep my hands. 16 God's Chill. The next moment, before Al could make the other moves, Ming had already taken the first shot. 16 thick string pillars rushed out of the tall string pillars under his feet. Under the moonlight, the sharp tip gave off a dark light, the domineering coverage of the arm color, and the sharpness of the thread column, even for Al, who is a natural demon fruit ability. His eye shrank slightly. Al lightly stepped on the ground, leaping high and floating in the air. His hands turned into a gray cloud of air visible to the naked eye, which was compressed by a huge amount of invisible air. Perceiving Al's movement, Ming-Ji waved his hands, and the thick, turned line column suddenly increased by 1 point again, changed its direction, and moved towards Al's floating eye. Shuangguan Strangling. His eyes flashed with a sharp light, and Al waved his arm forward. In a short time, the large air mass waved with the arm, and a dragon head emerged from both hands to meet the stringer. The dragon head is connected to this slender body, and it rises in the wind. The 1-meter-long body shape, in a blink of an eye, turns into a large body tens of meters away. Line pillars pierced through the air, surrounded by clear airflow, dark tips shining with permeating light. However, before these thread pillars approached, a big mouth was already opened, and the thread pillar was swallowed in one bite. Through the gray body, it could be clearly seen. As soon as the string of thread entered the body of the long-haired dragon, there were thin blades condensed into countless tiny air, cutting and splitting, disappearing and regrouping. The long dragon danced flexibly, and within a few seconds, it had blocked a few lines, and the fingers shook lightly. The remaining lines were under the control of Brother Ming. After turning around, it pierced into the long-haired dragon's body. The silk thread that can be easily shredded even by steel, plus the domineering cover of the arm color improves the attack and defense, and pierces it instantly. The string, pierced at the same time, also broke apart under the cutting of countless small air blades. At this moment, another string of string struck from behind and instantly penetrated the body of the long-haired dragon. In the same way, after sacrificing the attack of the 4 pillars, the remaining 4 pillars have also taken the opportunity to force Al. Arm domineering. There is no hesitation. As long as there is a hint of hesitation in the battle between the strong, the face is likely to be defeat. Both hands are covered by the arm color domineering and clenched fists to meet. That thread was enough to easily shred the steel and gathered together with terrifying power. Al raised his right fist and collided like a falling meteorite. Above the pitch-black fists, the armor, created by the surrounding air, gathered and solidified, covering both hands perfectly. Even Mingji's sharp silk thread was difficult to cut. However, this layer of armor has another function, that is, it can send out an explosion comparable to the power of an air blast, www.pelnaval.com, a terrorist explosion, sounded from the front of the fist. The raging energy instantly dissipated the solid silk thread, and the shock wave from the explosion swept through Al's body and went straight through without causing any harm. After punching out, he did not stop Al's movements. He pulled back. His arm was rushed to another string to stab his arm. A huge wound appeared. Bright red blood poured out, and half of his arm was stained red. Enduring the pain that came in his mind, Al hurriedly raised his fists and slammed to take the opportunity to attack the last 2 pillars. The naked eye can see that the shockwave spreads into the void, sinking into the faint ripples of water, and the silk thread, scattered all over the sky, and Al's figure falls out of it. Stabilize his body, transform into air, and complete the deceleration in an instant. Quietly suspended in midair, with blood on the corners of his mouth, and his eyes fixed on Doflamingo, who is looking down at him. Looking up at Al in the sky, Mingji said with a faint smile, "When I am awakened by devil fruit, both my attack and reaction have been improved in a straight line. Now you are not my opponent. If you retreat now, you can still pick one from my hand. Little life." Hearing that, Brother Ming kindly advised Al. There was a disdainful smile on Al's face. Doflamingo, who was considered a scum on the sea, would still say such things. If he really believed it, he would be stupid. What Brother Ming thought in his heart, why Al would not know, and said indifferently, "Brother Doflamingo, I am here to contain you and I received the order. If you want to go to the real battlefield to make trouble, you still accept this thought. And, don't you think that facing the awakens you, I didn't have a victory? I still prefer to kill than to contain." As the voice sounded, a hurricane suddenly sounded in the entire space, and the center of the hurricane was Al, who suddenly pressed his right hand toward the void. True. Airspace. To be continued. Novel Crack brings you this novel. If you are listening to it on another channel with this brand, it means that it was downloaded and uploaded without any effort. You. The howling wind hits from the sea, and the calm sea is setting off a big wave of more than 10 meters at this moment, and the huge wave is raging. The calm and peaceful city of water is like a small boat that is about to capsize at any time in a huge wave. The waves are raging, causing the water level of the entire city of water to rise by more than 10 meters, and some houses on the side are buried. But the residents, living in the water city, know that this is not really a big deal. These are the harbingers of the real storm. At this moment, the dark sea, a corner of the city of water, but the unusual lights are bright. 5 naval ships are mooring on the rolling sea. Rows of elite Navy soldiers are lowering the escalator and down the warship, gathering in this temporarily constructed port, waiting for the latest order of the Navy. In a temporary tent set up on the roof of a civilian house that was simply prepared and remodeled, Admiral Shinji stood here, as well as Lieutenant General Mole and Lieutenant General Vastal, who commanded 5 warships. General Green Pheasant, all the Navy soldiers have assembled, and then they are going to the station to stop the Revolutionary Army's actions. Lieutenant Mole came up from behind and reported. Looking at the sea tumbling under the storm, Shinji did not turn around. He directly replied, No. The order has changed and the situation has changed. There are other ways to stop the Revolutionary Army from acting and send out CP9 at the same time. Now that you have a way to deal with it, you only need to follow the order, but with so much power in the Navy, it is impossible to stand here and watch the show. I couldn't help asking, General Shinji, what shall we do now? The action will continue to be stationed here. Instead of facing the question of Lieutenant Mole, Shinji said meaningfully, our forces are here, and there will be people who are worried. After a little bit, Shinji was about to express the meaning. Lieutenant Mole immediately understood it, and it seemed that he had to properly prepare for defense next. At this time, Vastal suddenly said, however, according to the report of the CP organization, this time with the participation of the Revolutionary Army, it seems that our opponent should be replaced by the Revolutionary Army, but there is something that should not be said. Are you trying to say? Mole guessed what the Vastal was going to say. In fact, that was what he had been wondering about. It was just some scruples, and at the same time he was in a high position. Some things should be careful even when they speak. Oh. However, all that was waiting for them to answer was Shinji's lazy reply, you want to ask what the relationship between Lin Tian and the Revolutionary Army is? Yep. Actually, I am not very clear. It is possible that in order to deal with our plan, Lin Tian specially recruited the Revolutionary Army and paid the other parties difficult-to-resist conditions. It is also possible that Lin Tian is. Even if Shinji is following the lazy justice, the impact of this speculation is that even if he is a Navy admiral, it is difficult for him to completely stay out of the matter. Just click and stop. He sighed slightly and shook his head familiarly, saying, I hope Lin Tian is not that good, otherwise it will be another test for the Navy headquarters. Below the building, a team of elite Navy soldiers lined up and walked around. The entire building was not surrounded by elite Navy soldiers. And on this side, Diablo has only a faint outline of the building, and on a dark top floor, 4 black shadows are attached and staring at the temporary Naval Command Center below. Fiska and others, who had left the previous battlefield, hurriedly rushed here with the other 3 members after handing their members to a secret stronghold of the Revolutionary Army for treatment. At this time, they did not act, because everything has changed. The man who broke out suddenly blocked the instructor, making the instructor the strongest combat power unable to take action. Anal was also involved by Doflamingo. That place must not be moved. The naval power of his own turned into a Navy admiral and 2 lieutenants of the headquarters with thousands of elite navies. Soldier. How can the 4 of them resist such a strong combat power? They can contain General Shinji, but the other 2 Navy lieutenants are not the 3 of them that can contain them. Their combat power is still somewhat reluctant. It would be nice if the kid wasn't so crazy. Suddenly, Fiska, who was thinking secretly, felt an unusual voice coming from downstairs. Looking down with a puzzled look, her face suddenly changed. Seeing that in the darkness, a light blue band of light slipped past and rushed towards the building where they were located, and Fiska understood it instantly. No, it's dangerous. Get out of here, he hurriedly reminded loudly, and at the same time, stepped on his feet, leaping towards the surrounding houses. The 3 players on the side heard the words and immediately followed the captain's footsteps and leaped out. They looked down with a contemplative look, and their faces were also surprised. The light blue light strip spreading along the road has been rushing to the house, where they stood under their feet before, spreading quickly, and the whole house is instantly wrapped in light blue ice. If you take a step late, their feet are probably frozen by the ice, making it difficult to move for a short time, and what makes them panic is that there is probably only one person in the world who can use such a method, that is, Admiral Shinji. Just listen to Fiska, who collapsed on the side building, said, General Shinji, since he has made a move, then show up. With the sound of the Fiska voice, the calm street suddenly rang, and the sound of hurried but orderly footsteps sounded from the ground. The dark streets were brightened by a little bit of light, and it was the Navy soldiers who hurriedly rushed out of the streets holding the lights. Looking at the light spots from above, we can clearly see the intention of these Navy soldiers who seem to be disorderly, but surround them step by step. Not long after the footsteps sounded, the incoming Navy soldiers had already flooded all the streets around the building, and some naval soldiers were entering the houses beside them. Through the transparent glass, it can be clearly seen that a group of Navy soldiers are rushing down the stairs and toward the roof, surrounding the three of Discas. Among them, the commanding Navy Mole and Lieutenant General Vastal made a slight leap. Each came to a tall building and echoed each other. Looking at the four dark shadows on the roof, Lieutenant Mole praised in a low voice, "It's not a shame that you are a young and immature general, and you can still find four people hiding around such a distance in the night." In the encirclement, Disca did not look at the surrounding Navy figures. Although these were elite soldiers in the headquarters, it was difficult even for the Revolutionary Army to find the same elite. However, they are only soldiers, and even if there are thousands of people, it is difficult to keep them. What really worries Disca is the Admiral Shinji who shot previously. Under the moonlight, the ice-covered tall buildings exude a charming pale blue light, which is simply a work of art. And now, on this artwork, a piece of ice slowly emerged, turning into a naive. A faint cold breath exhaled from the mouth, and the moisture in the air suddenly turned into ice crystals and fell to the ground. Looking at the four figures, wrapped in black on the roof of the opposite building, Shinji slowly said, "It seems that you should have suddenly appeared last night and interrupted the CP9 operation. The most mysterious department of the Revolutionary Army is the Shadow." "If you are not talking about the other group of people you said last night, it must be us," with a shrug, Disca replied casually. In the face of the legendary naval headquarters' highest combat power, Disca behaved as usual, and the deterrence caused by the general had no effect on Disca. After all, it's not that General Disca hasn't played against each other, but the identity he used is usually revealed by the outside world. After squinting his eyes, Shinzai said, "It seems that your Revolutionary Army also played a very important role in this incident, but there is one thing I doubt very much." Question. There was a puzzled voice in his mouth, and a faint smile appeared under the Disca mask. "I don't know what else you, the General of the Navy headquarters, don't know." After spared his scalp, Shinzai looked helpless and said, "Hey. How do you say? By the way, what should I say when you think about it? Do you think that only four people can deal with us?" Hearing Shinji's question, Disca glanced around the dense light. Each was a Navy soldier, and some Navy soldiers who did not carry lighting equipment. This film was really surrounded by the Navy. There are two lieutenants of the Navy headquarters and a Navy admiral. They echoed each other in a triangle shape, www.mtelna.com, hidden in the face mask, with a wry smile. Said, "It seems that it is really troublesome to go out in this situation." "It's a bit troublesome. It seems that you are very confident. In this way, it is very troublesome to solve you." "It's really tired," Shinzai said with a sad face on his face. Hearing this, everyone around couldn't help but stand, especially the surrounding Navy soldiers, with a look of helplessness on their faces. Although General Shinji is known for being lazy, it's a bit too disrespectful to say this at this time. On the side, Mole shook his head. General Shinji is also the same. If the Marshal of the Warring States period knows, I am afraid it will be angry again. Withdrawing his astonished gaze, Disca's heart was a little overwhelmed by Shinji's sudden words. Could it be that the Admiral of the Admiral made people feel like this? Just like that fellow Wang Yuan. However, lazy justice is also justice. Since justice is pursued, it is necessary to prevent some people from dying on the road to perfect justice. As the voice sounded, Shinzai's face was lazy and slowly became serious. Slowly withdrawing a single sword from his back, Disca's face looked very calm. From the perspective of the Revolutionary Army, the world government is already a decadent organization in the old age. They are just under the name of justice, and true justice belongs to their Revolutionary Army that promotes the development of the times and shapes the new era. This is also the belief that every Revolutionary Army insists on. Big ice hockey. The right hand exudes a faint cold air, rotating around the palm of the hand, and at the speed of the naked eye, a hockey puck, with a diameter of tens of centimeters, is quickly formed, exuding a faint cold air, slowly rotating in Shinji's hand. Fracture. Holding the sword in one hand, Diska took the first shot and seized the opportunity, with a powerful slashing towards the young boy ahead. To be continued. A series of electric sparks spread in the void, an endless thunder and lightning emanated from Lin Tian. Standing in the air like a god, looking down at the man under him. The right hand, that was shining with thunder and lightning, swayed the thunder and lightning down casually, the dazzling light, like a sharp sword slashing towards the man below. The speed of thunder and lightning is comparable to that of light, and the time, for a short leap, can be ignored, and the man standing on the ruins has already been knocked down. A red light came out of his eyes, and the semicircular light red mask was inverted around the man. The powerful thunder and lightning fell on the light red mask, igniting light red microwaves and dissipating in midair. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian's face changed slightly. This man's abilities were very peculiar. He could control the dead and the living. The main thing was different from Brother Ming. He controlled more than just the body. It can still control things, and now there is a light red shield that can form a light red shield which actually blocks his own lightning, and the other party has not revealed what his ability is in the dialogue. Unexpectedly, you actually got the strongest natural devil fruit thunder fruit power. The man raised his head and looked at Lin Tian. Surrounded by thunder and lightning, still with a touch of shock in his tone. After all, this is one of the invincible abilities in history. It is known as the strongest natural demon fruit ability. The power of thunder and lightning is extremely terrifying, but now it makes the man's heart heavy. There is another layer that makes men more fearful, that is, Lin Tian originally possessed a weird and terrifying demon fruit ability, but now it is actually using thunder fruit ability. Whether it is the loss of the devil fruit ability or the possession of two devil fruit abilities, these are things that have never happened in history, and things cannot happen. If you want to lose the devil fruit ability, the person who must have the ability will die, and it is even more impossible to have the two. But now that he faces the situation more often, besides these two explanations, the man can't think of other reasons that can explain everything in front of him. Looking at the man's imprint that exudes a beautiful white light under the moonlight, Lin Tian frowned slightly, without thinking, raising his right hand high. The flickering thunder light turned into a thunder pillar and quickly pressed down towards the light red defensive cover around the man below. Thunder pillar. For the same attack, Lin Tian didn't have the narcissism of the Guyanlu. The name of the sanction of God was different. In Lin Tian's opinion, there were only powerful people in the world and no gods. The thick thunder pillar suddenly fell, and the light red defensive cover burst out with a more dazzling light, which actually blocked Lin Tian's attack, but the opponent's backward footsteps showed that it was not so easy for the man to block the Lin Tian thunder pillar. 50 million volts. There was a low ring in his heart. Lin Tian's hand violently flashed a brighter light. From the lightning, the powerful voltage rose, and the collision of the electric light and the shield emitted a dazzling glare. Lin Tian suddenly said, "What happened that day? Many things were beyond your expectations. The order given will always be a thorn in my heart. You, an ordinary person, are not the reason why this happened." Ha. Disdainful laughter sounded from the bright light. The whole world knows that you are Lin Tian's genius, but you don't know that Lin Tian is such a villain in the dark. Little man. Hearing the other party calling him, Lin Tian said in a deep voice, "Although I dare not call myself a good person, but I can say that Lin Tian can kill countless people, but I never did not intentionally kill an innocent person. As for the villain, I don't know what you heard or saw that you survived that day, but I, Lin Tian, is definitely not a villain." The man stretched his right hand toward the edge, and the surface of the water began to tremble, and the calm sea surface was like boiling seawater, and droplets of water flew up from the surface. Looking up at Lin Tian above, trying to buy some time for his actions, he said immediately, "Don't you think I know everything?" The massacre that day, the destruction of the entire island, and the hidden base. What? Hearing these words, Lin Tian, who was originally calm, had a big change at this moment. He suddenly recalled something important, and he couldn't believe it appeared on his face. From the words just now, Lin Tian got the news that he thought it was impossible that there were only a few people who entered the base that year. And those few people saw their deaths with their own eyes, and only one person escaped with them, but the order was given, and a large part of it was his opinion, and finally died in front of him as well. From this point of view, no one knew the place except for the hidden base, but now he personally said it from the man who survived the Moonlight Clan. I was shocked and turned into puzzled. I couldn't help but ask, who are you and how can you know what happened at the base that day? Seeing Lin Tian's expression is exactly what the man needs. To tell this place is to let Lin Tian understand that things will not disappear that day. Some people still know that one day they will expose the world and let the whole world look at him as a villain. However, Lin Tian's heart was not as worried as the man expected, but full of puzzlement. There were only a few of them in the base that day. The self-destruction of the base, coupled with countless monster attacks, almost never escaped. Even if the Moon Clan enters it, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to escape, let alone there is only one exit, and it is sealed. The base, it is impossible for others to enter. Who is this man? Even if someone did not die when he entered the base that day, but with the appearance of that man, he is not at all like them, definitely not one of the few people. Even if Lin Tian thinks about it, he thinks can't tell the true identity of this man. Is it thinking about my identity, wanting to kill me? But you have no chance, Lin Tian. Take it to death, for the countless innocent lives of our Moon Clan who died in your hands. The man below roared with an excited face that was about to achieve revenge for many years, and his mood was difficult to control. The tumbling water surface stood high, 2 huge toms of seawater rose from the water surface, and the fingers of several meters long twisted slightly. While Lin Tian was attracted by what he said, and when he relaxed his vigilance and thought, the man had already prepared everything and he did not hesitate to take action. The huge tom of the seawater quickly closed towards Lin Tian, who was floating in the air. Lin Tian, who was thinking, had just reacted to the opponent's movements. Among the 10 sturdy fingers, each extended a water curtain, overlapping and blending, and in a blink of an eye, Lin Tian was already enveloped in a water polo. Break the waves. The faint water curtain could not stop Lin Tian. His hands quickly pulled out the chasing wind behind his back, and he suddenly split a powerful slash. Even the waves can be divided into 2 slashes. How could it be a thin water curtain resist without the slightest block being cut? At this moment, a layer of red ray shield rose from the surroundings and blocked Lin Tian's slashing attack. The chopped seawater gathered again, enclosing Lin Tian in an opaque water wall. Lin Tian, you don't want to know what my abilities are. Now I will tell you, Mind Power, if you are familiar with this name. The man's voice has not disappeared, and Lin Tian's unbelievable words have already sounded through the water polo around him. Impossible. Mind Power is the ability of that guy. Only he knows that it is obtained through meteorite power. The meteorite has been destroyed, and that guy has also been pulled away and killed. How could anyone else? Mind Power! Perhaps only Lin Tian in the entire world knows this power. No! There are already 2 now. This kind of power does not belong to the Devil Fruit ability, but it is more weird and peculiar than it. Through mind, you can control the other party's mind. To be clearer, that is, your own consciousness occupies the other's brain, and the same mind power can also control objects and shape a strange force field. Lin Tian had fought with that guy back then, and the opponent hadn't gotten it long, but he was almost killed by the opponent before he reluctantly beheaded the opponent. Of course, the world is fair. This kind of power that is stranger than the Devil Fruit does not have so many limitations and weaknesses, does not belong to this world. Obtained from a strange falling meteorite, for so many years, only one has controlled that power. The meteorite has been destroyed by himself in those years, and the only person who knows that kind of power is also recognized as Death Eye himself. It is impossible for this world to do so. The seawater can make people with devil fruit abilities lose their power, plus the position formed by all my mental power. You can't escape from it, Lin Tian. A smug smile appeared on the man's face. It had experienced Lin Tian's weird ability. It made Lin Tian lose his power through the seawater. With a surrounding force field, it was impossible for him to break free. With hands raised under the surface of the water, black shadows emerged from it. They were all steels of various shapes. Under the control of the man, these steels were twisted and combined, but one thing was the same. The sharp tip shone with light. In the encirclement of the water polo, Lin Tian's voice came over again. No matter who you are, one thing can be confirmed. You are the survivor of the destroyed Moon Clan. The imprint of the beautiful white shimmer, www.mtelma.com, is only for the Moon Clan. If you are revenge for the Moon Clan, then I have nothing to say, but I also have something to protect. Hearing this, the corner of the man's mouth showed a trace of disdain. Do you think Lin Tian can escape under such an attack? Turning his right hand lightly, the iron thorns floating in the surrounding space quickly turned, and the high-speed rotation caused a gust of wind, making it difficult to see even the most basic appearance. With a wave of one hand, the rotating iron thorn, under the man's ferocious and vengeful smile, slammed into the water polo that was fixed in midair. Just in case, the man casually sucked up two sharp swords on the side, covering the blade with domineering color, stepping hard, leaping towards the water polo, and stabbing with all his strength. Lin Tian. Here is the last one. Remember my name. My name is Oka, the prince, who died back then. To be continued. The new world, on a beautiful island, the night sky, the beautiful white moon shines down, and a little bit of light rang in the dark island. Retracting the telescope, Lin Tian was silent for a few seconds. Struggling appeared on his face. He closed his eyes, with a hint of helplessness on his face, and gave orders. All warships prepare. 1 minute later, like an island to launch a bomb of destruction. Time for 3 minutes, and then leave here quickly. Standing behind Jonathan at the last moment, he asked, "Do you really want to do this? Erase the entire island and the whole family from this world." Staring at the island in front of him, Lin Tian didn't turn around and replied. Instead, he asked, "Needless to say, haven't you already made up your mind in your heart? Apart from this, what else can we have? Their clan can no longer exist in the world, otherwise it will endanger the safety of the entire world. For them, destruction is the best way, and this is also their choice. Hey." Jonathan sighed lightly. His face was full of helplessness and exhaustion. Although this is the case, this is a race after all, and it still has a lot of status. Those lives are innocent, but they have to be from our hands. Erase it, knowing that I will not participate in this matter. It is much better to go back to guard my base than this. Cannonball loading, ready. On the deck, dozens of naval soldiers gathered on the thick barrel of the bow of the ship, carefully lifting a shell marked with a skull and gently stuffing it into the barrel. Withdrawing his gaze, Lin Tian regretted and said, "It stands to reason that I should not participate in this matter. If it weren't for my curiosity, I wouldn't be here to issue this order." "But it's too late," Jonathan said suddenly and firmly. "As a Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters, it is necessary not to let emotions cause one's ability to judge. Otherwise, what should you do when you face the Demon Order? Sometimes you have to face everything indifferently for justice." "Yes, everything is too late." The man reported his identity and suddenly fell into a weird silence in the water polo. Lin Tian's voice disappeared at this moment, the iron thorns all over the sky, like the light piercing the night sky. Suddenly pierced into the water polo, the iron thorns were like sharp arrows, stirring up fresh water flowers. In a blink of an eye, the entire water polo was wrapped in dense iron thorns. Seeing this scene, the man slowly showed a smile on his face, but the next moment, the smile was replaced by shock, because the figure still beating vigorously in the water polo The water wall, filled with iron thorns, sounded slightly like falling leaves on the water surface, appearing on the water wall, and Lin Tian's figure slowly walked out of it. Do you think that seawater can really reduce my ability? It seems that you have forgotten a lot of things in there back then. Standing calmly in the mid-air, Lin Tian. He casually grabbed back into the air, and the iron ball, mixed with seawater and steel, was suspended behind him, suddenly bursting. The splashing seawater turned into water arrows, mixed with the iron thorns, and splashed in all directions. In Oka's horrified eyes, it penetrated Lin Tian's body directly, as if crossing the water surface caused a faint ripple. A light red shield flashed in front of him, helping Oka block all attacks. Gently pressing down with his right hand, and iron thorns flying all over the sky directly fell to the ground. Unexpectedly, Oka, you are still alive. When Japan deserves to die, you are still alive in this world. No wonder you know most things. Lin Tian, who was suspended in midair, slowly landed, stepped on the surface of the water lightly, aroused a faint microwave, and still had previous surprises on his face. After all, anyone who saw a man who was confirmed dead by himself would appear in front of him again, he would be extremely surprised. A smile appeared on Oka's face. Of course I didn't expect it. If you knew that I was supposed to be dead, I am still alive. I don't think I have a chance to live until now. Hearing this, Lin Tian showed a wry smile on his face. Until now, he finally understood why the man would always think so, and he was so disdainful of his own explanation. It turned out that everything was because he was Oka, the prince who gave his life at the last moment for the country and ethnic group, who knew the general situation. How could he believe his words when he saw that kind of miserable image? Why don't you speak anymore? Do you know who I am and what to say? That night of misery, in order to let the powerful you save our country, but you destroy our country. Lin Tian, today is either your death or my destruction. I have been waiting for this day for many years. When the voice fell, the man had already flew out suddenly, his figure flashed, and he had appeared in front of Lin Tian. Even Lin Tian was startled at such a speed. Knowing that a man's strength will increase rapidly after he gets his mind power, he did not expect his speed to be so fast. When he reacted, the man had already punched his head. Hiding sideways, at the same time the right hand claws towards the man above, his fingertips are shining bright lightning. If you are caught by Lin Tian's grasp, it is not so simple. Powerful lightning, enough to make your whole body numb in a moment. Let the other party move. Oka dodged the attack sideways and stretched out his arm to block Lin Tian's elbow. A light red light rang out from his right hand. He immediately fixed Lin Tian's right hand that was holding the sword, and he fisted directly with his left hand. Instant. The figure trembled like water lines. Oka's right fist passed directly through Lin Tian's body, as if crossing the water surface. His face changed, and the figure flashed directly without much thought. However, it was too late to get out of the way at this time, and Lin Tian's fist had already hit him. Bang, 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 bang. Boom. On the calm island under the moonlit night, there was a loud noise, and huge orange flames rose, accompanied by violent explosions. In the island, beautiful houses were destroyed by explosions, and silhouettes ran on the streets, avoiding the falling rocks and flames. It is a pity that the energy of the explosions is enough to annihilate all creatures within a few kilometers. Their running is just a dying struggle after death. The babies leaning on the deceased parents, the children crying on the deceased parents, on the street, the silhouettes screaming in the fire. The whole island is full of destruction. The shock wave generated by the explosion can be clearly felt by the Navy soldiers who are standing on the deck and watching everything, even if several naval ships are staying in the sea area several kilometers away. Sniffing the oncoming gunpowder in the air, there was a trace of unbearable unsympathy in Jonathan's eyes, as if he could hear the roar of countless people on the island, but it disappeared from his eyes in an instant. There is no need for such a thing as kindness now. He turned his head and asked, not sure if it was to avoid the miserable image in his eyes. All the bombs of destruction have been launched. just in case, we also used 3 power rocks. The entire island is dead, but what will be written in the Navy report next? The fiery red light from the burning on the island a few miles away reflected on Lin Tian's face. Jonathan, you don't need to say anything, I will solve everything by myself. Thinking of something, Jonathan looked surprised and said, could it be that you want to resist this responsibility on your own? Everything is not something you can bear. After all, this is the destruction of a country. Withdrawing his gaze, Lin Tian turned around and said, if I can't bear it, I will leave the last bit of reputation for this sacrificed country. The wicked can let me do it. Anyway, I have a lot of such reputation. Does not matter. An indifferent smile appeared on his face, then he walked towards the cabin, turned his back to Jonathan, shook his right hand gently, and explained. Okay, I've been tired for a day, so I go inside to rest first, and I will trouble you with the following things. I have to get a good night's sleep. Bang! Double mistakes, a fist shadow rises, and strong leg winds are mixed in it, and the two use nothing, and they collide completely. Ordinary people looked at it, let alone the move. Even the figure was difficult to see. Only 2 streams of light flashed in front of them. Reading www.kanshu.com speed has surpassed the limit of human eyes. Simple collisions and moves with a single limb can explode in the hands of both sides. That is even more powerful than the Navy 6. Withdrawing both fists and accumulating power for a short time, the 2 fists clinched and slammed out, fully intersecting, like a collision between meteorites. Strength is the only theme. The impact of the collision of the fists set off a violent hurricane between the 2 of them. The close were loud, and a series of small cracks appeared between the fists. Even the space could not bear the full force of the 2 sides. Slits. A roar sounded, and Lin Tian's body flashed with thunder. The original terrifying power was once again improved by a few points, and he slammed into the unprepared Oka. When he stepped on his feet, before Lin Tian took advantage of this good opportunity to rush up, he knocked the flying Oka, waved his right hand, and the invisible mental power directly confined Lin Tian's body. To be continued. The body was imprisoned by the opponent, which made Lin Tian couldn't help but stop, but Oka had already killed himself. The violent fist wind swept in from the front and directly hit Lin Tian's face. The powerful force gushed along the fist and directly hit Lin Tian. The whistling wind blew past his ears hummed. He controlled the inverted figure, leaped into the air and rolled, and his feet landed on the ground. With the impact of the high-altitude falling, Lin Tian's feet plunged deeply into the ground, buried to the knees, and the flat ground suddenly rolled like a wave. Feely pulled out his feet deep in the ground. Lin Tian slowly stood up on his knees, with a look of surprise on his face, unexpectedly for several years. Oka's strength has actually increased so much. You must know that he was completely abused by himself in the past. Over the years, his strength has not improved badly. Using the power of the Thunder Fruit, he was actually beaten back by the opponent. Shaking the sour fist in the previous collision, Oka smiled, and the frontal collision knocked Lin Tian back. His efforts over the years were not in vain. Oka said with some pride, "Why, I didn't expect it, Lin Tian. Over the years, I haven't done anything to hide behind, and everything is fighting for revenge. In order to get the power to kill you, I can give everything, and I can also do it without compromise, as long as I can avenge my family for the whole month." After taking a glance, the 3 who were killed by himself were also regarded as the powerhouses who were famous in the New World. It can be seen that in order to kill me, you also took pains to hunt down the powerhouses in the New World. With a wave of his right hand towards the void, the light red light flows through the void, converging and slowly forming a lightsaber that exudes a pale red light. It's just that these guys, although they are not weak in the New World, they are not sure Lin Tian's enemy of one punch. In the end, I had to make a shot, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, your life must be terminated by my own hands. Just some hands-on. Bang! As soon as he stepped on his feet, the ground cracked, and the whole person burst out, and his arm gently swiped the lightsaber in his hand towards Lin Tian. Ah! Seeing the other party's action, Lin Tian clutched the wind. The sword turned over, flashing a dazzling light, thunder and lightning flashing on the sword. Thunder Sword. The powerful electric current attached to the wind-chasing sword is like a thunder sword that can shoot thunder and lightning. I am afraid that it does not need the sharpness of the chasing wind, but it is difficult for ordinary people to resist it by relying on the surrounding electric current. Two figures flickered across the water, one red and one blue light glided along, leaving only a swaying ripple gently passing above the water. With a bang, the two swords fought. The sword body was trembling and humming. After all, the chasing wind was a physical existence, and the crisp sound of the sword sounded like a peerless sword, fighting excitedly and trembling at this moment. The flickering thunder and lightning passed along the spread on the pale red sword until it suddenly rushed into Oka's body, and the powerful voltage hit the body. Even if Oka's physique is dozens of times higher than that of ordinary people, when the voltage in front of him is tens of millions, he can't fully withstand the terrifying voltage. The soreness and numbness from the thunder and lightning spread across the whole body in an instant, causing Oka's whole body to tremble, feeling like an explosion, his hair like a hedgehog defensively stabbing towards the sky. A series of tiny electric currents flowed along the air and passed into the void. In a short time, Oka had lost his body control by the electric, and his whole body could not help shaking. Lin Tian wouldn't let go of this excellent opportunity. He raised his leg and chipped Oka directly in front of him, and at the same time, he followed the wind and waved a half-circle in his hand, slashing towards Oka high. The sharp body of the sword was shining with electric light, and it was chopped down towards the chest. The sharp Oka who was chasing the wind knew that if he was directly draped, he would have no doubt that his body would be cut in half. Shield of Mind! There was a secret cry in his heart, and a thin layer of light red mass appeared in front of Oka. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian flashed a different look in his eyes. The power of his right hand suddenly increased, and the sharp blade of the chasing wind was suddenly cut off. He wanted to use this power to try to use the power of mind. Where did it go? A muffled bang rose up, and Lin Tian's figure under the impact of the collision stepped back and withdrew, and retreated several steps before barely stopping the backward stature. The right hand chasing the wind has been humming, and the sword body is trembling violently. Under the previous collision, his right arm has also endured a huge recoil and kept shaking. Secretly, firmly grasping the chasing wind and quickly split, the solid ground was cut by the sword energy that the sword body passed, and a sword marked tens of meters wide was cut out. As for the depth, at first glance, the depth is not bottomless, no one knowing how deep it is, but the arm that continues to tremble has stopped. Shockingly looked at the shield that stood in front of Oka and protected the opponent. It was actually able to block the hack that he had just noted. How strong is this shield? An Oka who can create such a strong defense has its own combat power and development of mental power. No wonder the other party dares to kill himself. Without concealing the surprise in his words, Lin Tian wanted to calm down a lot. Unexpectedly, your combat power has actually improved to this point. Standing up from the ground, holding the long sword, Oka spit out the blood from his mouth. If you don't have the strength to defeat you, how dare I appear now? A faint smile of disdain appeared on his face. Lin Tian raised his head. His figure disappeared in an instant, leaving only a simple voice, which came from all directions. However, this strength is not a guarantee of defeating me. If you want revenge, it is not enough. Seeing Lin Tian disappeared, Oka couldn't help but stunned, then immediately raised his head, and as his body quickly turned, he looked around in panic, but he did not find the slightest trace of Lin Tian. After calming down some confusion, Oka stopped and stomped quickly. His figure flashed, and he ran towards one direction at will. I want to increase the distance between the two sides and increase the reaction time. The idea is good, but you are too slow. Squeak. A bright electric light appeared from the side. Before Oka could react to what was happening, the sense of crisis had risen from his heart, as if being locked in by something. This feeling came from the front. As soon as he turned his eyes, he saw an extremely thin light rushing towards him, and he quickly raised his light red longsword in his right hand and blocked it vertically. Kang dang. That thin light turned out to be the sharp blade of the chasing wind. When the two swords collided, Oka felt an unstoppable force coming. The long sword that stood upright in front of his chest immediately hit his chest. The footsteps that had just stopped didn't hold on for a second, and the whole person was knocked out. Both feet were close to the ground, two scorched black marks appeared, making a violent squeaking sound, and the right hand raised a long sword and thrust it towards the ground with all its strength. The sharp blade cut the ground directly, and a sword mark several meters long appeared, but it also stopped the retreat. With a trembling right hand, he looked up and saw that Lin Tian had already rushed with a long sword in his hand. His feet leaped quickly, and he drew the long sword on the ground with his hand, slashing forward with a slash. However, Lin Tian's speed did not decrease, but instead increased, facing the slashing attack. Just before the slashing attack hit his body, it turned into a flash of lightning, and he almost escaped the slashing attack. The figure reappeared, already catching up, with a backing Oka, pierced out with a sword, just an ordinary forward stab. But fast, very fast, reaching an extreme speed, giving Oka a feeling that he has been locked in. No matter where he hides, he will stab himself. The light flashed, and Oka's shoulder had been deeply pierced by the chasing wind. The blood from the wound instantly stained the entire arm. The blood ran down the arm and flowed to the fingertips, dripping to the ground. Stabbed by Lin Tian's sword, instead of showing any panic on Oka's face, he showed an unusual smile. He smiled and said, "You can't run now, Lin Tian." Hearing this, Lin Tian immediately realized what the other party was thinking, and hurriedly let go of the chasing wind and was about to step back. In front of the prepared Oka www.palma.com, how could Lin Tian retreat so easily? The thoughts in his mind quickly displayed, and Lin Tian's body was firmly fixed. Arm color domineering, covering the hit right grab, flashing a dark cold light, grabbed Lin Tian's chest. Although I haven't learned Navy 6 forms, with Oka's physical skills that are not much different from Lin Tian, the impact that erupts is no worse than finger grab, or even stronger. Space unreal. Seeing a collie's claws rushing towards his chest a little bit, Lin Tian could not continue to hide his void power. His figure flickered like a faint ripple flashing around. He stepped gently, got up and past the red light that fixed his body, quickly opened the distance between the two sides, and just withdrew 2 steps. Lin Tian suddenly stopped, his figure trembled, and a painful cry from his mouth. To be continued. In the battlefield, Lin Tian used the power of space to avoid Oka's attack, but the pace of retreat suddenly stopped. Behind Lin Tian, the illusion transformed into reality, but he did not guard against Oka's murderous intention hidden behind him. A sharp red spike pierced Lin Tian's back deeply, which was the direction of his heart. The spike directly pierced Lin Tian's chest, stained with a faint blood stain, and drilled out of his chest, making Lin Tian's body cannot help but tremble slightly. There was a faint happy smile on his face. Lin Tian, do you think I know that you have the ability to be immune to all damage, so there is no defense? The previous series of attacks were just to force me to use my abilities, and then during the short time I couldn't use it, I launched a hidden killer move behind me. Raising his head slowly, Lin Tian had already explained to Oka. At the moment he was stabbed, Lin Tian had already thought about everything, including the entire trap. Stopped and stood in front, Oka said, although I don't know why you have 2 abilities in your body at the same time, but now you have been pierced through the heart, I am afraid that you have been seriously injured. Now your combat power has been greatly reduced, and it is even more unlikely that you are my opponent. I can't help but let you bear the betrayal of the one you love, and also want your life to commemorate all my people. Raised a light red longsword in his hand and pierced it towards Lin Tian's chest below. Oka's face was full of cruel colors, and his mouth screamed with excitement. After enduring such a long time, he finally waited for revenge. A moment. Is it? Suddenly a flat voice sounded from behind, and Oka's face immediately showed deep shock. Without even thinking about it, he quickly retracted the long sword that had been pierced, and slashed in the direction of the sound, coming from behind. Ran, it was too late to react at this time. Bright electric lights sprang out from behind, and a beam of light blue lightning converged on Oka's back. Thunder Pillar, 100 million volts. The Thunder Pillar pierced Oka's body about to turn straight. The endless lightning poured on him, passed through the body, and reached the inside of the body. The power of thunder and lightning had great lethality on the internal organs. Severe pain can't help but sound from all over the body like an explosion in his head. Even the most basic control and thinking have disappeared. My mind is blank, and my mouth can't help but make painful shouts. The beam of thunder pillars directly hit the densely packed houses in front of them. Within a few seconds, the solid walls were still steel. Under such a strong voltage, they directly vaporized into air and dissipated in the air. Squeezed the palm of his hand, stopped the output of thunder and lightning, and the terror thunder pillar finally dissipated. The walls that were hit by the front of the lightning pillar were all vaporized and scattered in the void under the current generated by the strong voltage, leaving only large holes, forming a channel of unknown length, appearing in the middle of the entire row of houses. Party! A scorched figure fell to the ground. Completely stayed in the center of the thunder pillar, Oka suffered terrible damage. Even if his physical fitness was dozens of times more than an ordinary person, he was burned to black at this moment. Even the most basic appearance is hard to see. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian's eyes flickered. He squeezed into the wind and walked slowly and vigilantly towards Oka, who fell to the ground in a large font. Lin Tian didn't believe that Oka would be solved so easily. Even without protection, a 100 million volt thunder pillar would not necessarily hurt Oka's body, because it was a member of the Moon Clan. The Yu Clan does not have a particularly big reputation in the New World, because this clan doesn't like being in the limelight, but prefers a peaceful and unobtrusive life. However, this does not mean that the Yu Clan is not strong. On the contrary, people who understand the Yu Clan can understand that this is not limited to the mountain and the water, the elderly in their 70s or 80s, or the children of several years old. All are masters of physical skills. The physical quality of each of their races far surpasses ordinary humans, even Murlocs, with 10 times the physical quality. As the Prince of the Moon Clan, Oka also far surpasses the Moon Clan members of his generation, and his physical fitness has reached dozens of times, perhaps hundreds of times, that of ordinary humans. Not to mention, at the last moment, Oka used a mind shield to protect himself. Although he was crushed by himself, he also achieved a certain degree of protection. Just as Lin Tian expected, Oka, lying motionless on the ground, twisted his body when he was about to approach. Slowly propped up his arms from the ground, his trembling body slowly stood up, with a heavy breath in his mouth, and was not killed by the lightning pillar, but from the current situation, Oka was also seriously injured. Even the most basic standing is somewhat reluctant. This moment is the best time to solve him. He has just received the attack and has reached a very weak point at this time. As time goes by, he will slowly recover. However, Lin Tian didn't do it. Would Lin Tian not know this opportunity? Of course not. Lin Tian also knew, but the scene before him made Lin Tian stop the attack. I saw Oka, who was barely standing in front of me, with a crescent-like mark on his head, and a strong white light appeared like a thin veil. Oka's whole body was shrouded in white light. When Lin Tian saw this scene, his face was deeply shocked, because he understood what the light was. How could such a strong moon power appear on Oka? It's impossible, even if it was the entire moon family back then. It is impossible for the best generation to have such a strong moon power until now. Thinking of something, Lin Tian hurriedly raised his head and looked up. At this moment, the sky was covered by dark clouds, because of the approaching storm. The Moon Clan was called this name in addition to the crescent moon mark on the forehead of the Moon Clan. It was also because some of their tribes possessed a kind of magical power. That is the power of the moon, that is, the light shining from Oka now. Only a few people of the Moon tribe can awaken, because this power is so strong that it is so powerful that it can only be possessed by a few lucky people. The power of the moon, a special power derived from the meniscus mark on their foreheads. Even if they do not know how to form them, only a very small part of the people can awaken them. The imprints on the forehead will generate a special power under the moonlight, which has the effect of slowly enhancing the human body. Therefore, as time goes by, people who awaken this power will have stronger and stronger bodies, and the same combat power will also improve. Fortunately, there are only a dozen people of this kind in the entire Moon Clan, otherwise they can rule the world. This is not the most important thing. The most important moon power has resilience that cannot be described in words. As long as there is enough moon power, even if you only have one breath, you can resurrect intact. However, the power of the moon enough to revive a seriously injured and dying person, as far as Lin Tian knew back then, was only possessed by one person. Oka must not have such a strong moon power. This power has no other way but to accumulate by time. He is absolutely impossible to accumulate at such an age. In Lin Tian's shocking and thinking gaze, Oka, who was enveloped in a faint white light, recovered at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye, just a few breaths away. The wound on his body has gone through the process of healing, scarring, and shedding. The skin that was scorched by the electric shock also began to fall off and was replaced by newly swelled skin. As for the internal injuries, Lin Tian didn't know, but after thinking about it, the skin injuries had been healed, and the internal injuries were healed early. Clenched his fist, Oka squinted his eyes and gently turned his neck, making a creak of bones and a comfortable expression on his face. Still, it feels good to recover, but the power of the thunder and lightning just now is so powerful, I feel that my whole body is burned by the fire, and I will die at any time. The power of the thunder fruit is really strong. The words sounded, Oka had stopped turning his neck, his eyes suddenly opened, a flash of light flashed, and he looked at Lin Tian in front of him. Proudly said, "Why, is Lin Tian shocked? This kind of power that belongs to our Moon Clan is like a rebirth power. Not very often. To be honest, it felt good, but it was only at that moment." Lin Tian said indifferently, "Do you think this can defeat me? I can hurt you once, and I can hurt you twice, even 3 times. Yes, nodded Oka admitted directly and generously, "You can indeed kill me twice, or even 3 times, but you only need to die once." Hearing this, Lin Tian's face remained unchanged, and he had some anticipation in his heart what Oka would do if that was the case. I was really a bit suspicious. Can't help asking, do you just believe what you see, Oka? What happened back then, after you left, something happened again. In fact, we were all deceived before. Really? A sneer appeared at the corner of Oka's mouth. Apparently he didn't believe Lin Tian's words, but he had seen it with his own eyes. All of the clansmen died under naval shells, and finally rescued some clansmen at the last moment, but they were swept by destruction and explosion. If it were not at the last moment, several elders had sacrificed their lives and saved themselves. I am afraid that the Moon Clan would not even survive as the last clan member. And the last culprit of all this is the man in front of him, the Navy genius Lin Tian. Oka has always believed that the meaning of his life is revenge for the entire race. Shook his head secretly. It seems that no matter what he says, this guy will not believe it. The only way is to knock him down first and talk about the rest, otherwise he can't get away from them and go to other places. In this case, there is only one battle. Squeak. Thunder and lightning ringed around him. Lin Tian held the wind chasing the wind, like a of thunder. He stepped on his feet and quickly approached Oka in front of him. Oka did not show any weakness, waved his hands, and suddenly 2 light red long swords appeared in his hands, stepped up, and rushed towards Lin Tian. To be continued. Under the night, in the city of water, in the storm, it is full of noise at the moment. Luffy, what are you doing here? The heavy rain dripped, and the rain fell on her face along the ends of her hair. Nami panted and looked at Luffy, who was sandwiched between the 2 huge houses in front of her, and shouted angrily. Luffy, who was caught in the gap, heard the familiar roar from behind. With a joyful smile on his face, asked quickly, "Hey, Nami, are you behind?" Listen to me. I was knocked into the air by the guy who raised the pigeon, and then I got stuck in it. Even if she tried her best to hold her back, Nami would think of Vinberg's previous explanation to Robin. Her eyes flickered. Tears of sadness appeared. Touched the tears from the corner of her eyes. Nami cried and shouted, "Don't be joking when this is important. Robin has already been taken away by those people when you are daunting." The cry of Nami's shouts clearly reached Luffy's ears. With the news that Robin was taken away, Luffy couldn't help but feel confused and didn't know what to say for a while. Just listen to Nami from behind and continue to say, Robin wants to die for us. Robin wants to sacrifice someone to protect us from the government. He knows that if he is taken away, he will definitely be killed. The attack on Lin Tian yesterday was not what he intended to do. She was controlled by someone else. She wanted us to say sorry to Lin Tian. Ooh. In the cracks, Luffy, who heard these words, was stunned and muttered to himself, "So that everything is false. Robin is lying. She did not betray us." Joy, a silent joy spread in Luffy's heart. Robin did not betray them, so she was still their partner. Great. Covered the corners of her eyes, tears streaming out of her eyes. Nami's heart was full of heartache. She could feel the heartbreaking feeling in Robin's heart that she had to betray her partner and loved one. Lin Tian? Luffy asked, "Where is Lin Tian now? Tell him these things." Nami worriedly explained that, fighting. Now Lin Tian is fighting with others in the northeast corner of the water capital. In order to capture Lin Tian, the Navy headquarters dispatched 2 admirals and thousands of elite Navy headquarters. Even if Luffy had a rib, he suddenly realized why Lin Tian had been feeling wrong for a few days, and why Lin Tian had to stay away from them, because he knew everything. Luffy, the Navy around the City of Water, Kihei, and Admiral Shinji have been restrained by Lin Tian's methods. Now we are the only one who can save Robin. Why are you still here? Nami's screaming roar echoed, and the joy in her heart instantly turned into anger. The Navy was actually dealing with her partners like this. Lin Tian and Robin secretly resisted everything for them, but now he is stuck here, doing everything. Up. After finishing talking, Nami immediately covered her face and started crying, but Luffy's firm assurance sound suddenly sounded. "Don't worry, Nami, I won't let Robin die." At this time, the seawater that had temporarily receded, but at this time, a huge tsunami tens of meters high crazily surged toward the water capital. High in the City of Water, on the edge of the platform, looking at the waves that are several times larger than in previous years, they couldn't help showing panic before they approached. "Little pirate girl, run away, the waves are coming. Reindeer, hurry up, the huge wave has come, and it will be too late at night." In the cracks, Luffy heard Robin's indifferent farewell and sad heart when he was leaving, making Luffy feel endless anger. The power of anger is powerful. Luffy, who was stuck in the crack and unable to move, burst out with terrifying power in his hands. The crying partner in his heart is still waiting for him to go to the rescue. How can he get stuck here? Can't do anything, Luffy roared in his heart. Boom. In a short time, in the horrified eyes of countless people and water capital voters, the 2 buildings close to each other were violently pushed aside by Luffy, leaning and collapsing to the ground. What, such a huge house, he pushed aside with both hands. On the other side, not far away, Soren, who was stuck in the chimney, picked up the 3 generations of ghosts who had been brought by Chopper and slammed them down towards him. 36 troubles whined. The vertical chimney was instantly split in half under a bright chopping wave. The trapped Soren finally got free, turned over, and steadily collapsed on the roof. Wah wah wah. However, before Soren had time to catch his breath, the loud sound of water from behind had already come, and his face was unpleasant, and when he looked back, he was shocked. I saw that only a few tens of meters behind, the tall waves hit the City of Water, covering the sky, and the underground houses on the shore were all covered by the waves. Without thinking too much, Soren hurried to let go, and at the same time shouted, "Chopper, go quickly," to the stunned Chopper. Chopper, who was stunned, reacted immediately and ran forward amidst screams. Luffy pushed away the two buildings with a brute force, also facing the waves beating, quickly stretched out his arms, grabbed Nami, who was about to be washed by the sea, turned back to catch Nami, and flew towards the high platform. Ice Age! In the water capital, Kyuzen leaped high and stretched out an icicle into the tens of meters high waves. The thick icicle on his palm is like a fish entering the sea. Must not be an ordinary fish, nor will it be difficult to set off a bit of breaking waves. The endless cold air followed the icicles and instantly eroded into the waves. In the middle of the terrifying blue waves, the seawater beside the icicles was immediately frozen into ice. The next moment, more and more seawater turned into ice, and the entire huge wave began to turn into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a blink of an eye, the waves that seemed to destroy the entire water capital turned into a huge circular ice wall under the cold of Kyuzen. The ice wall that completely envelops the entire water capital, since most of the city has been submerged by seawater, only the inland areas in the middle have not been eroded by the seawater. These urban areas eroded by seawater are all covered by ice. Most of the water capital has been frozen by the ice, and now it has become an ice city. This is what happened. Akura Aragana was actually frozen. Here in the shipyard, countless shipmen have been deeply shocked by seeing this scene before them. Their mouths can't be closed for a long time, and they can't express their shock. The ice-covered tsunami in front of them has lost their basic thinking and speech abilities, and they can only stare at the ice wall, transformed by the tsunami, and the city of water underneath that is completely covered by ice. It's a miracle completely. What the casters happened here? The waves are frozen. Are these real? Am I still wrong? There are sighs, some who can't believe it, and some who haven't reacted until now, but most people, with their mouths open, don't know what language they understand to describe the scene before them. On the roof, Luffy and the others, who thought they were about to be washed away by the sea, were even more deeply shocked. They stopped the movements in their hands, and when they looked in front of them, they could still clearly feel the ice wall exuding the chill. Nami, who was held by Luffy in her arms, said dazedly, "The huge waves are blocked by ice," to all this happening in front of her eyes. Luffy with a streak, after experiencing the previous surprise, he immediately reacted. After all, a few days ago, they saw the sea being frozen with their own eyes. There is no need to be impacted by the sea. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief and rejoiced. Hey, I'm so lucky. At this juncture, the waves are frozen by the ice. Whoever did it, we should thank him if we have the opportunity. Stupid Nami, who had reacted after hearing the words, slapped Luffy on the head angrily and scolded, "Stupid, thank him so much for being able to seal the entire wave with ice, except for the highest government in the world we encountered earlier. Combat strength, no one except the Navy Admiral can do all this." What? Luffy cried out in a panic, "The guy who uses ice is here, why is he following here too?" Nami, who had just spoken next to her, almost fell to the ground when she heard this, and patted her forehead, which was very nervous about the captain. Is already full of helplessness. Didn't I just say it before? There are two admirals coming to deal with Lin Tian. One of them is him. Asshole, that guy must be threatening Robin to leave us. I must find that guy and rescue Robin. Luffy panicked and shouted angrily. And Nami, the anger in her heart has reached the highest point at this time, and she finally can't stand it anymore. She clenched her fist and gave it a blow. Bang www.com. Luffy, who was still screaming just now, was furiously punched by Nami, and his head was deeply embedded in the roof below. You guy, did you listen to me before? Robin was taken to Judicial Island by P9. The Admiral came to deal with Lin Tian. Now the Navy has been restrained by Lin Tian. And it is we who set out to save Robin's best time. It took a long time to support the roof with both hands. Luffy pulled his head out of the roof, picked up the straw hat that fell on his hand, and brought it back on. Stood up and said, "I understand, we have to take advantage of Lin Tian's time to contain the Navy, catch up with P9, bring Robin back, and then find Lin Tian and leave here together." You guy finally said something useful, Nami said tiredly, but raised his eyes and scanned the huge ice wall in front of him. Most of the water capital was already covered by ice, and the rest was already covered by the huge ice wall. It was impossible to get out. Not to mention catching up with P9, they took the sea train. I am afraid they left the city of water long ago, even if they can pass through this ice wall, but how can they cross the sea behind the ice and chase the sea train on Shanghai? Time is so urgent. If Robin is taken to Judicial Island, their chance of rescue will be even slimmer. Luffy, Nami, how are you two? On the roof, running Soren and Chopper waved and shouted at them. Squeak. Tiska, the right sword stuck tightly on the ice surface, and the sharp blade instantly separated the ice, leaving a clear crack on the ice surface. The long sword blocked it, and Tiska quickly stopped the retreat, raised his eyes and looked towards Shinji who had attacked him. Seeing that the opponent's revolutionary army was repelled by himself, the youth leaped high, his hands exuding a faint chill, and the dense moisture in the air suddenly turned into two giant spears several meters long. Two spines! The spear glowed a little bit of blue light, and it fell from the high school. Tiska quickly raised the sword in his hand, raising his hand to a powerful slash, and one of the spears that would be attacked cut it off. Got up and jumped. Tiska dodges the falling ice, each of which exudes terrible ice, and if he touches it, it is very likely that he will freeze. If it were not for a last resort, Tiska would not want to touch the ice. The tip of the sword suddenly plunged into another ice spear that was shot down, and took advantage of the force to jump into the air again, then drew out the long sword in his hand, and fell into the blue. Go with Ice Saber. Opened his mouth and let out a cold breath. An ice blade, made of ice, was formed in front of his eyes. Reaching out and grabbing the falling ice saber, Shinji held the blade in his right hand and slammed it down towards Tiska. Click! Swords and swords bang. The cold ice blade in Shinji's hand cracked. The broken ice blade flew high over the top of his head, and accompanied by a black shadow falling, sharp sword energy slashed from below. There is no miracle. Under the sharp blade, Shinji did not react at all, was split in half by Tiska, and fell towards the ground. A success. Tiska did not show a happy expression on his face. The other party did not drop a drop of blood. It seems that I was still a step slower, and the other party first turned into ice and escaped. Shinji fell to the ground with a bang, leaving only two pieces of ice appearing on the ice, and Shinji's twisted figure slowly emerged from the ice. A faint cold breath was exhaled from his mouth, and he looked up at Tiska, who was falling into the sky. His right hand turned into a cold arm, raised high, and a calm shout was made in his mouth. You are in midair. There should be no place to take advantage of it. Ice Cube Ice Net. The ice arm of the right hand echoed with words, and a series of thick icicles extended from the arm, crossed and merged, and in a blink of an eye, a huge ice net shrouded the sky. This is not over yet. Sharp ice thorns emerge from the place where the ice nets intersect, and within a few seconds they have turned into ice arrows, with the tip of the arrow pointing directly at the falling Tiska. Ice Age, 10,000 arrows. An indifferent voice sounded from his mouth, and the sharp arrows were all shot out in a moment, braving a white chill. Looking at the densely shimmering sharp arrows below, even Tiska's face can't help but change. The twisted air around the ice sharp arrows makes these seemingly ordinary sharp arrows have an impact that is not lower than that of bullets. Force. With such a large number, even Tiska's scalp can't help but feel numb. This number is a bit too much, and the most important thing is that these ice arrows cannot be brought close to the body. Otherwise, my body will be frozen immediately, which will affect the action and the master's tricks, sometimes in just a short time. Shook the long sword with his right hand. Tiska stepped into the air, stopped the falling figure. The long sword gently rolled up a beautiful sword flower with a rotation of the wrist. Without hesitation, Tiska's right wrist quivered quickly, and the sword body trembled. The sharp tip of the sword seemed to hit the void quickly. Each shaking was a shining slash, which burst out from the tip of the sword. Sword Rain. The collision of slashing on the ice is like an explosion, but there is no gray smoke, only small ice crystals, which are scattered in the air. Like a diffused firework, the ice crystal shone brightly and fell towards the bottom, making the Navy soldiers watching the battle nearby and the three Shadow team members could not help showing shock. The main commander took action. Neither the Navy nor the Shadow team took action, because everyone knew that the real battlefield was the two of them, and it was the two of them who decided which side would win. If Admiral Shinji wins, the remaining three Shadows will no longer have to fight, but if Disco wins, then these navies will not surround the Shadows, but think about how to retreat. There were quite a few Navy soldiers looking at the battle ahead with shocked expressions on their faces. Where did this guy come from? He actually competed with General Shinji. Yes, why should such a powerful swordsman conceal his identity? Is it a pirate who doesn't want to reveal his identity? The Navy immediately joined him, guessing Disca's identity. But Jonathan and Bastel, who secretly knew a lot of things, looked at each other and their faces showed a rare and cautious look. No need to say anything, both sides understood each other's thoughts. Both of them knew, in their hearts, the identities of these men in black. Although it was the most powerful and mysterious department of the Revolutionary Army, it was a bit too strong. A small captain is actually the highest combat power of the world government, Admiral Shinji, who does not lose the wind. This kind of combat power makes people feel terrible. Moreover, the most important thing is that they only know a little bit of information about this organization, and they don't even know how many people are in it. There are only two team captains now appearing. One can play against the General Shinji, and the other can also hold Doflamingo. Although Ming is a scum at sea, he can be used as Kiwei, and Doflamingo's combat power is undeniable. However, this organization belongs to the hidden force of the Revolutionary Army. In this case, the Revolutionary Army is not as weak as the government imagined, but very powerful, exceeding all expectations. The Revolutionary Army's hiding of such a powerful force must be to confuse the judgment of the world government, but it's suddenly exposed at this moment. The purpose behind it has to be thought of. On the side of the collision of sword and ice arrow is like a grand ice flower exhibition. The whole sky is floating with small ice crystals, which is very gorgeous and beautiful. Under the beauty, there was endless murderous intent. Dispelling the rain of arrows below, Disca also stopped the movement in his hand and suddenly became a little panting while breathing. After all, slashing slashes so quickly is also an extremely physical consuming task for Disca. Below, his own ice arrow ring was smashed by the Disca above, but it did not cause any change on Qingzai's face, because the real killer was here. I saw that when Disca was out of the sword, the non-spreading ice nets had quietly merged, covering Disca tightly. His eyes swept around. For this scene, Disca had discovered that with a wave of the long sword, a wave of sword aura was waved, and a wave of sword aura of tens of meters was cut into two in an instant on the hard ice. Half. Ice Age frozen. There was a low voice, and icicles appeared on the remaining ice net. In a short time, they had caught up with Disca, who was about to escape along the crack. With a tendency to cover the thunder, several icicles bombarded Disca's back, and the escaped Disca was immediately covered by thick ice, frozen into a hockey puck, and fell heavily below. On ice. Okay. General Qingzai has frozen that guy, the strongest combat power in this unit. How can these guys be able to stop it? While watching the battle, the Navy soldiers of the headquarters suddenly shouted with joy, no matter what, they have the Admiral here. But, before the cheers of these Navy soldiers fell in Shinji's frowning eyes, the ice puck dropped below, cracks sounded on it. With a bang, the ice ball suddenly burst, and countless ice cubes flew around along with the ice mist and rolled onto the ice. In the great ice mist, a white light flew out, and it was in front of Qingzai in an instant. The light turned and crossed Qingzai's abdomen. Step. The footsteps stopped, and the figure cut out by Disca with his sword stayed 10 steps behind. General Shinji, I can't freeze me with this ice cube, and with his backhand retracted the long sword, Disca slowly stood up and turned to say. Lowered his head and glanced, the abdomen was cut with a piece of ice. Qingzai calmly said, domineering? Still very strong arm domineering, but unfortunately it's not so bad. turned around to look at Qing's back, seeing that the other party had nothing to do. A trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes, although he did not try his best, but the opponent also kept his hand raised in his mouth. It's not a loss. The world government's highest combat power, like the yellow ape, even if it is attacked by an armed color domineering, it's difficult to cause damage to those with natural demon fruit ability of your level. Yellow ape? Shinji turned his back, with surprise and doubt on his face, and analyzed it. Having fought against that guy Wang Ape, it seems that your identity on the face is indeed not simple. Able to walk off Wang Yuan, there are only a few people in the entire Great Route, and among them are the swordsmen. There is a long sword behind you. Presumably you are using dual knife flow. Said this, Qing's eye suddenly stopped, his eyes lifted slightly, and he swept towards Diska, who was completely covered by the black tights, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Perceiving the youthful look, Diska's secretly hidden face changed slightly. Calm, immediately pressed down. It seems that he has probably guessed his identity. After all, there are no swordsmen comparable to Admiral in the whole world. How many? I heard Qingzai said, on the entire Great Route, there are 2 people who use double swords and are also known as great swordsmen. One is the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, outside of Foil Vista. It still belongs to the dual sword stream, and only one other person possesses such power, General Taiyan Jigwo, Zenji and Diska. However, now it seems that her true identity should be the Revolutionary Army, the most mysterious part of the shadow, the captain of one of the squads. Shinji's speculation, accompanied by the sound of the wind, passed into his guard's ears without any weakness, and then inserted the middle sword into the ground. Diska put her hands in front of her head and slowly removed the mask on her face. Now that the other party has guessed her identity, hiding it doesn't make much sense. It seems that the young general has saved me early in his art. I guessed my identity. I just tried to fight just now, but I have not been sure in my art. A handsome face, but revealing a firm face, appeared in everyone's eyes. A faint smile climbed onto the face, and Diska said, Shinji and Diska fighting, seemingly dangerous, but the confrontation between the two did not suffer any injuries. Whether it is Shinji and Diska, they actually have their own goals, and they delay time by coincidence. Unexpectedly, the famous General Tanakuni was actually a hidden spy of the Revolutionary Army. Under the night, in the battlefield, surrounded by countless navies, Qingzai was very shocked to determine the identity of the person who fought against him. The person facing him is actually one of the countries joining the world government. There is a famous General Sheikh Diska. The Revolutionary Army has penetrated the world government to such a point. Shinji felt worried and thought that if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have hardly believed that this person would be in the Revolutionary Army and could be met. This matter will cause a uproar among the major franchise countries of the world government, and another cleanup is coming. However, these are none of my own business. As long as the world can maintain the current state, I'd better find a way to solve this guy. Qingzai thought unscrupulously, and it was none of his own business. Putting down the mask in his hand, Diska calmly said, There is nothing not to be a spy. I was originally from the country of Taiyan. Under the powerful surface of that country, it is actually corrupt. I just want to save the country that nurtures me. Times are changing, and the new era must be built on the basis of the destruction of the old. Tilted his head and looked at the opposite Diska, Qingzai said in a puzzled way, I really don't know what you revolutionaries think. Isn't it good for this world to remain as it is? At least most people will not lose their lives. To overthrow the current order, countless people must pay their lives. The chaotic world will be even more sinister than it is now. Does this really conform to the thinking of your Revolutionary Army? You don't understand, Shinji. It is not us, but this era that wants to change. With a squeak, Diska pulled out the sword and inserted it on the ground. If we want to establish a new order, we must destroy the old order. If the lives of our generation can be exchanged for a better future, then everything is worth it. Phew. A faint cold breath was exhaled from his mouth. Qingzai's right arm was slowly covered by ice. Perhaps you are right, but justice changes with a position, but now you violate the justice I want to uphold. Ice Phoenix. Shinji stretched out his right arm earlier, and an ice phoenix flew out from his arm, fanning the crystal-clear ice bone spurs and attacking the opposite Disca. Wherever passed, everything was frozen by the ice, and the crystal body revealed a terrifying chill as if to freeze everything. Facing the mighty icy wind, Disca's face did not change, and she rushed up with her sword directly. The oncoming cold wind blew high, and instantly there was thin ice on her head. Approaching the icy wind, Disca's body was immediately frozen by the ice, and even the face was covered with faint ice crystals, and the cold was icy. Shake the sword. Raising the sword with his right hand, he slashed out suddenly, and the long sword cut it down. The huge ice wind under the sword of Disca suddenly burst, turning into countless ice and falling on the ground. The figure flickered, and Disca quickly passed through the scattered ice barrier and rushed in front of King's eye. Without any hesitation, his arm domineering, covering the sword, slashed towards King's eye. The sword body slid across the body, still a piece of ordinary ice was dodged by King's Ikue, stopped. Disca hurried sideways to avoid several ice spear shot from the right. With palms resting on the ground, Disca stopped the sliding figure, and suddenly there was a piercing sound from behind. The chills trembled, and a sense of danger of death rose from the whole body, which was shocking. Without thinking, Disca completely relied on instinct and hid to the side. Unfortunately, it was a little late to react at this time, and King's Eye's voice had already sounded from behind. Ice Age. Ice Thorns. Several ice thorns shot toward the Disca on the ice in a four shape. Snorted, the sharp ice thorn pierced into the shoulder of Disca, who couldn't avoid it. The violent cold instantly froze the wound of Disca, and the blood that had not yet flowed had been condensed into ice-cold snow. Stepping on, Disca hurriedly withdrew with his right hand facing the wound on his left shoulder, and he did not hesitate to grab it. The blood clot that was cloudy with ice was crushed, and steaming blood flowed out of the wound. Fortunately, the cold air does not penetrate the body deeply, otherwise the blood vessels will be invaded by the cold air. Then my own arm is equivalent to waste. The coldness problem was solved. Disca stood up and gently twisted his left arm. This small injury was just like a normal meal for him, and it didn't affect much. This rough treatment of the wound is the fastest way to remove the erosion of the cold, King's Eye said calmly. In the palm of his right hand, the spinning cold balloon slowly grew larger, held it in the palm, and shot towards the Disca in front of him. Although it did not cause much harm, relatively speaking, Shinji also had the upper hand. It was inspiring to see the Navy soldier next to him. Jonas was not happy when he saw this. Instead, he was full of worries. Both Doflamingo and General Shinji were dragged by the shadow of the Revolutionary Army. In a deadlock battle, the Navy's tower in the City of Water was completely dragged down, so who can deal with Lin Tian, who has never appeared? At that time, Lin Tianji has taken away Nicole Robin. Then everything they are doing now is in vain? In the entire Navy headquarters, with the exception of the Admiral, the rest could not deal with Lin Tian. And the number of people rushed only increased casualties. King Pheasant General could not know this. Looking at the youth general who fought once again in the battlefield below, Jonathan's face showed incomprehension. What was Shinji thinking at the moment? The long sword once slid through the young child's body, even with the armed and domineering blessing. Disca just went on extremely quickly, cutting out a small wound, which is difficult to cause any critical damage to the young child. The difference in combat power between the two is not very big. If the fight goes on like this, I am afraid it will be difficult to tell the outcome for days or nights. This point is clear to both Shinji and Disca, but at this moment, for some reason, no one can retreat first, and can only fight on the scalp. At this moment, a firework rose above the water capital and exploded. A cute rabbit head appeared in the air. The dark sky was briefly illuminated, and the entire water was clearly visible. The sudden scene, all the Navy soldiers could not help being stunned, raised their eyes to look at the fireworks above their heads. Their faces were puzzled. Randiska's face changed drastically in an instant. Even if he fought with Shinji until now, Diska has not experienced such a drastic change in expression. Shinji's attack came at this moment, and Diska's left hand, which was about to pull out the second sword, quickly released. Instead of confronting Shinji, he immediately pulled back and opened the distance between him. Got up and jumped. Several mountains had already rushed to the top of the tall building in an instant. Before Diska could stand firm, the three shadow players had already rushed over. Said eagerly, "Captain, that is Ellie and their distress signal. They are in trouble at the station. What shall we do?" "What should I do? Of course I rush out of the encirclement here and save them as quickly as possible, without even thinking about it," Diska said directly. The Navy and Kiwei were both dragged by them. It stands to reason that there is no one in the entire Water City as their opponent, even CP9. How could they send out a distress signal at this moment? But no matter what, Ellie and the others must have encountered a life-and-death crisis, otherwise they would not be able to use the signal flare. The best thing to do now is to rescue them. But now, with the Admiral, there are so many Navy and 2 lieutenants of the headquarters, let alone rushing as soon as possible. Whether or not they can leave is a question. What to do? In Diska's heart, thinking anxiously, Shinji continued to chase, turned and leaped, and came to another tall building, looking at the 4 Diska on the top of the building. The opponent suddenly got out of the fight in a panic. Shinji had already guessed that the place where the signal came from was the station, so it seemed that the guy had finally arrived. Wow. Whoop. At this moment, the sea breeze was violent. The strong sea breeze increased rapidly, and it was already difficult to stand up. Many of the Navy soldiers standing on the roof had their hats blown off. Turned around and took a look. In an instant, countless exclamations rang out. Ah, what is this? The waves, such huge waves. At this time, the capital of water, the once-a-year storm is coming. What should we do? We are now in a low-lying place. How can we stop this huge wave? Amidst the exclamation of many navies, the sea that had already receded swept towards the city of water with an even greater momentum, with huge waves tens of meters high. The sound of flowing water mixed in the sea breeze, high and huge waves in front of them are tiny ants. Even the slightest resistance can't do it. Special, now I am at the edge of the city of water. The terrain is very low. There is no doubt that they will be submerged by the waves, and they will all die under the huge waves. Good chance. Seeing the huge wave hit, Diska's face showed a joyful smile. This huge wave is coming at this moment. It is completely God's help. There are thousands of naval soldiers here, all under the attack of the huge waves. They will definitely not be able to escape the huge waves with their strength. But there is only one person who can stop the huge waves. That is Shinji. With the power of frozen fruits, even a piece of sea can be frozen, let alone the huge waves in front of him. Shinji could not have watched thousands of naval soldiers die in vain. When he shot, it was the fact that they left here. In that short period of time, Shinji must not be able to stop. Without his stop, how could the Navy on the scene stop them from leaving? Diska thought of this. Shinji also thought of it, frowning slightly, thinking for a few seconds, and ordered all Navy soldiers gather together. Went to the bottom of the vessel and asked, "General Shinji, what should I do with the 4 people? Just let them go?" "Well, let them leave." Shinji glanced at the opposite Diska, nodded and said, "Our purpose is to prevent others from taking Nicole Rotten. Now Nicole Rotten has left by sea train. Our goal has been achieved, and getting to the Judicial Island is what we need to do next." "Yes." As the order was given, all the Navy soldiers moved quickly and gathered towards the building where Shinji was. Seeing that the Navy began to leave, dispersed and surrounded, Diska glanced at Shinji's eyes, immediately led the remaining 3 team members, turned and left, and drove towards the station. Retracted his gaze, Shinji looked at the huge wave already in front of him, raised his hand and shot an icicle into the wave. Ice Age. To be continued. Stacked wave palm. Lin Tian flipped his right hand and slammed into the front Diska, who pulled back into his palm. The powerful palm print is no worse than Lin Tian for physical skills, and even for the stronger Oka, a punch is not fancy, and the powerful fist repels the approaching Lin Tian. At this moment, in physical skills, Disca has already taken advantage of Lin Tian. Even if Lin Tian has Garp as a teacher and Lin Tian is extremely talented, he would not be evaluated by the Navy as the most promising in history. Naval genius. The environment of Kadiska's extension is also not bad. As the best generation of the Moon Clan back then, Disca has accepted it since he was a child. The big clan of physical skills, the Moon Clan, has formed a series of suitable trainings over the years, and also, as the Moon Clan, many powerful older generations teach. In addition, the awakening of the power of the moon, this kind of magical power, completely specializes in physical skills. Unlike Lin Tian's learning with physical skills, Oka has to go farther than Lin Tian. A boxing punches back to the sky, Oka's footsteps, and the ground rolls instantly. The hard ground rolls like a sea wave, cracks crawling on the ground. With the help of the reaction force under the soles of the feet, Oka stopped walking, his speed increased rapidly, and his figure burst out and rushed in front of Lin Tian. Phew. Without saying much, he swept his legs powerfully, lifted his feet and swept out. The terrifying leg strength, even the air, was blown up, sweeping towards Lin Tian's head. Shot is a killer move, from which you can see how serious Oka's killing intentions towards Lin Tian are. Without hesitation, his whole body exudes a strong murderous aura. Unbeatable. Facing this foot, this is the most true thought in Lin Tian's heart. He hurriedly raised his hands, crossed his chest, and made a defensive posture. The next moment, there was a blast. From between the two of them, a collision like a meteorite, of course, exploded with the same terrifying power as a meteorite. The shock wave, generated by the collision, dissipated towards the surroundings. In a calm place, under the shock wave raging, pieces of bluestone slabs were shattered, and flew into the air. The pale yellow soil flew up, forming thick smoke. The ground was originally leveled. In a blink of an eye, a large pit more than 10 meters wide appeared. Scratches appeared in the pit, which was blown by a wind knife. The powerful force rushed into the body, crossed his arms and slammed into the chest. Like being hit by a heavy hammer, the chest became tight, the blood rolled, and he couldn't control the body. Lin Tian was kicked and flew directly by Disca, like a bomb shot, slammed into the rear wall. Boom. The walls of several stories high, under the impact of Lin Tian's terror, the heavy walls collapsed and the whole house collapsed amidst the trembling sound, arousing a large amount of smoke. I only felt the heat in my throat, something ran out of my chest, and a mouthful of blood was vomited from his mouth. Before Lin Tian could react in time, the collapsed house had fallen from above. Thunderfield. With a low shout, he was buried in the loud noise of the collapsed house. The smoke and dust, caused by the collapse of the house, the thick smoke, covered everything in the smoke. Stopped by the ruins, thick smoke was blown by the strong wind, quickly dispersed, revealing the collapsed house inside. Disca, don't believe that Lin Tian is so easy to die. If a sweep of his legs can solve Lin Tian so easily, then he doesn't need to wait so long. Just as Oka had expected, as soon as he stopped, a series of thunder and lightning rose from the ruins, and Lin Tian's figure appeared along the resounding thunder and lightning. Gently touched the blood on the side of his mouth, Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the opposite Oka with a faint smile on his face, not knowing what he was thinking. Lin Tian's weird smile made Oka's heart tremble. He was knocked down by himself. This guy in front of him should be angry. Why should he laugh? Did he do something in secret? Oka suddenly worried and thought. His eyes swept around, but everything was calm around him. I just heard Lin Tian suddenly say, if your father knew how you are growing up now, I'm afraid he would be happy before he died. Father? Hearing this, Oka was taken aback suddenly, and then his face showed a deep sneer. You are ashamed to mention my father, because my father believes in you so much, but you do such a thing. Clenched his fists, the whole body's strength gathered toward the fist, his arms bulged with blue veins, and his slender arms, at this moment, bulged a piece of toned muscles. is just the muscles, one by one with high-raised veins, destroying the beauty. The power of terror is gathered in the fist. The leaked power is terrifying, and even the air around the fist is trembling slightly. Listening to the laughter and anger mixed with the sound of the Taoist wind, Lin Tian did not show any exaggerated expressions on his face, just raised his fist high and leaped towards Oka. Seeing Lin Tian suddenly attacked, Oka thought he was poking the truth eye himself, and shot himself angrily, trying to kill himself. A light red light rose in both hands, palms up, and gently dragged the surrounding runes, caused by the battle between the two, trembling violently. Blocks of boulders, and even houses. In short, most of the heavy objects around them all rose from the ground with a faint red glow. Stone rain falls on the sky. Trembling hands holding up such a heavy object is also a big challenge for Oka. Although his mental power is strong, he has limitations in his use. It is the first time he has tried so many things for a short time. His forehead was covered with large sweat beads. The sweat beads were left along his cheeks and dripped onto the ground. He had reached the limit. His hands stopped and rose. The palm of the hand was turned over, and the palm was suddenly pressed down towards the ground. The heavy object, suspended in the high school all over the sky, was controlled by the invisible mind and hurriedly smashed down towards the ground. Lin Tian. Heavy objects falling from high school are inherently powerful. With the addition of invisible mental force, each heavy object violently rubs against the air and emits firelight, just like a meteorite falling from the sky. The shining firelight directly steamed the drizzle that dripped from the sky. It became warmer in some cool weather. The fiery firelight not only brought warmth, but also brought light. The orange-yellow firelight illuminates the whole street, and the water on the ground shines with a little light, like the stars in the sky. Was just the sound of wind coming from high above, and there was a feeling of blazing heat, which attracted all Lin Tian's attention, and the heavy object, entangled by the firelight, fell towards the ground. At the same time, Oka has hurriedly backed away, far away from the heavy object attack range, and retreated to a position where he wanted to be safe. He moved his gaze to Oka, who had pulled away and left. Lin Tian's face returned to the point of expressionlessness, which meant that Lin Tian had already shot with all his strength. Stopped, Lin Tian didn't choose to escape, but squatted down, not thinking, because Lin Tian didn't need to escape at all. Space Guard. The silver-white light rang from the palm of the hand, and the arm was gradually wrapped in shining light. In Lin Tian's low voice, the light scattered towards the surroundings, and a semicircular halo appeared on the ground. Oka's horrified gaze, the silver-white aperture rose from the ground and accumulated towards the center. In a blink of an eye, there was already a faint silver-white mask shimmering around Lin Tian. However, Oka's eyes were not like that. The silver-white mask sounded, everything inside became pitch black, and nothing inside was clearly visible. At this moment, the sky was enveloped by a faint red light, and the flaming gravel or tall building smashed onto the outer mask. Jump. The floor carrying a terrifying impact fell on the mask, but there was a slight muffled sound, and the floor was directly bounced off and fell on the tall building nearby. Next, countless heavy objects stepped into the front steps, and were undoubtedly bounced out. Those strong impacts were only on the mask, causing a faint ripple, and did not break through the mask defense. The falling stone rain dissipated, and the surrounding ruins were once again smashed out of large pits, burning flames illuminating the surroundings. Obviously in front of people is a scene of the end of the world. Large pits can be seen everywhere on the ground, as well as the ruins of the collapsed floors under the impact of the battle. The bottomless, dark-filled cracks are all over the ground. Damaged houses, devastated streets, puddles filled with rainwater. Under the rainwater, there is still no flame that stops burning. Scattered debris and objects, the entire area can be said to be destroyed. The light shield dissipated, and the scene, covered by darkness, reappeared in front of Oka, but Lin Tian did not appear to stay. His vigilant whole body slowly moved away from his footsteps. His eyes were silent, and he swept around, trying to find Lin Tian's trace. Suddenly, Oka, who was looking for Lin Tian, quickly lowered his head, and a long sword gleaming with thunder and lightning emerged from behind. It was chopped down repeatedly. The thunder and lightning were burned into ashes and scattered on the ground under intense heat. Held his right hand towards the void. The light red light rose up, forming a handle, and held it in the palm of the hand. Quickly pulled it out. The flowing red light turned into a shield and raised his head high. The chasing wind was blocked by the eye shield. Lin Tian, who appeared in the void behind him, hurriedly got up and jumped, avoiding the long sword that Oka's other hand swung. S figure turned into a flash of thunder, moved to Oka's side, swept back and kicked on the opponent's abdomen, but was blocked by the weird and changeable mind. The power exploded from his legs was enough to knock Oka back. With a step on his feet, Lin Tian's figure disappeared again. The place of attack was in front of him. A silver-white lightsaber was held by Lin Tian in his left hand, turning sideways at a height of 36 accurately and powerfully smashed onto the sword that Oka raised his hand to block. The silver-white longsword without sharp blades, but with great sharpness, directly cut off Oka's unbreakable mental power, but the silver-white lightsaber also turned into a little bit in his shocking gaze. The light dissipated. The flickering thunder and lightning in his right hand has already waved his arm and slashed towards Oka again. The sharp blade and the lightning power have increased its power a lot. Even if Oka reacted in time, the mind shield on his chest was cut abruptly again, and the prestige chasing wind directly made a long wound on Oka's chest. The power of thunder and lightning instantly made the wound feel scorched, the blood immediately stopped flowing, and the air still smelled of burnt meat. To be continued. Turning around to avoid the opponent's attack, Lin Tian kicked his feet to Oka in front of him, but was flexibly avoided by the opponent. Chang Deng! The two stopped the retreating figure, stepped on their feet, and at the same time attacked towards the opposite side. The two swords intersected, and an astonishing collision occurred at the sword's front. The sword energy leaked at will, directly scratched deep vertical marks on the hard wall. The ground was broken, and the house was split into two by shocking slashes. The figures flashed, and the two of them flashed on the ground like two streams of light, sometimes flying to the sky, sometimes rushing to the ground, or rushing into a tall house on one side, where they passed, like the end of the day. Everything is in the two of them under the collision of fists and feet, crushed. He dodged sideways, and flew a light red longsword to avoid the opponent. Lin Tian suddenly rushed to Oka's side, casters each other, and another violent punching force vented around. Looking at each other, Lin Tian could clearly see Oka, the terrifying killing intent and the boundless hatred of him in his eyes, and persuaded him. Oka, you were not my opponent back then, and now you are not my opponent. There is not enough time now. You will explain everything in detail. It is not me that you want revenge. Don't force me. Here, I have spent so much time with Oka, and I have to go to Sol Robin. Although Illy and the others are going, they haven't seen the signal yet. Lin Tian has a bad feeling. Moreover, now that the Navy only appears in the capital of water, Lin Tian can't believe it. The Warring States period thought that only Shinji could deal with me, but he didn't know if the other was a yellow ape, a red dog, or two people coming together. There is also at least one admiral hiding in the dark, always giving Lin Tian a sense of crisis. No one can be sure. At certain critical moments, the admiral popped out. Lin Tian, a confident smile appeared on Oka's face and said, "Are you out of time, or worrying about your Nicole Robin's safety, or don't know how to explain everything that night? Tonight, I want you to grieve for a lifetime like me, looking at the person I care about the most, right in front of me, but I can't save myself, and experience the painful pain." Boom. Boom. At this time, a huge firework exploded from the sky, and a huge rabbit began to appear in the sky, blinking for a few seconds, and then dissipated. Lin Tian's complexion changed drastically in an instant. This was a distress signal from the direction of the train station. Illy and the others would not use such things as a last resort. In this way, let alone rescue Robin, now Ellie and the others are already facing a life-and-death crisis, and they can no longer delay time here. Suddenly, Lin Tian, who was distracted, forgot that he was still in battle. Oka seized the opportunity and punched out. Lin Tian suddenly flew upside down and fell to the ground severely, smashing several big holes one after another. Lin Tian, don't you know that you who have fought until now, you can't distract yourself during the fight? Withdrawing his fist and shook off the blood on his fist, Oka smiled with joy, not because he had repelled Lin Tian. Rather, he had already guessed what happened just now. Although I don't know who the flare was made, the same flare was shot from, and the expression on Lin Tian's face that was changing rapidly at that time was enough to explain everything. Boom, bang. In the smoke and dust aroused, a large piece of rubble flew out, and a fuzzy figure slowly walked out of the smoke. Lin Tian, who was chasing the wind in his hand, slipped off the bright red blood at the corner of his mouth, walked out of the smoke, stopped and looked at Oka in front of him. The tone was indifferent. I don't have time, and you won't listen to my explanation. It is even more impossible for me to leave. In this way, I can only solve you as soon as possible. Hearing this, a trace of disdain flashed in Oka's eyes. He was indeed not Lin Tian's opponent, and he suffered much more injuries than Lin Tian. However, relying on the strength of the stored moon, no matter how severe the injury is, he can recover quickly. Lin Tian can't. No matter what, Lin Tian can't solve himself quickly. Such a big talk, he actually said it. In the next moment, Oka's disdainful eyes had turned into deep shock, and endless lightning flashed on Lin Tian. The shining thunder and lightning, like tree branches densely scattered all over the void, shrouded the two people in a blink of an eye, but in a blink of an eye, the sky full of thunder and lightning disappeared again. The thunder and lightning still flickered on Lin Tian's body, and his whole body was wrapped in thunder and lightning, like a real thunder god in the light blue light. Slowly raising his right hand, creaking thunder and lightning from the fingertips, passed along the fingertips into the void, like a silver snake, suddenly rushing into the clouds in the sky. As the thunder and lightning broke into the thick cloud layer above, the cloud layer was calm, and the dark cloud rolled up. That thunder and lightning was the catalyst, and the entire cloud layer above had already undergone drastic changes. Bright lights sounded, and as the lights flickered, there was finally thunder and lightning shooting out of the clouds. Although it could only last for a second, it was enough to illuminate half of the sky. This seems to be a signal high above. When the storm is approaching, the loud horn of thunder and lightning blew, and the lightning sounded along with the thunder, and the lightning pierced the sky. Lin Tian, do you want to? Looking up at the sky, Oka lowered his head, his tone full of fear. By now, Oka, why didn't Lin Tian know what Lin Tian was thinking, using the Thunder Fruit ability to induce thunder electric attacks in the high-altitude clouds? Just as he expected, Lin Tian, who had just received the Fruit of the Thunder, could not produce a current as powerful as Ainlu. Physical skills and swordsmanship alone can defeat this guy, but it takes a lot of time. After all, it is really a bug that the opponent can recover from the injury. Void strength is the whole card. It is not the time yet. In a short period of time, it can gather its crushing power and defeat Orca in one move. Only by borrowing the power of heaven and earth, no matter how powerful the ability is, it is impossible to fight against heaven and earth. Once a year, there is a huge storm, and the electrons gathered in the clouds above have reached a terrifying amount. It is the best to deal with Oka, and it will not consume too much of its own power. Without Lin Tian's answer, Oka had the answer in his heart. He slid lightly for half a step. His whole body was scattered with red light, forming a huge defensive mask, tightly surrounding him. In the sky, the brewing in the thunder layer slowly calmed down, and it continued. The energy contained in it was too great, and it would be out of control at that time and directly turned into an electronic storm. The black clouds rolled and moved towards the surroundings. A bright light appeared in the sky, and the next moment, a thick thunder and lightning shot out from the bright light. The degree of lightning is the degree of light, thousands of meters away, and it only takes a short moment. At this time, even the most basic reaction is difficult for people to achieve. This is why Oka did not choose to flee, because the lightning attack was too fast, and once he acted, the opponent's attack direction would also change. I felt that there was a flower in front of me, and the thunder and lightning had already rushed towards Oka in the light red mist below, like a punishment from heaven. Heaven punishment. Thunder Dragon. The palm of the hand suddenly fell with the sound of the speech, and the flashing thunder light suddenly turned into a long thunder and lightning. He twisted his large body and wielded sharp thunder and lightning claws. In his eyes there were two electric lights that pierced the sky, rushing down to defend against Austria Card. Boom. The Thunder Dragon's impact, accompanied by an alarm, the ground trembled suddenly under that terrifying impact, and countless dusts rose up. Oka, who was maintaining the mask, was directly pressed down to his knees, and the ground under the mask dropped more than tens of centimeters. The earth could not bear the terror impact. Cracks began to appear on the damaged earth as the shockwave approached. Large chunks of the ground were lifted, with a mask as the center. Shockwaves swept across the ground, setting off a high mud and sandstorm. Seeing the other party resisting the frontal impact of Thunder Dragon, Lin Tian's face flashed a little bit of surprise, but then disappeared, even if he resisted it for the first time. The maintenance of the mask must be a great consumption to Oka. It is really reluctant to resist this wave, not to mention that the power of Thunder Dragon will not weaken over time. The palm of the hand was pressed down again towards the ground, and a thunderbolt sounded in the clouds above, slamming on the Thunder Dragon and converging with the Thunder Dragon. Two lightning bolts were superimposed, and the Thunder Dragon, whose light was a little dim, brightened again, and even the dragon scales, formed by the lightning on the body, could be clearly seen. But the mask, maintained by Oka below, finally couldn't bear it, and there was a click, and a small crack appeared on the mask. The cracks were getting bigger and bigger at the same time. In a blink of an eye, the entire photomist was also covered with cracks, and the photomist shattered with a sound of breaking glass. Losing the barrier of his mental power, Oka's body appeared in front of Thunder Dragon without any hindrance. The next moment the Thunder Dragon broke through the mask, directly penetrated Oka's body. What? Oka, who was facing Thunder Dragon's attack, was facing terrifying attacks at this moment, and his power was much stronger than Lin Tian's Thunder Pillar. Even his body couldn't bear it. The whole body was burning like a fire, and the intense pain was transmitted along the nerves to his mind, and there was a scream in his mouth. The ground under his feet rose to the sky under the impact of electric light, but it turned into ashes in the thunder and lightning, and then slowly disappeared before people's eyes. In a few seconds, the Thunder Dragon has slowly dissipated. The huge pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters, under the impact of lightning, the pit is full of charred black soil, and it is still raving with a touch of fire and heat. In the middle of the huge pit, the scorched Oka was lying in the center of the pit, with a faint light shining on his body. It was the strange power of the moon. Fingers trembling slightly, closed eyes suddenly opened. Oka slowly moved his body from the ground, barely maintaining his standing. The moment the Thunder Dragon bombarded you, Oka had already used the power of the moon to protect his body. Otherwise, how could Oka stand up frontally in the face of that kind of attack? Bang! The flying forward chick-chicked Oka, who had just barely stood up, to the ground again, and moved his steps. Lin Tian clung to the wind, and slowly walked towards Oka, who was about to climb up. Waving his right hand, the chasing wind rests on Oka's neck, and the sharp blade is close to the opponent's neck. If there is a slight change, Lin Tian will do it without hesitation. Oka, you lose. To be continued. On the scorched black ground, the chilly chasing wind clung to Oka's neck, and no one would doubt that Lin Tian would cut it off. Looking at the sharp chasing wind near his eyes, Oka lowered his head unwillingly, and said in a deep voice, I lost. Why, I feel that your tone is full of unwillingness. Is it really important to kill me? Lin Tian asked curiously. Not reconciled, of course not reconciled. I finally had a chance for revenge, but I failed. I came here with a will to die. Death is not terrible to me. It is a pity that in the end I died and did not realize my revenge. As he said, Oka raised his head and stared closely at Lin Tian's eyes. I'm not willing. Why, you can have two abilities. How can you be a villain with such a powerful power? God has no eyes. Like you, such a villain can actually live arrogantly in the world, but... Speaking of this, Oka's face was gradually filled with a smile, but... By now, Nicole Robin should be taken to Judicial Island with a powerful combat power deployed by the headquarters. Even if you can't save Nicole Robin, if you try hard, even you will die there. That's it. Lin Tian uttered a question and then said indifferently, if you are taken away, you will be taken away. In Oka's horrified gaze, Lin Tian slowly said, at that time, the big deal will be to rescue that stupid woman from the Judicial Island. Just break into the Judicial Island and some navy. What about death? This. Oka was speechless, and in a seemingly plain tone, Lin Tian expressed Lin Tian's consciousness without hesitation. I felt that the other party had been saved and knew that things would develop to this point. What happened, the big deal, was a battle. This was Lin Tian's thoughts. No matter what the matter is, I have to solve the stupid woman, even if the road ahead is full of dangers. Anyway, I have to do it, and I still care about it. After experiencing the lack of speech just now, Oka showed a sneer on his face and said sarcastically, really, touching love, but it's not very useful. Although it was under my control, that woman did it, but in order for the two of you to experience the pain of the death of the closest person, Nicole Robin still felt everything in secret. But in the next thing, the other party really didn't want to explain what. Hearing, Lin Tian looked at Oka's gaze and couldn't help showing a trace of pity. He rushed to sympathize with this crazy guy who was revenge on him. Said slowly, you will not understand how much she cherishes her present life in her heart, who lives in fear and betrayal every day, with her life experience more than you. To tell the truth, Lin Tian's gaze made Oka very upset, and it should be him who should be acting. In order to deal with Lin Tian, the Navy headquarters used terrorist combat power. If there is no certainty of victory, how could the immersed naval headquarters make a move at this time? At this moment, the number of naval soldiers on Judicial Island has reached an astonishing number. Lin Tian still wants to break into it alone to save people, and maybe he will get in the end, but this is not what he wants to see. But there was no time for the Zokas to speak. Lin Tian had slightly lifted up to chase the wind and chopped off toward Zoka's neck. Feeling the sharpness coming from his neck, Oka knew that he was going to end this time. Thinking of countless feuds from the Moon Clan, there was no chance to avenge him again. If he died, he would be the last person of the Moon Clan to leave this world. Starting today, the entire Moon Clan has completely disappeared from the world. The self, who inherited the fire of the Moon Clan, but lightly ruined the hope of the Moon Clan, death is not terrible to Oka. At this moment, Oka regrets being involved in today's affairs. The sharp sword aura, the sound of the blade rubbing against the air, sounded in the ear. It's going to be over now. He slowly closed his eyes, the only thought in Oka's mind. However, death did not come up with the thoughts in his mind. The blade rang for a few seconds, and the death that should have followed did not come. There was a puzzle in his mind. Oka slowly opened his eyes, only to see a section of thin hair falling from above, appearing in his own eyes. Anticipating something, Oka's face was shocked and puzzled. His eyes turned up, and he looked up, and saw that Lin Tian had already moved back into the chasing wind, leaving only that figure slowly moving away from him. Seeing this strange scene, Oka couldn't help but ask, why, Lin Tian? Why on earth did you want to let me go? Aren't you afraid that I will continue to seek revenge from you in secret? Hearing Oka's question, Lin Tian stopped and stayed away. He didn't turn around. He just carried Oka and said, I'm just repaying your favor. I owe your father a life. Now I pay it back. A life? Murmured. Oka's heart was filled with deep incomprehension, and he asked again, Lin Tian. What a life? What are you talking about? Lin Tian took back the steps he had taken and finally turned around and looked at Oka, who was half kneeling on the ground. calmly explained, "Since you want to know, I will tell you that your father ran out of his energy and survived the severely injured me, but he didn't have enough power to save himself." Bang! Why? Oka clenched his fists and hammered down on the ground unwillingly. "Why did my father do that? Why should I believe in you as a villain to live you, but destroy our entire ethnic group? Why?" "Because of your father, you need me to destroy your Moon Clan." Lin Tian's calm voice was like a thunder which exploded in Okuben's chaotic mind, completely blank. Oka was deeply stunned by the news that Lin Tian's mouth uttered. The whole person was forced, and his fist hit the ground, staying in the air. He raised his head blankly, looked at Lin Tian with a look of disbelief, and asked involuntarily, "My father wants you to destroy the Moon Clan?" It was his own father who destroyed the Moon Clan. How could Oka believe it? And he couldn't believe it. For so many years, the purpose of my survival is revenge, to avenge their innocent destruction of the tribe, find Lin Tian, the culprit, and use his life to pay tribute to the innocent dead tribe. Revenge is the driving force for Oka's survival, but now, from Lin Tian's mouth, he said that the ruined Moon Clan was his father. How could it be proposed by the patriarch of the Moon Clan? My father is the patriarch and the king of the Moon Kingdom. How could he have issued such an order when he was killed by Lin Tian in the top floor of the palace? Thinking of this, Oka immediately stood up, laughed, and said, "Crazy, impossible. Now that Lin Tian has arrived, you are still quibbling with this kind of reason. My father died in the palace. When I got there, my father was already dead there. I finally found a guard who survived. At the last moment of death, he told me that the last one to leave the palace was your Lin. God, it is you who killed countless guards, Lin Tian. Would he deceive me?" "Yes." This time, Lin Tian didn't explain. He clicked a little and confessed directly that day the guards who died in the palace were indeed killed by me. They discovered that your father was dead in my hands and rushed toward me frantically to avenge the king. Anyway, the entire Moon Clan must be destroyed. In this case, I will kill them all. Ha ha ha. The twisted smile on Oka's face, he looked at Lin Tian angrily, "Killed so many people and said so calmly here, without any guilt." As soon as the conversation changed, Lin Tian continued, "However, one thing is certain, it is the opinions of me and your father to destroy your Moon Clan that day." No need to explain, he waved his hand abruptly. Oka stopped Lin Tian and said loudly, "Since you admitted that you killed the guards in the palace that day, what's the use in quibbling the rest, and pushed the blame to my death?" His father. Oka respects and admires his father very much. In the Kingdom of the Moon, his father is both the patriarch and the king. He leads countless people in a happy life and is praised by countless people. How can he accept Lin Tian's defilement after his death? The other party was still so stubborn that he didn't believe his explanation, and Lin Tian's patience had been consumed. The tone began to impatiently said, "Sophistry, if it was really what you said back then, I deliberately slaughtered your family. You think you can still live here now? Just now, it's not better to solve your life once and for all, so I explained this to you here." Lin Tian asked continuously and immediately made Oka's question dumb, even if he didn't want to believe it, but it really happened in front of him. Lin Tian let him go at the last minute. Just listen to Lin Tian continue to say, "I don't have time to explain what happened back then, but after you left, a lot of things happened, one of which was the ultimate goal of the guy. In order to prevent the Moon Clan from becoming a puppet under others and causing turmoil in the entire world, your father and I jointly decided to destroy your clan and eliminate all evil germs and possibilities. How could this happen?" Oka's body began to tremble, and she couldn't believe it and stepped back. In fact, Oka probably believed it in his heart. Lin Tian said that without killing himself, it was already the most effective explanation, and he might have known the truth of the error. But this truth made Oka unable to accept that the destruction of the Moon Clan was decided by his father, so what was it for persisting all these years? It was just a waste of effort. Why did his father do that? As if anticipating the question in Oka's heart, Lin Tian said, since you can get out of the base, it means that under the attack that day, the base was not completely destroyed. Although the entire island has been wiped out below the surface of the sea, the base is built in a very deep underground place. If you really want to know the answer, you can search inside. You should be able to find something. If there is really nothing you are looking for, things just come to me. After thinking about it, Lin Tian decided to ask Oka to find the answer on his own. After all, no matter what he said, he didn't see it with his own eyes. Finally, he glanced at Oka, who was lost in thought. Lin Tian turned and left, and he had to find all the answers by himself. Is Ellie still waiting for him? To be continued. Step on. On the dark street, 6 figures ran past in the dark, leaving only the faint sound of footsteps, which still existed here. Wiping the blood from his waist, Nandi said in a puzzled way, "Just now, who are the guys who rushed out to attack us? Even the dead were involved in it." "I don't know, but there are some phenomena in the previous attack. These guys should be in the same group as the raid on the bar that day," the 4th team member on the side replied. Squinting to the people behind, Ellie panted a little. "No matter what, those must be another group of people hidden besides us and the Navy." Nodded. Nandi agreed with his statement. "However, those guys are really difficult, and they are just sleek guys who have been secretly overtaken. The person behind should be going to deal with a minister." Ali replied, "Well, although it is solved, we have been delayed by those guys for a long time. I am afraid that CP9 has already arrived at the station. I hope they have not left, otherwise the effort will be wasted." Retracting his gaze and looking in front of him, the train station of Water City is already in front of him, and he can reach it only by crossing a short street. Squeak. A group of people rushed into the train station with extreme speed, and the intense friction between their footsteps and the ground caused Ali and others to quickly stop their body shape. When they entered the station, they were indeed greeted with horrified eyes. There were hundreds of Navy and CP spies waiting to board the train in a quiet and orderly manner. Turning his head with a look of surprise, looking at Ellie and others who suddenly broke in, there was no reaction for a while, and his eyes were fixed on the 6 black figures in front. Call. Looking up, when seeing these Navy and CP spy personnel preparing to leave, Ellie and others couldn't help but breathe. Secretly said in his heart, "Fortunately, arrived in time. If it is later, Nicole Robin will be taken away." Luffy and the others, who were about to step into the carriage, turned around in surprise and looked at the shadows who had just met before, with a faint look on their faces. Now, if you are caught up by these guys and want to leave, it's not a simple problem. If you drag it for too long, you have to wait for tomorrow morning if you want to leave. This is not in line with a plan. Moreover, once the time increases, it is easy to change things, and now the water capital can be heard from several places in the world. It is a battlefield. Turning around to look at Nicole Robin, who also turned his head to look at Luffy, said, "Luffy, you take Nicole Robin in first. After solving the unwilling guys behind, we are starting." "Yep." Nodding lightly, retracting her gaze, Khalifa stretched out her hand to push Nicole Robin and walked inside. At this time, a shout rang in the station, causing Robin to stop. "Nicole Robin, my master has a word for me to tell you that the world government is like a ruthless one. When needed, it makes various promises, but once the goal is achieved, everything will become the past. You think that by relying on you, the government can make the government obey the transaction. That is impossible. As well as yesterday's incident, the Chief Master already knows everything." After a pause, after speaking these words in one breath, Ali was a little breathless. "Have you really decided to step into the car?" The last question is not what Lin Tian said, but Ellie's question. If Nicole Robin chooses to believe them, things will be much simpler. Time seemed to stop flowing at this moment. After a few seconds of silence, Nicole Robin looked back and walked into the carriage without hesitation, with a decision in mind. A look of disappointment flashed on his face, but he had already predicted this scene in his heart. If Nicole Robin followed them so easily, things would not become as complicated as it is now. With her right hand slowly on the hilt behind her back, Ellie said softly, "Go!" The ready Ellie quickly rushed towards the sea train. The Shadow team members who were tacitly behind Ellie stepped forward with their front feet. They came here with only one purpose, to save Robin, regardless of whether the other party agrees or disagrees. IUBU. The Navy and CP spy agencies that were ready ahead immediately squeezed the trigger in the hand. Flames burst out of the muzzle. An orange bullet struck out bright lights and shot towards the Russian Ellie and others. "See him here domineering." The powerful perception immediately spread throughout the train station, and the trajectories of flying bullets clearly appeared in the minds of the Shadow players. Relying on his quick response and action, he flexibly avoided the oncoming bullet rain. Ellie, who took the lead, raised her hand with a powerful slash, rushing into the Navy crowd in front of her with a sharp slash, cutting through the bodies of several naval soldiers. Cut to the wall with a crash, the hard wall collapsed, and several panicked navies could not escape and were hit and buried in the rubble. In addition, several Shadow players flashed and rushed straight into the Navy crowd like wolves into a flock. How could these ordinary Navy soldiers be their opponents? The casual attack was not something ordinary Navy soldiers could withstand. He dipped himself and slid over his head with several sharp blades. Raising his leg and turning and sweeping, Nandi's powerful leg force knocked out all the Navy surrounded by the attack range. Tilting her head, avoiding the bullet shot from behind, Ellie turned her back and swung her long sword in a slashing slash, knocking down the CP agent who was sneaking behind her back. At the same time, with his right foot kicked forward, a Navy adjutant who rushed up and slashed was kicked and flew out, knocking down several naval soldiers who were about to shoot. Just watching the battle in the field, Luffy frowned slightly, so that even if there were hundreds of naval soldiers on the field, he could not delay the opponent for long. Just as Luffy was preparing to take a shot, Nandi, who leaped high, broke through numerous naval barriers directly from midair, raising his leg and a light blue chopping wave hit the three of them. Lam Jiao. Strong cut. Nandi can send out an enhanced version of the foot, with his unique control skills, more powerful strength, and the legs, forming a more powerful shock wave. Perceiving the opponent's attack, Katya narrowed his eyes, flew out, and waved his foot. Land foot. Bailey. Two powerful slashes collided in a small station, and the impact was vented to the ground. The fighting Navy was implicated and suffered the impact abruptly, severely injured and fell to the ground in a coma. Nandi's feet cut off Catyulan's feet straight away, and his prestige stayed in the air without any reduction, and Catyu's face changed astonished. Paper painting. Twisting beyond ordinary people's understanding, Catyu's body was in a meniscus state, and he dodged his feet and landed firmly on the ground. Bang! As the last naval soldier fell, except for the soldiers who had already boarded the Shanghai train, all the naval soldiers who were still staying on the train platform at the moment along with the CP spy personnel were knocked down by Ellie and others. When the footsteps fell, Nandi calmly said, CP9, with us here, you don't want to leave with Nicole Robin unless you defeat us, but with your current combat strength, there should be no such hope. Needless to say, Luffy and others also understand the situation they are facing now. The other party is the most mysterious shadow of the Revolutionary Army, not better than their CP9, no. It should be said to be stronger, at least as the strongest Luffy. He must not be the opponent of the Admiral. But now, in the face of the situation, if you want to take Robin away, they can't go without solving them. Woo. The sea train that stopped at the shore gave a rumbling whistle, and the sea train had already prepared enough steam and could start at any time. During the brief period of the confrontation between the two sides, they did not find a small black shadow not far from the shore. He took the opportunity to dive into the sea and slowly swim towards the sea train. The sound of the swimming disappeared in the beating waves. Boom! The slight impact sound suddenly sounded, making the already nervous everyone immediately vigilant, and at the same time swept their eyes in the direction of the sound source. I saw that on the edge of the shore, two spots of light green, like a ghost, the green flame light that kept swinging up and down, actually kept burning under the storm. Under the cover of darkness and heavy rain, it was difficult for everyone to see what was burning with a green light. Only a loud footstep could be heard, followed by a sound. Step on. The sound of calm footsteps is so clear and special in the train station where there is nothing except the sound of wind and rain and the sound of waves. Gradually in the dark curtain, as the footsteps sounded, a vague figure slowly emerged, but in the figure there were 2 points of permeating light that clearly appeared in the eyes of everyone, making people so frightening and timid. Looking at those familiar eyes, Ellie was hiding under her headgear, and Jumi's face showed shock and a touch of fear at this moment. Because of those eyes, I am too familiar with them. I have seen them too many times. No matter how long it has passed, it is impossible to forget those eyes. Wearing a burgundy, patterned top and black vest, white trousers, a short beard, and a black top hat with white fluff and short black hair. This is a portrayal of a man walking out of the darkness. The most characteristic feature is the eyesight and the sharp yellow eyes of an eagle, which are clearly visible even in the dark. Seeing the appearance of a clear man www.com, everyone present couldn't help but change their expressions, showing deep shock. It was actually him who came. Hawkeye Mihawk, the world's largest swordsman. There was a trembling voice in Ali's mouth. For Ali, the man in front of her had an unusual meaning. Back then, I was thrown by the chief master to Hawkeye Mihawk to learn swordsmanship that suits him. I spent several months with him, learning swordsmanship with him until he joined the Revolutionary Army. Hawkeye Mihawk actually came here. No one expected that he would appear in such a coincident place at such a time. But one thing is certain. When Hawkeye Mihawk came here, he was likely to accept the recruitment of the Navy headquarters. There are not so many coincidences in the world. In this way, Hawkeye Mihawk is not a companion, but their enemy. To be continued. On the platform of the train station, the atmosphere gradually became heavy due to the arrival of Hawkeye Mihawk. The shadow players who originally had the advantage now have no advantage, but have fallen into a kind of passiveness. After all, they are not facing the CP9 and the like. But Hawkeye Mihawk, recognized by the world as the world's largest swordsman, has yet to surpass him to sit on this throne. Ali and the others don't think that, with their combat power, they can add up to Hawkeye's opponents. The sharp eyes of an eagle turned in the confrontation between the two sides until the eagle eyes placed his gaze on Ellie. Muttered to herself, a woman's voice is still very familiar. It seems that you are hiding behind the mask, Ellie. Hearing this, a cry of exclamation sounded from his heart, and the shadow players were deeply shocked by the words spoken in the eagle's mouth, and their faces were full of surprise. They had never heard Ellie talk about Hawkeye, nor did they know that Hawkeye knew Ellie, and the relationship between the two was not shallow. Luffy, the leader of CP9, frowned slightly, did not say much, just watched the development of things quietly. When Hawkeye saw through her identity, Ellie didn't conceal anything. She reached out and took off the hood from her head. Her silver white hair was flying in the wind, revealing the beautiful face hidden underneath. Shaking the hair wrapped around her head, Ellie looked at Hawkeye Mihawk with a faint smile on her face and said, "Teacher, long time no see." What? Hearing Ellie's address to Hawkeye, even CP9 couldn't sit still anymore with a surprised look on his face. The shadow players on the side of the fighting force exclaimed, obviously shocked by the news. The acquaintance of Ellie with Hawkeye has already shocked everyone. Now that the two of them are masters and apprentices, they are completely afraid. Looking at Ellie, who was smiling on the side Mandy thought in horror, Hawkeye Mihawk is always alone, and Ellie is actually his disciple. If at other times and places, if someone told him about this, Mandy would have smiled and would never believe it. How could it happen? But now that he is a human being by his side, Hawkeye heard this name and did not refute it. Obviously, he had acquiesced, saying that everything was true. The CP9 trio glanced at Ellie on the side, took a few deep glances, and their eyes still revealed deep suspicion that Eagle Eye had a disciple and was still a female disciple. But there is no Eagle Eye to refute. Even if I don't want to believe it, I have to admit it. It seems that this matter needs to be notified to the above. The Eagle Eye disciple is actually a revolutionary army. It depends on how it looks. In fact, these people don't understand Eagle Eyes, and Eagle Eyes don't say anything, just because Eagle Eyes don't care about how others look, and do things completely on their own, doing whatever they want, which is a portrayal of Eagle Eyes. Of course, he accepted Lin Tian's request that day and agreed to teach Ellie as Teacher Ellie for a period of time, and he was considered Teacher Ellie. For the fact that Ellie became a revolutionary army, Yingyun was also surprised. On that day, Lin Tian asked himself to give Ellie to someone, but he did not expect to bring her to the revolutionary army. In this way, the relationship between Lin Tian and the revolutionary army is not simple, and it is even possible that the guy is already a member of the revolutionary army, and many people will have a headache. It seems that Shanks is right. No one can stop the rampage of this era. Looking around, Ellie's decorations and a few people with the same decorations on the side, Hawkeye said, "In this way, you should be the shadow of the revolutionary army, and the person that the Warring States period wants me to deal with is you." With the sound of the conversation, Allie's heart was immediately immersed in the bottom of the valley, and she spent some time with Hawkeye. Allie also had a general understanding of the unfamiliar Hawkeye. He is a very principled person. As long as he is sure of things, even if the closest person obstructs him, he will not care about personal affairs, saying that he is ruthless, but this is the way Hawkeye acts. Woo. The train whistle sounded again, and Luffy said, "Hawkeye Mihawk, since you are conscripted by Kiwei, they will leave it to you to solve it. We have to rush to Judicial Island first." Hawkeye did not answer, but suddenly turned his head. Those pair of Hawkeyes, both revealing a sharp light in the dark, couldn't help but tremble in his heart, even if they were as strong as Luffy. He said blankly, "Tell the Marshal of the Warring States period that I am here just to find the swordsman in his mouth, and it is not within my scope to solve the shadow." Luffy's expression sounded as Hawkeye's words sounded, and his face gradually sank. He had long heard that Hawkeye was the most maverick among all the Kiwis, doing everything according to his own preferences. However, even the Navy headquarters can hardly get the arrogant Hawkeye. What can Luffy do? Suddenly, Hawkeye's conversation turned. "However, I now want to try how strong the most mysterious shadow in the Revolutionary Army is." After finally letting out a sigh of relief, Ellie and the others, the falling heart suddenly hung up again. This idea changed too quickly. At this moment, Ellie's heart was filled with a wry smile, because she knew that Hawkeye probably only just came up with this idea. "Okay, now you can leave," Hawkeye turned around and said, completely ignoring Luffy and the others. Although a little unhappy in his heart, Hawkeye has this capital. Luffy turned around and took Batu and Bruno, leaving only the Shadow and Hawkeye standing on the platform. The whistle sounded, and the sea train slowly drove out of the platform along the trembling track in the waves under the steam. The departure of the sea train did not attract the nervous eyes of Ellie and others, and now they are dealing with the world's largest swordsman. With his hands on his chest, Hawkeye said calmly, "Ellie, let me see. I haven't seen you in a short time. You have improved, but you still haven't changed at all." With a trace of helplessness on her face, Ellie had to drew her sword, gave Mandy and the others a relieved look, and stepped forward. Raising the long sword in his hand, the sharp point of the sword pointed at Hawkeye, offended, "Teacher." When the voice fell, Ellie had already stepped forward and rushed forward. The sword body turned into a cold light, fast. As long as a quick word, the extremely fast speed is already Ellie's limit. Regarding the gap between herself and Hawkeye, Ellie knew that there was no temptation, only the strongest move was used. The sword body turned into a bright light, and it approached in front of the Eagle Eye at an extremely fast speed, but the Eagle Eye still remained standing. There was no other action, as if there was no attack from Ellie in front of him. Soft sword. Ghost cut. A low shout sounded from her mouth, and the straight long sword in Ellie's hand began to dance like a spirit snake. The shiny sword body turned into afterimages and pierced toward the eagle's eye. Kang dang. A bright light flashed, and only the sound of clanging steel was heard. Hawkeye had already pulled out the black knife behind his back, and the wide blade crosspiece was in front of him, blocking a stab from the side. Sure enough, there is too much difference in strength, and I was seen through. Disappointment flashed in Allie's eyes. She thought that even if it was difficult to cause damage to Hawkeye, she could touch the opponent's body, but the fact was so much different from herself. Holding the black knife in his right hand, blocking the tip of Ellie's sword, Hawkeye said, "I have improved a lot in speed and changed moves, but you are still too weak." The thick black sword flipped flexibly. Before Ellie could react, the long sword in her hand was picked up by the eagle eye, and the broad blade was shot on her body. Suddenly, I felt a huge force that I couldn't resist, coming from my chest. My body couldn't control it, and he flew backwards and hit the wall hard. A powerful counterattack hit her back, and Allie's body shook, and bright red blood burst out of her mouth, sliding down the cobweb-like cracked wall. One move will get rid of Ellie. Nandy looked surprised, couldn't believe the muttering to himself, and the other shadow players on the side were equally surprised. Although Ellie had the lowest combat power among the people due to her age and her short time in Kendo, it did not mean that Ellie's combat power was not good. One way to solve it, you might be able to do it with your full strength, but Hawkeye won so easily, let alone full strength. I'm afraid the opponent will even use 80% of his strength. Hugo's heavy sword pierced the air, and the black sword in Hawkeye's hand pointed to die. You should be the strongest fighter of all people, and I am qualified to draw a sword, but I don't know how many swords you can resist. Taking a step forward, Nandy didn't flinch at the slightest, and faced the rumors of the world's largest swordsman Eagle Eye, with a dark arm color covering both fists. He calmly sent a rescue signal to the side, and said in a deep voice, "It is an honor to be able to fight the world's #1 swordsman. Call out." Bang! The shadow team behind him quickly took out the signal flare from his pocket, and a bright red light shot into the sky, and a huge rabbit appeared. Signal flare? Rescue? Hawkeye muttered to himself calmly. As the sword turned, a powerful slash shot directly. The sharp slash cut directly into the ground in half. Nandy hurriedly dodged sideways, and the shadow players following behind also hurriedly dodged. But the huge sea train station was directly cut into two by the Eagle Eye slash, and the top of the thick wall was divided into two. The pouring rain fell along the cracks and dripped on everyone. As he flew up, Nandy took the opportunity to leap up, but he was slammed out with his fists, but was blocked by Hawkeye with a simple sword swing. Seizing the opportunity, Hawkeye swung a powerful slash, pushing back the figure that Nandy had rushed up again. www.com, the blade turned and slashed again in a row, slashing into the air with nowhere to borrow powerful Nandy. The two figures flashed quickly, and dozens of strokes passed by, and the entire train station was completely destroyed under the Eagle Eye slash, until all the figures fell. Only left, the Eagle Eye standing quietly, brandishing the black knife, stained with blood in his hand, stood on the ruins, watching the silhouettes, fainted on the ground at their feet. Nandy barely controlled his painful body, and stood up slowly from the ground, holding on to his trembling body, as if he was about to fall as long as he was gently blown by the wind. Aren't you down? You are considered a strong man, but you are all defeated. What's the use of standing? For Ellie's sake, I will spare you all. With a weak breath in his mouth, Nandy intermittently said, Shadow only fell down standing, not because of fear. A faith worthy of praise. Yinbian's face changed slightly, and his face showed a slight expression of appreciation, raising the black knife in his hand. In this case, I will realize your wish. The resounding sound of swords rang out in the ruins, igniting a gust of wind, rain and air. 8v1 Chinese Network V, the raindrops, splashed by the airwave hit Nandy's face violently, and the pain that followed, the pain of being cut by the blade, did not come. Raising his slightly lowered head, Nandy looked up at the top of his head in a puzzled way, and saw a sharp, cold-lighted blade, and the dark blade appeared in front of him. The drizzle fell on the inky black sword, and some raindrops slid down on the beautifully patterned sword made of beading, and a bang fell on Nandy's slightly narrowed eyes. Looking up, Nandy finally showed a relaxed smile on his face, and said with a sigh of relief, "Captain, you are finally here." When the voice fell, Nandy, who was barely awake, could not hold the coma in his mind. His head sank and fell to the ground. "Don't worry, after blocking for so long, you can lie down and rest at ease, and let me settle the next thing." Looking at Nandy, who had fallen asleep below, Diska's face was extremely calm, slowly raising her head, spreading the huge momentum of her whole body, and looking at the opposite eagle eye. Hockey's gaze was also attracted by Diska. His face showed a slight excitement, his arm strength increased, and the sharp black knife pressed the long sword in Diska's hand and slowly lowered it. He said with interest, "Presumably, you are the swordsman of the Revolutionary Army in the mouth of the Warring States period." He clenched the long sword with both hands, gathered all his strength on his arms, and pushed back the Hockey's black sword little by little, but was pushed back little by little. The stronger Diska reluctantly opened his mouth and said, "If there are no other swordsmen in the City of Water, then the Marshal of the Navy and Warring States should be talking about me." Bang! The two of them used force at the same time. The two swords exploded with powerful force and directly repelled both sides. Diska, who burst back, grabbed Nandy on the side and took the other party out of the collision range to avoid unnecessary trauma again. The footsteps made two deep marks on the ground, and Hawkeye stopped the retreating footsteps, but his face showed excitement. "It is really strong. It can actually collide head-on and knock me back." Compared to Hawkeye, who easily stopped the retreat, Diska took several steps in succession, and the ground was directly stepped out of large pits to stop the retreating figure. Reached down and put down Nandy on a slightly flat rune. Looking around at the same time, the 5 people who wrapped Ellie had all been knocked down to the ground by Hawkeye. Even if he hurried over from Shinji, it was Hawkeye, Shadow Squad level combat power, it was solved so quickly. You need to know that the place where you are fighting with a youth is not far from the station. Do not disturb the CP9 operation, and can provide timely support when unexpected situations occur. The Navy is not far from the station. At this moment, the waves hit both sides, endless ice, with extreme speed, freezing the entire sea area around the City of Water on the high ruins. The rainwater, gathered across the land, formed a fast ice, and the entire water capital in the storm was like a snowy city deep in the country of winter at this moment. The temperature is falling in a straight line, and the entire water capital has entered a winter that has never been seen for countless years, and the flying rain in the sky turned into snowflakes and fell down under the cold temperature. On the ground, with Shinji's mercy, the only stunned Ellie and others were slowly waking up under such cold stimulation. When Ellie woke up, feeling the cold wind on her skin, her whole body couldn't help but tremble, and her groggy mind suddenly came to her senses. I saw that most of the surrounding areas were already covered by ice, and even the clothes under my body were frozen in some places. I looked up. The huge storm that had swept through turned into a huge ice wall, and the entire City of Water was shrouded in the ice wall, turning into a city of ice and snow. To be able to freeze in such a big tsunami, there should be no one in the entire world except Admiral Shinji. As soon as he turned his gaze, Ellie was attracted by the fierce aura around him. In the ruins, not far away, Hawkeye and the captain all burst into fierce aura, which belonged to the swordsman. He couldn't help shouting, "Captain, you are finally here." Perceiving Ellie shouting on the side, Diska quickly turned her head to see that not only Ellie, but also the rest of the unconscious team members, had slowly woke up. Upon seeing this, Diska, who had been worried about the safety of these people, was immediately relieved and was able to wake up soon. It seems that they have not been seriously injured yet, and Hawkeye still keeps his hand. And nodded lightly. Before Ellie could speak, Diska had already ordered, "You take Nandy and leave here as soon as possible. You can't get involved in the next thing." The meaning to be expressed in the words, Ellie understood in an instant. 2 world-class swordsmen meeting at this moment, a peak battle is inevitable. With their combat power, staying here is of no use, but will become a burden to the captain. If that kind of battle is involved, it will be difficult for them to survive. Without saying more, Ellie glanced at each other with the other shadows, patted the ice on her body, stood up weakly, raised Mandy, who was still lying on the ice in a coma, and walked outside the train station. Leaving the train station, Ellie turned around and took a deep look. As the swordsman's captain and master, they are all people who have a different relationship with her. The powerful perception sensed that Ellie and others had already left, and Diska retracted all his mind this time and looked at Hawkeye vigilantly. Hawkeye said, "It seems that the Warring States period did not deceive me. There really is an opponent I need here, a swordsman who can fight me. Zenji and Diska, I have heard of your reputation in the New World, General Tien Ziguo, the world's first-rate swordsman, but there is no chance to fight with you." "Really?" Diska's face showed an excited expression. "Hawkeye, as the world's largest swordsman, you are the target of every swordsman, and I, as a swordsman, cannot avoid it. If you want to become the world's #1 swordsman, you must sit on the throne of Hawkeye Mihawk, the ultimate goal of every swordsman." Raising the long sword in both hands, Hawkeye, without saying anything, slammed a slash. "In this case, let's fight with all my strength. I have been in this position for too long." Diska hurriedly turned sideways, avoiding the eagle eye and strumming it at will, but directly divided the earth into two, presenting a deep gully beside him. Sweeping the destruction caused by the slashing next to her, Diska frowned slightly. His face showed a heavy color, but it was Hawkeye who swung slashes at will with such a huge destructive power. Moving his gaze upward, his left hand slowly stretched out to his back, sliding across the sky in a sharp and bright light, and Diska had another sword on his left hand. Shaking sword Diska belongs to the second sword swordsman, but most of the time, Diska will only draw out one sword, and only when he is in front of the real strong will he draw out the second sword. In the previous battle with Shinji, both sides had other goals and did not fight with all their strength, so Diska did not draw a second sword. At the end, Shinji suddenly shot himself with all his strength and wounded himself. While waiting for the sword to be drawn, there was a follow-up incident and he did not pull out the scabbard. Now facing Eagle Eye, the world's largest swordsman, the opponent does not have other goals, nor is it as naive. To fight against the world's #1 Eagle Eye, of course you have to be the strongest and second swordsman in your hand. Only the one who uses the strongest swordsmanship can truly fight Eagle Eye. As soon as the double swords came out, Diska's momentum reached a peak in an instant, and the fierce momentum that belonged to the swordsman went straight into the sky. The eagle eye ahead showed no weakness, and even more domineering aura burst out of his body. The sword had not been shot, and the momentum had already begun to clash. Clenching the black knife in his hand, the eagle eye lifted the sword, the black knife, one of the supreme sharp knives, with a dark light gleaming on the sword, and rushed towards Diska quickly. Before swinging the sword, the fierce sword force had already broken the air, and the ice on the ground near the tip of the sword was even more unbearable, and even if it was touched, it had exploded. Diska, holding swords in both hands, with shining blades, flashed through the dark sky in the dark snowy night. The void was trembling, and the snowflakes falling in the void had already been shattered into fragments by a strange force, turning into a faint ice mist before reaching the blade. The two sides just shot. It was a shocking sword, like a meteorite falling from the sky, with a shining light, collided heavily. The chaotic city of water once again ushered in a duel of two great swordsmen, once again adding a peerless touch to this not simple city. To be continued. The shining slashing shockwave cut through the space and turned into the water capital of the frozen city, and the confrontation between the two great swordsmen, Diska and Hawkeye, was on the horizon. The upcoming storm turned into a cold wind, blowing in this bustling, but now lonely city. The cold wind was mixed with a faint sound of collision. With an alarm, Diska and Hawkeye pulled away at the same moment, and at the same moment, they waved their long sword. The powerful arm strength allows both of them to swing their swords at will, both of which can form shock waves, cut the distance of the space, and collide together, and the powerful shock waves suddenly blew up on the ground. The slash blew on the ground, and under the violent impact, a pothole emerged, rushing through the thick ice above, and slashing the ground below. Squeak, squeak. Footsteps scratched on the ground, making a fierce friction sound, and 2 deep impressions slipped on the ice surface, stopping the backward step. Stepping out, the ground, cracked directly under the strong foot force. The flat ice surface was full of cracks like broken glass, and chunks of ice arched. Disca stomped forward quickly, turning into a stream of light, and the 2 swords slashed towards the oncoming eagle eye, and the sharp blades clashed with each other, making ear-piercing collisions. The confrontation between the 2 swords is the collision of swords and the collision of power. Hawkeye's black sword is one of the most swift swords in the world, with a broad blade and a dark pattern. Although the 2 swords in Disca's hands are not the supreme swords and 12 skills, they belong to a set. Compared with most famous swords, their double swords are rarely matched. The slender blade is wider and thicker than the type of long sword, has a stronger chopping power, and the shiny blade has the sharpness of cutting steel. Hawkeye raised his sword to block the power brought by being condescending. Even when Hawkeye collided, his body couldn't help but tremble, and his knees were slightly bent to offset the impact of the opponent. The 2 faces were less than 10 centimeters apart, and their sharp gazes faced each other. Even if they were as strong as Disca, they couldn't help but tremble slightly in the face of Mihawk's eagle-like eyes, but they were instantly suppressed. Being able to play against the world's largest swordsman made Disca very excited as a swordsman. Eagle Eye, as the goal of every swordsman's lifelong transcendence. I am looking forward to this day for a long time. Hawkeye calmly replied, Sword Disca, I've heard of your reputation before, but this should be the first time we meet. Kang Dang. File climb. The 2 sides collided with dazzling sword moves, and Disca stepped back gently, just avoiding the eagle eye's cross split, and leaning forward. The double swords, from above and below, in 2 different positions, slashed towards the eagle eye, fisted back and forth, and took the black sword with a left hand. The blade turned round, blocking the upper hack. Turning over and leaping, Hawkeye clinched, chasing the wind, and rose into the air, avoiding the slash from below in Disca's unfavorable gaze. Eagle Eye carried a fierce blade and suddenly fell from a high altitude. The kinetic energy of the fall, coupled with the powerful arm strength of Eagle Eye, bombarded Disca's long sword with his sword. Boom. The powerful impact was all vented on Disca's body. Her legs bent down in an instant, and the ice surface standing below shattered. The ice within a few meters in a radius could not withstand the powerful impact and burst into light blue. Say-Handing flew out with the ice mist. Raising the sword slightly on his knees to block the Disca who was hacking by Hawkeye, gritted his teeth and stared at the most violent impact at the beginning, and now has stopped the momentum of his arm continuing to fall. Sweeping his gaze to Hawkeye, he took time to say, It is also my honor to fight against the strongest swordsman, Hawkeye. You can block my falling chopping head on. It seems that you are stronger than the past, Hawkeye said calmly. File climb. Raising his hand to make a slash, he forced the eagle eye back. With his sour right hand, he quickly swung a chopping wave to kill the retreating eagle eye. Hawkeye retreated, holding the sword in his right hand, turning the broad blade and blocking it not far from his chest, blocking Disca's slash. The sword body roared from the side, and the eagle eyes showed interest and said, Strong swordsmanship, when I want to experience your shaking sword. Is it? He heard that the corners of Disca's mouth were slightly raised. It was his own proud swordsmanship, and only one person in the entire world could know that kind of swordsmanship. It is precisely because of this that he is called the Sword Shaker. Cut. Brandishing the black knife in his hand, Hawkeye's right hand suddenly slashed downwards, slashing through the air, glowing with a light blue light, and passing through the void towards Disca. The runes, covered with heavy ice on the side, hadn't been slashed yet, but were split into 2 by the simple leaking edge. Disca thought to himself, no loss is the strongest swordsman, just a single-handed slash actually has such a powerful force. After stepping down, Disca's figure leaped out, facing the powerful Slash, and the two swords were raised high. The sharp blades flashed with cold light, and they slammed down. Shaking sword. Suddenly, a strange tremor that was invisible to the naked eye, trembling in the void, the air around the sword body trembling, and the clear long sword suddenly blurred. The blade collided with a Slash, and the light green Slash instantly shattered. There was no attack on the ice below, but cracks appeared, and the huge ice shattered. Shattering and slashing, constantly decomposing, turning into broken mist, and gradually dissipating in the air. A trace of excitement appeared on Hawkeye's face. The powerful swordsmanship actually made my slashing foggy. Such a powerful swordsmanship is what Hawkeye has always been looking forward to. Just like this time, Hawkeye is not accepting the Warring States order. I just heard from the Warring States period that there is a strong swordsman here who was bored in the castle anyway, so he came here. Unexpectedly, the opponent he faced far exceeded his expectations, and he could slash himself into a mist. Even in the Great Root, for so many years, he had never met him. If there is something that excites Hawkeye in this world, then there is only one, the opponent, a swordsman who really fights against him. Not much. Hawkeye rushed towards Disco with his sword. He couldn't wait to see the power of this kind of swordsmanship. Disco raised his head, secretly showing an intent to fight with the Eagle Eye, and leaped out, raising his sword to meet the Eagle Eye. File decline. When the two swords collided, the Hawkeye, who had the advantage, was caught by Disco at the beginning, swung his sword to split his legs, took the opportunity to rush in front, and caught up with his sword. The fast-forward stab was quickly avoided by Hawkeye. He raised the sword to block the other sword that Disco had cut secretly, and at the same time, turned the blade over and swung a slash towards Disco who was close to him. However, Disco dodged sideways. Although he was not hit by the slash, he leaped the sharp sword energy and still scratched the thin blood on his face. Perceiving the pain in his face, Disco's eyes changed slightly, and his right hand suddenly loosened the long sword in his hand, caught it with his backhand, and immediately rushed towards the same, close in front of him, and slashed out without showing weakness. The figures were staggered, and the two stopped at the same time, and did not even look back. 3 pieces of invisible sword auras, cross www.palma.com, raging around the sword body. I don't know when the red cloth appeared in the air, floating like a fallen leaf, slowly falling towards the sword body. Not yet closed, the red cloth the size of the palm of a hand, turned into fragments and floated in the air, disappearing into the night, while the battle between the two continued. The staggered figures and the random slashes, like a doomsday scene, appeared on the ice and ruins at this moment. With the help of the reaction force, the two of them moved a little apart, and in order to get a firm foothold, Hawkeye had already raised his sword and cut it towards Disco, who was also difficult to use in midair. The powerful slash cut through the void, but was quickly dodged by the well-prepared Disco, and the slashing prestige was undiminished, and he slashed directly on the number on the side of the huge water tank in the City of Water, the door dozens of meters high. Was cut directly by a knife. The slash of the strongest swordsman was terrifying, and a huge crack appeared in the middle of a circle of tall walls around the entire water city. Stepping out, the two flew up again, a terrifying swordsman battle. To be continued. All the judicial islands of the government, there are full of nameless courts. As long as those who are pressed to the judicial island will be recognized as criminals, the prisoners will only be brought to the deserted courts, and will be taken to a cold. The Gate of Steel is called the Gate of Justice. Soren folded his arms and leaned aside and asked, "The Gate of Justice? What will happen to that gate when you are brought in?" "Despair." After a long silence, Nami replied in a deep voice, "It's the door of despair, where the prisoner will never see the sun again. Because through that door, you will only pass through 2 places. One is the Navy headquarters that represents the world's highest military power and has countless terrorist navies. The other place is hidden deep, where there will never be sunshine, and countless important criminals are being held, and only torture and painful deep-sea prisons are greeted." The calm voice suddenly sounded, causing everyone present to be taken aback. Their faces were immediately covered with surprise, and Nami's eyes swept around. Nami shouted in surprise, "Who is it? Who is talking here?" Soren didn't say much, but he was the one who reacted the fastest. His right hand was already on the hilt of the sword in his abdomen, and he slowly pulled out of the scabbard calmly, looking around. When everyone was panicked, several dark shadows flew out from under the high platform, and in their vigilant eyes, these dark shadows landed firmly on the ground. "Ah, it's you." After seeing the true colors of these black shadows, Nami stretched out her finger to point at them, and shouted in surprise, "The man in black who broke out of the iceberg room before." At the side, Soren and Chopper also showed surprises on their faces, and they also recognized the faces of these men in black. It's just that compared to the previous ones, each of these people has suffered a lot of injuries. The tight black clothes on their bodies were torn by sharp tools, exposing the wound below, and still leaving a touch of warm blood. They were Ellie and others who had left from Hawkeye, passing through the frozen city below. When they came to the neighborhood, there was only light still here, so they rushed over. As soon as they approached, I heard the conversation between them, so Ellie answered everything for Nami directly below. Nami, who screamed, forgot that there were all the boatmen in the water capital. Hearing the message, conveyed in words, the boatmen present became angry. Coupled with the way that Ellie and others appeared on stage, and the whole body was covered in black tights, I am afraid that no one would treat them as good people. Originally because of Luffy and the others and Lindbergh's affairs, Perry, who was angry in his heart, screamed and rushed towards Ellie and others, "You guys who hurt Mr. Vincent, I won't let you go." Seeing this, the boatmen behind them also raised various boatmen's weapons in their hands and rushed towards Ellie and others. Seeing the opponent rushing, Ellie gave her teammates a merciful look. After all, they didn't have any deep grudges with each other, they just stood in different positions and had their own goals. Rope knot. Perry stretched out his hands, and two knotted flying knives, shark-like snakes, flew towards Ellie in the center. Because no matter how they are arranged between these people, they seem to be regular in secret, but they deeply contain Ellie, and these people give Perry a feeling of obeying Ellie's orders. Therefore, Perry's target was Ellie in the center of these people. The flying knots approached Ellie, and the clear sound of breaking through the air came into his ears. Although all the shadow players were injured by the eagle eye, their combat power was not something that only ordinary shipmen could resist. Perry's knot attack was clearly seen at a glance. Ellie stepped to the side, slid gently, dodged the knot with a knife, tied to her side, and accurately reached out and grabbed the middle of the knot with no knife. Pulling hard, Perry, as a man, was actually driven by Ellie at will, and his body was caught off guard and fell towards the ground. Shave! The figure flashed, and fell to Perry on the ground. Just when he raised his head, he felt a sharp chill coming from his neck, slowly looking down, and saw a sharp blade already close to his neck. Looking up, it was the man in black who was about to attack, with the same mobility as Luffy and the others appearing in front of him. As long as he moved his hand-long sword, his head would fall. The boatman rushing behind saw Perry being caught by the opponent, and stopped immediately with a look of horror on his face. You must know that Perry was one of the top 5 foremen and was actually solved by the opponent. Moreover, Perry is now in the hands of the opponent and the boatman behind him, afraid to attack, fearing that the opponent will kill Ali when he gets excited. After stopping the boatmen who were dazzled by anger, Ali had time to explain to the calm boatman. We are not members of the world government. I think it is more appropriate for us to call the enemy of the world government, but I also like the name of the Revolutionary Army. Revolutionary Army! Hearing this name with great significance, everyone present was shocked, and their faces showed a heavier shock than before. In fact, this name represents too much meaning. Only Luffy, with a confused face, turned his head to look at everyone, all surprised, filled with puzzlement. Then Perry fell on the ground and asked in a loud voice, "What? Since you are enemies of the world government, as a revolutionary army, why did you appear in Mr. Vincent's room?" And also the same next looked at Perry, who asked below. Ali continued to explain, because Mr. Vincent has one thing that is of great significance to the world government and our revolutionary army and can affect the entire world structure. Hearing this, Harry felt that he had come into contact with a major secret. At the same time, he also understood why Luffy and the others lurked with Mr. Vincent for 5 years, and why there are often world government officials who come to look for Lindbergh. Everything is it's because of that thing. Mr. Vincent, if you want to get the fake drawings yourself, everyone wants those drawings. Knowing that the world government sent CP9 to lurk around the iceberg, our revolutionary army also sent people to lurk here to prevent such things from falling into the hands of the world government, but also to protect. Not to protect, but to take the opportunity to get something like that. Ari under the ground gave a sneer of disdain. Whether it is the revolutionary army or the world government, their purpose is to get the blueprint as to what protection Mr. Lindbergh. I just don't want the blueprint to fall into the opponent's hands, and I am afraid that if Mr. Vincent dies, no one in the whole world will know the existence of the blueprint. After Harry exposed the lie, Ali showed a trace of embarrassment on her face. Fortunately, she was hidden under the mask, and no one else saw it, and disappeared from her face. This is undeniable, but when CP9 attacked Mr. Vincent last night, we were able to rescue him in time. If you don't believe me, you can ask Mr. Vincent. Since the other party said something like asking Mr. Vincent, everyone already believed it. If it was a lie, it would be impossible to say such a thing. At this time, Luffy suddenly said, I don't care about the revolutionary army and the world government. I just want to know why you have to deal with Robin. Yes, what do you want Robin to do? She never provokes you, Nami asked by the side, staring at Ellie and others. The questioned Ellie turned around, looked at Luffy and others, did not answer the question, but suddenly said, Straw Hat Luffy, you are still the same as before, so anxious. What? Nami, Soren, and Chopper were stunned by what the other party said. The other party actually knew Luffy, and Luffy, who was the person involved, was equally compelled. When did I know these people? I still reformed. Mention, although Luffy's memory is not very small, even if I know it, I don't necessarily remember. There is also Soren, the pirate hunter who nearly died when fighting with a teacher. Ellie once said Soren's name. At this time, even Soren rushed to the strange, stood up straight and asked, who the casters are you? Have we met? Why do you know what happened to us back then? After the two of them inquired, Ellie slowly took off her mask, revealing the silver white head underneath, as well as that beautiful face, which was revealed in the world. Wow, it's so beautiful. The boatmen on the side flashed red hearts for a moment, and they were all surprised by Ellie's beauty. What? Seems to have seen it. Toronto held his chin, showing the color of thinking, the head of this color, and the beautiful face. As long as he has seen it, he will leave an unclear impression in his mind. Soren faced this situation, vaguely remembered that she should have been remembered in Dongye, but couldn't remember exactly how. Hearing Soren's mouth whispering next to her, Nami's face was strange. She stayed with Luffy and Soren at the beginning. They had seen it, how could she have not seen it? Hey. Who are you? Have I seen you? Luffy pointed at Ellie, exclaiming. Of course, people like Luffy are no longer in the scope of normal people. Whatever they give birth to is normal for Luffy. Seeing that they didn't fully remember themselves, Ellie flashed a wry smile on her face, reminding Luffy and Soren. On that day, at the East China Sea restaurant, the girl who followed Lin Tian was also Lin Tian's apprentice. What? Speaking of this Palmavulcom, Luffy finally remembered and pointed to Ellie excitedly and shouted, Oh, I remembered, you are the beautiful apprentice in Lin Tian's mouth, called Ellie. You also come to Great Root yet? Seeing that Suolong and Luffy both had their faces suddenly enlightened, Nami became confused. Why didn't she know that Lin Tian still had an apprentice? Looking towards Soren and asked, Soren, why did you meet her in the sea restaurant? I haven't seen her, and how did she leave Lin Tian? Looking away from Ellie, Soren explained, she followed Lin Tian. At that time you robbed the mill and went to Kikoja village. Speaking of this matter, Nami's face flushed, showing a trace of shame, but immediately disappeared from her face, staring at Chopper. At that time, Lin Tian gave her to Mihawk, one of the 7 Wu Heihakis, to learn powerful swordsmanship. Hearing that, Namiki looked at Ellie in front of her. To be continued. But what makes Perry more curious and puzzled is that this stunning woman in front of him is not only the mysterious revolutionary army in the rumor, but also the disciple of the world's strongest swordsman Hawkeye. But if this is the case, it would be wrong. Since the stunning woman in front of her is a disciple of Eagle Eye Mihawk, how could she become a revolutionary army? With more and more contact, Perry was even more shocked at the fact of this incident, but now these forces, or characters, are the top existences of the Great Root. The Navy, the Kiwusi, the Revolutionary Army, the world government. The world's top forces are all gathered in this small water capital. Mr. Vincent, what exactly is this drawing in your hand has attracted the attention of the entire world and triggered the undercurrent of the entire Great Root. Perry was thinking about the conversation between CP9 and Vincent, and his heart was full of puzzles. Everything was for dozens of drawings, which attracted the attention of so many big people. Soren suddenly asked, Ellie, since you are here, is your teacher Hawkeye here? After staying on the Great Root for so long and experiencing big and small battles, his swordsmanship has made great strides. Now Soren eagerly wanted to know how far he was from the world's one, or whether it was the same as at the time, without any backhand. Seeing Soren looking forward to her gaze, Ellie probably guessed her thoughts in her heart, and said, Soren, you should be looking for Hawkeye to challenge. Yes. Soren confessed directly, holding up the word Hideo that he did not know. When he took it down, his face was full of warfare. Boom. Behind, the furious Nami finally couldn't bear the anger in her heart, so she leaped up and slammed Soren's head with a fierce punch. With a bang, Soren, who had just spoken, had already hit the wall on the side when he realized what was happening. The gravel flew across, and the spider-web-like pit appeared on the wall. Nami said angrily, you fool, what is thinking in your heart? What we have to do now is how to chase the Shanghai train and save Robin before entering the gate of justice. Holding his head, Soren stood up from the gravel, looking at Nami with anger on his face, but after hearing these words, Soren's anger also calmed down. Rescue Robin is now the most important thing. At this moment, Ellie said, speaking of Robin, did we see her before? What? Luffy's face suddenly appeared surprised, and immediately asked, Ellie, where is Robin now? Facing Luffy's look so expectant, Ellie couldn't bear to tell him what had happened before. But there are some things that must be said. After a pause, he said in a euphemistic tone, when we arrived at the station earlier, it was just a return to Robin, just to catch up at the last minute. I'm afraid, for some reason, she didn't stay, but struggled a bit and got into the train. Finally, we fought CP9. It was only because the teacher came and stopped us. Hearing that, just as Ellie thought, Luffy and the others couldn't help but lower their heads. Although they disappeared quickly, they still saw a hint of disappointment in their eyes. Clenching his fists, Luffy said excitedly, Robin made the choice for us. She is still our partner and I will definitely bring her back. Yes, Kyoga echoed, we can't survive on the sacrifice of our partners and wait to find Lin Tian, Sanji, and originally wanted to say Usopp's name, but thinking that he had already said that he had betrayed him and was no longer a partner, Chopper stopped his mouth immediately, but a sad emotion inevitably emanated from him. Usopp left them, and now Robin also uses his life to trade with the Navy in order to save them. Okay, Chopper, don't care about him, he is no longer our partner. Soren's calendar yelled. Now at this moment, how can we think of that kind of thing? Usopp has made a choice. And I understand, Chopper replied immediately. Correct. Ali's sudden voice attracted the attention of most people. Looking at the control very below, everyone suddenly realized that these people in black had not yet escaped the suspicion of their enemies. Facing the hostile gaze of the boatman, Ellie retracted her long sword, let go of Barry below, raised her hands, and expressed her sincerity greatly. Barry, who escaped from under the sword, hurriedly rolled flexibly, drew a distance from Ellie, came to the boatman, and reached out to stop the excited boatman. Persuaded, wait, they may be right. Before we are sure, let's not do it. Seeing that the boatman stopped, Ellie turned her head to look at Luffy and the others, and continued her previous words. If you want to know the addresses of other partners, I should know. Really? Then can you tell us where they are now? Nami asked anxiously, stepping forward excitedly. It has been a long time since Robin left. If it is late, how can we still catch up with Robin? Without answering, Ellie took out a piece of paper from her chest. This was a drawing that Ellie found in the train station and said that she would give it to Nami. To return to the time when I was hit by the eagle eye, I hit the wall and fell to the ground. This piece of paper happened to appear, my colleague, and the words drawn with paint on the wall. This is Sanji, put it at the station and said that it can only be seen by Nami. Just before the fight, I didn't have time to watch it, but I took it with me, saying that Ellie had already handed out the note. When I heard that it was Sanji and gave it to herself, Nami had a bad feeling, but it turned out that she opened the note and read it. Just as Nami thought, she opened the paper and saw the content on it. Her face immediately sank, but she still finished reading the content. At the side, Luffy didn't care about that much. Before watching it for long, he eagerly asked, Nami, what did Sanji say? Did you say anything about Robin? Yes, nodded and replied. Nami said briefly, Sanji has already got on the sea train, and at the same time Usopp and the shorts man with a rocket head shape were also arrested and brought on the sea train. Rocket head shape. It's still a man in shorts, Nami asked puzzledly. Who is this guy? Barry was still holding a cigar in the rain, no matter whether it was wet or not. He explained, that guy, it should be Frankie who took your money, the guy who fought the Straw Hat Kid during the day. It's him. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Nami stared at the content of the paper below, and she was even more puzzled. Why would Frankie be next? So, we only have Lin Tian and don't know where. Is he still fighting the Navy? Soren said. Speaking of Lin Tian, Nami couldn't help looking in a certain direction in Water City, her face worrisome, which was where Lin Tian fought. There used to be thunder and lightning flashing and thunder pillars falling, but now it was silent. There was nothing, and Nami's heart had to think in certain directions. Perceiving the unusual worry in Nami's eyes, Ellie smiled in her heart. It seemed that the woman in front of her had an unusual feeling for the teacher. She just didn't know where she was. However, the teacher is really bothersome. Hancock, who met that day, as well as the Navy Grandmaster Aang, had an unexplainable relationship with the teacher, plus Nicole Robin and the woman in front of him. Shaking her head secretly, taking back her thoughts, Allie spoke to Luffy and the others. The teacher is not fighting with the Navy, but with the same enemy. As for Admiral Shinji and 2 lieutenants, they have now left and should go to Judicial Island. I heard that Luffy and the others suddenly showed a thoughtful look on their faces. It turned out that Lin Tian faced a lot more secretly. No wonder there was no time to rescue Robin. At this moment, Soren glanced sharply at Ellie and asked vigilantly, does Lin Tian want you to tell us these things, or... After Soren's sharp gaze was swept away, Allie's heart trembled. The feeling was like facing a person, as if facing an eagle eye, which belonged to the eyes of a real swordsman. To be honest, Soren had been observing Ellie secretly while Ellie was speaking. Although Ellie was Lin Tian's disciple, Soren did not completely believe her. If she comes with Lin Tian, she still believes it is possible she can be a revolutionary army, and how she, who was with Hawkeye, now becomes a revolutionary army, all of which makes Soren have to guard against her. Suddenly asking, not only Ellie and other shadow players, but also the boatman and Luffy and others on the side were not only stunned, some did not react. With Ellie thinking of something immediately, a helpless smile flashed on her face. She still replied, I said it myself, the teacher didn't let me tell you so much. Soren continued to ask, In this case, why do you want to violate Lin Tian's will and tell us these things? The show that was blown away by the cold wind was just a simple action, but it revealed an amazing charm which made the boatmen around couldn't help but look red. Faintly replied, that is what I think. Since you are going to rescue Robin, there are some things you must know, and we are going to go to Judicial Island with you. Hearing this Luffy and the others couldn't help but froze. Some were startled by what Ellie said, and suddenly they wanted to leave the water city with them all. Not to mention, why did they leave here? Why did they leave with them? At the side, Barry glanced at the surrounding environment and couldn't help but slapped. It is impossible to leave the water capital at this time. Don't talk about anything else. The ice wall that the tsunami turned into is an insurmountable sky gully. Such a huge ice wall covers the entire water capital. How can you turn it over? Even if you are overturned, but behind the ice, there is still a violent storm. How to pass through that storm, and on the other side of the ice, but there is no ship. If there is a ship, it may not be able to rush through such a severe storm. Although what Barry said was not good, it was a fact. The ice wall in front of him was the first hurdle to stop them from chasing. Now they could not pass the first hurdle. At this moment, a voice suddenly came out. I have a way to get through the storm, but this huge ice wall requires you to find a way. To be continued. The violent wind mixed with rainwater hits the ice surface. On the hard ice surface, under the erosion of rainwater, it will be slowly melted and turned into little water, staying on the ice surface. The tsunami that was enough to destroy most of the water capital at this moment, in the immature ice age, it turned into a huge ice wall and besieged the entire water capital. The light blue ice on the ice wall nearly hundreds of meters high can hardly conceal the charm of the blue in the dark. At this time, on the ice wall, a black shadow was staying on the ice wall. On the high ice, the violent cold wind became more violent at this height. Lin Tian, who was standing on the ice, was looking into the distance under the heavy clothing that was blowing in the cold wind. In the tumbling sea, a few tiny lights faintly appeared in it. It is Shinji and other navies who have left. If they can drive in this kind of storm, even a huge naval ship cannot resist this kind of storm. But these warships have Admiral Shinji on board. When encountering waves that can't be resisted, Shinji will take action at the right time to freeze the waves and let the warship pass safely. In the dark sea, the pale blue light is the broken ice in the sea, just like a large mountain of ice floating on the tumbling sea. Lin Tian, who had settled Oka's case, ran directly to the train station, not only because Ellie and others asked for help. Also, since Ellie and the others are in a life-and-death crisis, it should be noted that Robin may still not leave, and they can directly stop Robin in the Water City and destroy the warring states and their plans. After all, if Robin is really sent to Judicial Island, I am afraid that there will already be countless naval defenses there, and there will be 2 or more admirals stationed on Judicial Island. Even if he prepared a lot of backups, he was not absolutely sure to rescue Robin from the hands of 2 admirals and countless soldiers from the Navy headquarters. If you are brought into the door of justice, the possibility of rescuing Robin by yourself will be even lower. The current situation between the Judicial Island, the headquarters, and the deep-sea prison is still very complicated. Therefore, being able to rescue Robin from the City of Water can reduce a lot of trouble. Although Lin Tian is not afraid of trouble, he does not like trouble either. But when he arrived at the train station, he found that it had become a ruin with only 2 figures flashing across the ice. Bang bang! When the 2 swords collide, whether it is Disco or Hawkeye, the unique sword moves. Ordinary people can only see the light flashing. Even some not simple and powerful swordsmen, it is very difficult to see the 2 moves. The 2 swords in his hand were crossed and cut from the air in a scissor shape towards the eagle eye. The eagle eye quickly stretched out the black sword in his hand and raised it high with the sharp point of the sword. Accurately withstood the center of the double swords crossed, blocking the Disca attack. Upon seeing this, Disca's face showed a look of surprise. Such a fast sword move can not only be accurately seen, but also can react instantly. Strong observation, sharp eagle eyes, clearly see the trajectory of one's own tricks, using the subtle tip of the sword in the dark night, pointing to the subtle point of the confrontation of the two swords. No loss is the strongest swordsman directly. At this point, Diska thinks that it is difficult for him to do so in such a situation. Without a single blow, Diska pulled back and slashed out at the same time with a sharp blade, preparing to push back the eagle eye that rushed up. However, that is just a beautiful imagination in my mind. The real battlefield, everything is changeable and any opportunity may be seized by the opponent. Just like now, Hawkeye just flipped the blade gently and the sharp blade directly smashed the oncoming slash. The blade turned again and swung it in the opposite direction. The light green slashed, whistling and slashing towards Diska, who had just stopped. After watching the battle between the two sides for a few seconds, Lin Tian left the battlefield straight away and rushed outside the ice wall. With a powerful sight and domineering, coupled with the electromagnetic wave, he could still vaguely feel the huge roar resounding in his ears. The shocking sword with Diska was not a vain name. It was on the great root of life of countless swordsmen. Even though he was fighting with Hawkeye, he was still down. But after all, Hawkeye is recognized as the strongest swordsman in the world. Countless swordsmen have challenged this position, but so far no one has succeeded. There is still a gap between Diska and Hawkeye, but it is impossible for Hawkeye to solve it quickly, and it is possible for Diska to contain Hawkeye. There is no problem here. The Navy that had boarded 6 has also left. After several days of chaos in the water capital, it is finally the moment when the curtain is about to come to an end. But this moment when the curtain falls is just a prelude to a more grand scene. When Lin Tian came to the ice wall, he saw 5 naval warships slowly heading towards Judicial Island. In the distance, the flashing silver light finally disappeared into the night. After 5 Navy ships were broken, King's Eye was guarding them. Lin Tian knew that it was not so easy to break through King's Eye's defense. In this case, the final battle can only be placed on Judicial Island. Looking far away, Lin Tian whispered in his mouth, "Everything is still to the last step." Call out. A black shadow flew into the sky from under the ice, collapsed on the surface of the ice, and replied respectfully, "Minister, Doflamingo has retreated, and it is impossible for him to participate in the battle tomorrow." Without turning around, listening to a familiar voice, Lin Tian knew who was coming from behind, sniffing the strong asterisk smell in the air, frowning. Concerned and asked, "How is it? There is no major problem with the injury?" "Fortunately, I can't die." He glanced at the blood full of blood, as if he had walked out of a blood pool, Al said dismissively. A faint smile appeared on his face and said, "However, Brother Ming's injury will not be much lighter. It is impossible for him to participate in the battle tomorrow. It is impossible for him to participate, and it is even more impossible for your injuries to participate." Lin Tian turned around and suddenly shouted, "Now your body has also reached its limit. That is to kill 800 enemies and lose 1,000. This way of fighting, I can hardly imagine that a captain of Shadow would do it." He. Facing Lin Tian yelling, Al touched his head and laughed. "It's not been a long time since I didn't exercise, so when I started fighting, I was impulsive. Want to lie to me, Al? Don't I know who you are? You usually have a hippie smile, but most of the things in your heart are clearer than anyone else." Turning around, Lin Tian said calmly, "Compared to Doflamingo's combat power, we are more worried that he will do things behind his back. After all, he is a guy who can achieve his goal without compromise. It is a rare opportunity to kill me. The most dangerous in Kiwusi is Deo. Flamenco." Listening to Lin Tian's words, Al's smile slowly disappeared, gradually being filled with seriousness. "If I use my serious injury in exchange for Doflamingo's departure tomorrow, I think this deal is worth it. Hey." He sighed deeply in his heart, and Lin Tian said helplessly, "Forget it, since it's already a child, it's not very useful to talk about it. You go to the secret stronghold first to repair the injury." Hearing this, Al stepped forward and asked, "Instructor, then fight next." Lin Tian directly stretched out his palm to stop his next words, and he couldn't resist. Now your physical injury has reached a point where your life is threatened. Even if you recover, you will still have sequelae. Not to mention the next battle. It is impossible. I don't want your kid to die on the battlefield tomorrow. The instructors have already said this, and Al also knows in his heart that if he continues speaking, there is no room for maneuver, and his body is indeed not suitable for participating in the next battle, and now he is just secretly holding on to not fall. Instructor, then I will retire first. Feeling the fading voice behind him, Lin Tian couldn't help shook his head. Tonight in the water capital, foreshadow, the number of injured players and the loss of combat power at the captain level are enough. The extent of the injury. Kiwei's Doflamingo, Hawkeye, and General Shinji, the rest of the headquarters and soldiers, and the Navy's combat power was very terrifying. In addition, Oka, who was hidden in the dark, no weaker than these people, tonight is indeed a great challenge for the shadows. Fortunately they passed. However, even the captain of the 14s that were injured by Hawkeye was seriously injured, which was basically equivalent to losing combat effectiveness. The powerful second team only left 2 intact players. Fortunately, Kiwei will not join in the next battle. Presumably, the Navy headquarters is also in desperation at this moment, and has no intentions for it. Alu alu. The voice of the telephone bug rang quietly. Lin Tian took it out of his pocket and dialed it in the palm of his hand. Instructor, the 3rd Shadow Team has led the team to the position. To be continued. Behind him, the Ghost Spider Lieutenant General, who walked in small steps, stood behind, holding a piece of paper with a special seal in his hand, and handed it out respectfully. He didn't turn around, just stretched out the result note with his backhand, and asked in his mouth, "You have read this information, what do you think?" After thinking about it, the Ghost Spider said in his mind, "Tonight, the protagonist is not our opponent Lin Tian, but the most mysterious shadow of the Revolutionary Army. According to our intelligence speculation, the shadows that appeared in the Water City this time are only 2 of the 6 A-side squads, which can have terrorist capabilities. Although one of them was defeated by Doflamingo, it was also a tragic victory. Forcing Ming to withdraw from the battle tomorrow, his strength will not be much worse than Ming. The other one, who is capable of the enemy's General Shinji, is still a strong swordsman who fights against Hawkeye. It is just that the 2 captains have such a fighting strength. Now how many such teams do we even have against each other? Stronger than the opponent." Hearing this, a Kidog's face couldn't help showing a heavy color. Especially when I saw the detailed information about today on the paper, the Revolutionary Army was far more powerful than I imagined. The same goes for the high-level people of the world government's expectations. I am afraid that this news has already spread to those people. It depends on how they face it and what they plan to do to eliminate this evil. Continuing to look at the content of the paper, Akadog said at the same time, "Compared to these, I care more about the fact that the General of Tianjiguo is actually a revolutionary army. From this point, we have to worry about how much the world government and the major participating countries have. The top is the revolutionary army." The Ghost Spider couldn't help but feel worried. General Akadog was right. Even if the Revolutionary Army's combat power exceeded everyone's expectations, it was still a bit close to wanting to overthrow the world government with their strength. Unlike the Revolutionary Army, the world government faces countless powerful forces at the same time. If those forces are assembled, no one person or strength in the entire world can stop the government. The most important thing is... After a pause, Akadog stared at the name Lin Tian on the paper, Rebel General Lin Tian. What is the relationship with the Revolutionary Army? How could the Revolutionary Army mobilize such force to help him? Hearing this, Ghost Spider's face changed and immediately turned serious, with expressionless cheeks, and there was too much trouble behind it. He still shouldn't participate in it. If he speculates in his heart, the impact on the world government is immeasurable, and I am afraid it will usher in a terrorist storm. Kashi. Tightly kneading the paper in his hand, the Red Dog gritted his teeth and said, "No matter what, if Lin Tian arrives, he must not be allowed to escape this time, otherwise he still has such a chance, and the future will be slim." The Ghost Spider reported in due course, "Although something happened, Nicole Robin still got into our hands. Then, as long as you pass through the gate of justice and experience the sea route that no one has ever set foot except for the world government, you will reach the Navy headquarters. At that time, no one in the entire world can save Robin, and no one can break into the Navy headquarters of the world government's highest combat power, the only place in the world that represents justice." The Red Dog reminded aloud, "It doesn't mean to catch Nicole Robin. Compared with a demon, Lin Tian is more powerful than the devil who has caused harm to the government. It's just." There are some words, as the Lieutenant Ghost Spider is not so easy to say. Lin Tianjin will come to Judicial Island and steal Nicole Robin? Tough. A wall of flame burned from the hands of the Red Dog, and the paper held tightly in his palm turned into ashes and scattered in the void. The Red Dog's tone was full of affirmation. Of course, with that guy's character, even if he knew that the Judicial Island had a Navy net, he would come back, because he was that kind of person. Otherwise, he would not betray the Navy back then and embark on the road against the world government. After speaking, Icky Dog suddenly turned around and looked at the Navy who was waiting on the deck behind him, his face expressionless, and swore, "I think now you all know who we are going to deal with. That's right, Lin Tian. The strongest Navy genius back then, some of you have even served as soldiers under him. But this guy has rebelled against the Navy. No matter who he was in the past, he has already embarked on the opposite of justice. As the only righteous place in the world, we have the responsibility and preparation to dedicate our lives to fighting evil. For those beautiful ordinary people, but this is how we have the meaning of existence. Today I am ready to step into the next battle with death. You?" The Ghost Spider yelled out loudly at the right time and said, "For justice." Drink. Why, how long will it take to reach the waters near Judicial Island? In the same night, the huge fleet, breaking through the barriers of the waves, sailed on this great ocean, the conspicuous flagship. Inside the cabin, in a busy room, there are people walking everywhere. In the center of the room, on the huge table, a model of sea area is placed on it, and there is a sea area map on the wall. Staring at the sea area model on the table, a man who can feel the superior by his temperament, holding his chin, asked a man with an animal hat and a notebook in his hand. The man flipped the notebook in his hand and immediately replied, "We are still 3 hours away from reaching the Judicial Island. It is expected that we should be able to get there by daybreak." No, he took possession of the model and looked at the model carefully. The man's eyes revealed a wise gaze. "It's too late to arrive there at dawn. Judging from the progress of the Navy, the time they arrive there will not be much different. If we want to seize the opportunity, we must get there before the Navy. If we inform, I don't care about the process, I only want the result, and get there before dawn." "Yes." The revolutionary soldiers on the side responded loudly and immediately walked out of the door to give the captain's latest order. With a wave of his hand, another soldier of the Revolutionary Army was recruited, pointing to the waters around the Judicial Island and asking, "If we get here, where should we be away from the Judicial Island? We will not be discovered by them." After seeing the man pointing at the location, the revolutionary soldier replied, "Sir, we have to calculate the curvature of the surrounding sea area before we can give a specific answer. Call the surveyor on board and give me distance data as soon as possible." After giving this order, the man stopped his movements and continued to turn his eyes to the sea area model below, staring carefully at the deduction of the deduction department, with a thoughtful look on his face. At this moment, a soldier of the Revolutionary Army, from the side room, holding a white paper for invitation, rushed towards the man. Without breathing heavily, he said, "Sir, www.Pelma will come. This is the latest battle in Water City. Hearing this, the man hurriedly turned around, received the information, and looked carefully, his face slowly covered with a heavy color, but he did not expect that the final situation of the battle was beyond his expectations. That fellow Al was defeated by Minji and suffered heavy losses. He will be absent from the battle tomorrow. Fortunately, Minji will also withdraw from the battlefield, but Diska is held back by Hawkeye. Between the two, they will not stop without a victory or defeat, but when the two are separated, it will be difficult for Diska to join the next battle. It seems that the plan is about to change. Knocked his finger on the table below, the man immediately issued a series of commands, and the entire conference room immediately started to spin. Holding his chin, staring at the desktop model, the man said nothing. Although the loss of Diska and Al's combat power has made this side a lot less powerful, it also restrained the Navy. In addition, they led them to move on the other side, and only the Navy participated in the next battle. The depth of the combat power of the two sides did not change much. Next, it depends on what the instructor does. To be continued. Both feet slid quickly across the ice surface, and Diska held the sword in both hands and plunged into the ice below. Under the strong impact, the thick back of the blade made an extraordinary cutting force, and the hard ice broke directly. Come. The eagle eye that retreated, his feet also made deep marks on the ground, and his right foot suddenly stepped down. The hard ice on the ground exploded and the huge ice exploded. Phew. Lin Tian made a rough breath in his mouth and looked up. The eagle eye, who was also knocked back under the collision, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that the opponent did not continue to attack. Although Hawkeye had the upper hand in the battle just now, it does not mean that Hawkeye was not injured. On the contrary, even the swordsman, Hawkeye, who is known to be as strong as the world's #1, suffered a lot of injuries. On the arm, 3 distinct wounds through the gaps on the clothes clearly appeared in Diska's eyes, and the bloodstains flowing along the wounds had begun to solidify in such a cold weather. After all, Diska is also a powerful swordsman. Swordsmanship is definitely not as good as the world's #1 Hawkeye, but it does not mean that Diska is weak. Even Hawkeye is very cautious with his powerful swordsmanship. The pain in the chest made Diska couldn't help but look down and saw a wound of more than 10 centimeters appearing on his chest. The clothes, shattered by the eagle-eyed black sword air, revealed the toned muscles underneath, but there was an extra hideous wound. Compared with the 2 wounds on Hawkeye's right arm that are dispensable and the wounds that are almost healed, Diska can be serious. The cold wind blows on it, and the intention is as firm as Diska cannot help but gritted his teeth slightly. Slowly stood up, and withdrew the long sword into the depths of the ice. Diska wielded the ice-covered sword body and violently rubbed against the air, generating heat to directly melt the ice and still it on the ice. Turn into ice again. Tenzin said, "No loss. Is the world's strongest swordsman really strong, stronger than those swordsmen I have encountered in the past, is not only 1 level." Withdrawing his step back, Hawkeye stood up straight. "You are not weak. The swordsmanship of Shaking Diska is more powerful than the reputation. It is undeniable that it is a very strong swordsmanship." Hearing the praise from the eagle's mouth, Diska couldn't help showing a smile on his face, and then immediately disappeared from his face. In any case, Diska is also a swordsman. The swordsmanship he created is praised by the world's strongest swordsman, which is the recognition of his swordsmanship. But, when the conversation turned, Diska swung his sword and held it parallel to his chest. "You block my path. We stand in different positions. Even if you are an eagle eye, all I can do is defeat with all my strength. You." Hearing that, the sharp eyes of the eagle's eyes flickered slightly, like a light in the night. No matter what kind of powerhouse, when seeing the eyes of these revealing swords, it is difficult to keep his mind calm. But Diska had already acted. The 2 swords were raised, and the sharp blades flickered a little bit of cold light towards him. Shaking sword. When the footsteps stepped out, wherever they stepped, the terrifying explosive force was vented on the ice without fail, and the hard ice exploded. With the help of the terrifying explosive power of both feet, every step he jumped out was a distance of more than 10 meters. After a few steps, he had already approached Hawkeye. With a sharp gaze, he stared at the back of the heavy knife in Diska's hand, and an incomprehensible color rose in his mind, attacking with the back of the knife what he was doing. The vigilance in the heart has not been reduced much. Although Hawkeye is different from other people's lions and rabbits, they use their full strength, but facing the real opponent, until the battle is over, everything is unknown. Diska is a powerful second-hand swordsman. Even if he wants to defeat him, he has to use all his strength. Sure enough, just as Hawkeye was wary, Diska's attack was not that laughable, but the other party's sudden change of move made Hawkeye a little unprepared. Suddenly, Diska threw out the long sword in his hand with both hands. The slightly curved body of the sword quickly turned into a circular shape in the void. The height of the sword jittered, and there was a piercing sound of the sword. The rotating long sword, and the smooth blade, flashed with cold light, turned into a shining aperture and chased towards the eagle eye. The Hawkeye who reacted did not temporarily avoid the edge like the others, but instead held the black knife in both hands and rushed towards the two apertures. Lifting the black knife in a straight line, it stabs toward the front. The sharp tip of the sword shines with a dark light, and in a short moment, it is exactly in the middle of the two apertures. Between the sparks and flints, the thick and heavy sword was about to turn over. Before I could see how hard the opponent was, the two apertures had been picked up by Hawkeye with a black knife, missed, and rushed to the rear. Buzzing. Picking up the aperture, Hideyo's thick and heavy sword body trembled very strangely. Although the tremor was small in magnitude, the frequency was very high. Years of combat experience has made Hawkeye aware of something wrong, and the swordsman will not be able to let the sword leave his arm until the critical moment. At the same time, he held the trembling black knife tightly with his right hand and quickly slashed it to stop the trembling of the sword body. This loss I have eaten once, but I will not eat it again. The reason why the black sword trembles is entirely because of Diska, the powerful swordsmanship created by him. Even Hawkeye has to face it carefully. In the process of wielding the long sword can be held tightly in the hand, forming a very high-frequency jitter under a peculiar amplitude, which cannot help but make the long sword have more powerful penetration and attack. At the same time, in the collision process, it will also guide the opponent's long sword, involuntarily causing jitter, making it difficult for the opponent to perform swordsmanship. The decisive battle between masters is often between victory and defeat. This small mistake will be taken by the opponent and be defeated. This is Diska's sword shaking, a unique force technique. As long as only one person in the world can use it, its power is far more terrifying than ordinary swordsmanship. Hawkeye looked up and saw that Diska had no swords anymore, and the speed did not weaken at all, but speeded up a bit, rushing towards him. How can Diska, who doesn't have a sword in both hands, be an eagle-eyed opponent, and the opponent has no hesitation to rush forward unless... Suddenly trying to understand something, Yin-Yan's expression changed. Without seeing it, the double swords chopped off with a sound of breaking through the air, coming from behind. It turned out that the aperture, formed by the rotation of the two long swords, picked up by the eagle eye after missing the body of the eagle eye, did not fall on the ice in the straight line as expected. The direction of Fiwu changed without warning. It was in a curved straight line, and the two apertures merged together strangely, attacking towards the eagle eye's defenseless back. Shaking sword. Turn around and cut. Squeak. The rotating blade slammed into the eagle-eyed black sword that was rapidly reflexively defending, and the powerful impact directly knocked the eagle-eyed back a few steps away. Cut. On the sharp blade, a light green light rang out, followed by a powerful slash, which directly knocked out two rotating apertures. The high-rotating long sword flies high in a straight line towards the ice surface. With a click, the sharp long sword is inserted into the ice surface unobstructed, and two-thirds of the blade is very deep below the ice surface. The action didn't stop. He hurriedly retracted the long sword he swung, and at the same time turned and left behind, because the cold air on his back gave Hawkeye a strong sense of crisis. Diska, who took the opportunity to rush up, seized this opportunity, and his whole body was concentrated on his fists, and suddenly blasted out with a loud shout. What? Even if Hawkeye reacted in time, withdraw the sword body in time to block him. The heavy sword body in the double boxing, the powerful force is still transmitted to Hawkeye through the black knife. Hawkeye, who was eager to resist, was not able to stand still, but was knocked out by Diska's powerful fists, and fell heavily on the ice. The inverted figure rotated in the air, and the black knife, in his hand, plunged straight into the hard ice surface. With the help of the ice surface, Hawkeye squatted on the ground and slid more than 10 meters away before stopping. However, Diska's double fists did not have the power as expected, and Hawkeye pulled out the black knife inserted into the ice surface as if it were all right, and stood up from the ice surface. Upon seeing this, Diska's eyes showed disappointment, hoping to hurt Hawkeye. Woo 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 woo. Suddenly, a loud siren sounded, and a beam of bright light shone on the ice, discerning Diska and Hawkeye's horrified eyes. A strangely shaped sea train fell from the sky. To be continued. End of chapter. Thank you for listening to this novel, and please subscribe so that we continue to grow on the channel.